All right, everybody. Thank you. We are live at noon, at high noon. Hope you enjoyed the little graphic there of James looking into the sky at God, or wishful thinking, James, as his own creation, has a gun aimed at him. So, you're here, joined by James Raggi himself, the legend of the OSR.
Uh,
Legendary. Legend. Oh, I know you hate that. So I got to
where do
talk
you come up with this shit?
legend, baby, legend.
Oh, I guess I should didn't ask. Can we swear on this?
Oh yeah. I think you
Okay.
can't drop the F bomb within 2 minutes or something like that, and or else you get demonetized. But whatever. You know what I mean? After that, I think we are good. Let me see. I have to go and
Uh,
turn on. I must turn on Facebook. These bastards. They always default me on Facebook to audience of one. So let me do that. Let's see, you're popping up all over the place, James. All my alerts are going here. So it looks like it's working on your channel too. James is cross streaming this to his channel as well, I believe. Right?
great.
So
So
yeah. Yep. Everybody could see
so when
it.
this turns completely embarrassing, it's not only going to your audience, it's going
Yeah.
to mine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We got to have embarrassment spread all around the world. I mean, I'm a generous host, man. So we're on Twitch, we are on X, we are on Facebook. Let me see if we are on Rumble. Yes, we are on Rumble, and we are on your channel and my channel. Life is good, man. Life is good.
I think this is
All
the
right.
first time on Twitch. Mhm.
Yeah. This is the cool thing about this Restream software is that you could do all those multiple platforms at once and allow you to do it on your channel. So yeah, it works out good, man. Works out good. I'm looking forward to this, says Chad. Thank you very much, Chad. Party on. Howdy, folks. Mike, we're all here.
What is
So
his last name? Oh, okay. Dick Hawk. Okay.
default. Yeah. Alert. This is not a drill. Yeah. So James, in anticipation of this, I put this advertising out 2 days ago, just to get some little live discussion out there, people talking about it and tuning in and all that. And of course, you always do these videos, and you're hoping, oh, cool, somebody cool, gonna have a good talk, and we'll get some new subscribers. Ever since I've advertised you joining, I've lost 5 subscribers to my YouTube channel. So thank you very much on that one. They're hard to get these days too, man. They're doing that YouTube fuck you to D&D people. You know what I mean? So yeah, 5 down. So let's see.
Wow. Whenever I do a new video, I always get more subscribers. So
I know there's something going on here. It's wrong. I don't understand it. I did get a little. Only one person, I think you saw, gave a little shit over on your YouTube channel or your Facebook group or whatever the hell it was. So
I honestly, with as many memes and stuff that people post over there, I'm usually only over there when somebody tags me or when I've got something to post, because it's, I don't know, I'm tired of the social media thing,
yeah,
but at the same time I sort of need it to
I know.
There's this annoying thing
Mm-hmm.
where, like, I've got thousands of followers on Twitter, supposedly. That's what it tells me.
Yeah,
I've got thousands of people following me on Facebook. And when I post on either of those, I get usually 100, 200 views on the post.
yeah.
And I'm told it's because I'm not using the service a lot. I'm not engaging.
Yeah,
so the algorithm is like, why does it matter what the algorithm thinks of me
Mm-hmm.
for the people who are supposed to be following me, who specifically clicked, yes, I want to see this.
I know.
So I can't talk to people or make announcements. I have to talk to the algorithm robots.
Mm-hmm.
And so that has colored what I think of everyone else on social media, that anyone that has any popularity, it's like they're not actually saying what they mean. They're not talking to people. They're talking to the algorithm so they can be seen.
The other option is to pay for it. I think that's the real scam. They fuck you on the algorithm to make you pay. Like on Twitter, I tried it on Twitter and I tried it on YouTube after Eric was talking to me about this, because me and Eric had this contest, Eric Tankar, but let's get to whoever gets to 5,000 subs first or whatever, right? So, and I got some good boosts, I got good sub counts, and he started kicking my ass. I'm like, the fuck, how? It doesn't make any sense, you know. And I'm like, so, you know, the scope of it. He was like jumping exponentially, and he was doing some paid advertising thing, you know, to promote his channel. I'm like, this son of a bitch,
Yeah.
you know. So,
Yeah.
but I tried it. It gave me a little boost, but for when I've seen those people who sub, they don't watch long. They don't watch your videos a long time. Maybe thought they were bots, right? And so you're paying for fake subs, or you know, or subs that aren't engaged enough, right? At least if they're not bots, they're not really engaged. What the hell am I paying for? If the subs aren't going to
Yeah.
get me views, and the views get you the revenue, what the hell am I paying for? I'd rather have diehard people who like me. They really like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want those people rather than, you know, like the Johnny come lately. I'd rather have 5,000 good ones than 100,000 shitty ones. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at too.
Yeah, it's I swear every time I open social media, it's like they're designed to make me think that I'm the only person on earth with an IQ over 5.
Yeah.
There's something about the whole model that just rewards being a dipshit.
Yeah, or a dickhead, an asshole,
Hmm.
you know, a shit stirrer, which I used to do a lot, but you know,
Yeah, and
now.
yeah.
Oh, Jeff Rent's in the audience. What's up, Jeff? Yeah, I know. It awards negative behavior. You know, that's how you get your reward off of that. You know, doom and gloom, hate, this and that. I'd rather have a positive channel, and you know, especially to make up for a little bit of karma for my negative blog back in the OSR days. You know, so
Yeah, and it's like when I look at like other videos that when I look at videos that have hundreds of thousands of views, and I start looking through the comments, and it's like, why would anyone? I'm looking at them as just like a tourist. I'm not looking to engage in the comments of any of these videos. But I'm just looking, and it's just like, why would anyone participate in this stuff? It's awful. It's like you'll even the things, a comment for engagement. And it's like even the fact that that's a thing means the whole system is all fucked up.
I always ask,
Never mind the people saying, "Oh, look at your shirt collar. Your shirt collar is uneven. Oh, this is awful. You should do something about that." It's like, what the fuck does that have to do with that? It's not even. That's just looking at other people talking to other people. It's got nothing to do with me. And I start thinking, what the wrong with these people? So it's like when I post a video, I look at the comments for maybe the first hour because that's the people that get the notifications and maybe are interested. And they're theoretically not the ones that are looking to just say, fuck you, stupid asshole. And then I just don't look at the comments anymore.
Yeah. I was responding to every comment for a while, but it got hard, man. It got really hard to do after a certain point, you know. And I was just on YouTube. Forget about Facebook and all the other ones. I don't have time. And I have a life, you know. I like to touch grass sometimes, you know. Jesus Christ.
I don't have a life. It's just like, oh my goodness. And then I find out like it's a thing that people use like freaking Chat GPT to generate comments across like videos. And so it's like, okay, even if I wanted to engage, am I talking to a real person?
That's the other thing. Yeah. I know. There's a guy, and I bust his balls all the time on you. He's always on Rumble. He's Raptor 70. You know, he probably show up here. He might be here now. He's the only guy on Rumble who ever comments. And I think, I swear to God, at 50-50, he's a bot. You know, I don't know if he exists in real life. He says he does, but I don't know. Until I see him, I don't know, man. I think Rumble got this Rumble bot out there.
So it's like a problem of how to regularly communicate with people. Because even the newsletter attached to my web store, when I send anything out, I know there are thousands of accounts on the web store that are bots that have just signed up. So then when I send out something in the newsletter, it says sending out to 10,000 addresses. I don't know how many of those are real. And I get like hundreds and hundreds of, return to senders. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Have I been put on some spam list, or am I just running into deactivated bot accounts? It's like, I don't know how any of this works. And it's, I don't want to be a tech person. I don't want to be a tech person. I went to school for computer programming back in the pre-Windows era. And I'm just not, and I just got so uninterested very quickly.
Cobalt? I mean, what were you doing? Cobalt?
COBOL, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to teach us COBOL first thing. And I'm like,
Jesus Christ, who the hell uses Cobalt? They had to rehire dinosaurs who programmed in Cobalt for the Y2K crisis. Remember that?
yeah. Well, the thing was that their rationale, what they told us, is like a lot of really big companies. This is in the early '90s. Still
Yeah,
had a lot of their uh, software infrastructure done in COBOL.
that's
So
what
it's
it
very
was.
important if you're wanting to get a job. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like, I was wanting to go to computer school because I wanted to be a video game creator back in the
yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah,
Uh, and the problem, but again, this is back when it was like DOS games, not
yeah.
even Windows.
Doom. We're talking Doom 2, right? That kind of thing.
No, before that.
Before that, even. Oh, okay. I
Before
haven't
that,
played
yeah.
it.
And then when games started getting more graphical, I guess I can say, it's like
Yeah.
I didn't have any interest. Like I was big into the Ultima games,
Oh,
and I
okay. Yeah.
loved and like Ultimas 4 and 5 were like mind blowing, and then Ultima 6 where they wanted a little where it was like more realistic,
Hmm.
more well, it was looking like cartoons, but then Ultima 7 is just like I'm not interested in these kind of games.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not interested. So
Did you get into the whole EverQuest thing and all those MMOs
no,
back in the day? No.
never.
I got
No.
sucked into that shit, man. I remember there was an EverQuest. We had a giveaway from my job. We had to give away holiday gifts, and it was Godiva chocolate or Munson chocolate. It was some high end chocolates, a pound of box of chocolates. And I ended up ordering too many for my job, so I had like 11 boxes of chocolates left. And I also had a 10-day winter vacation, and all I did was play fucking MMOs. I sat there with a boxes of chocolates, and I did one box of chocolate a day. And every day I did like 8 hours. I'm playing EverQuest, right? That's all I was doing. The fucking truffles and EverQuest. I gained 11 pounds in 11 days or something like that. It was like every day was a fucking another pound because of the fucking chocolates. Yeah, no,
Did
that's
you
not
at
good.
least meet any real people off of that? Because I knew
No,
back in the day people that would like meet people.
my
Right?
brother did. My brother
Yeah.
did. He got into the guild thing, this and that, and he had a whole guild meeting here in my town. Right, he invited them all over, and there was like a big drinking fest, basically. So it was, yeah. He had a good time though. And we play D&D with a guy, Dwayne, who was in my brother's EverQuest guild. So goes back what 30 years now, or whatever hell it
Yeah.
was. So yeah, there are some
Trying to
connections
think.
there, but
Yeah, I'm trying to think the only online like with other people game that I played. I'm trying to think if there are any more, but I think I found this one website that
yeah,
allowed you to play Blood Bowl
Blood Bowl.
online with people. The Warhammer football, American
Oh,
football
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
game.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, and I remember I was bad there because like I'd want to win, but like when I'd block somebody and kill their character, kill one of their players, they'd be like, "Oops, sorry,"
You can't.
which apparently is a weird attitude to have when playing Blood Bowl. It's like,
No,
yeah,
you should be merciless. You should be like Conan, rampaging through. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
well, I didn't
Mike,
want my guys to die. Sure, knock him out of the game and make it easy for me to score because you run out of players. But
yeah.
you know, you get a few enhancements on some of your players, and then that player dies. It's just like,
Mike Walsh asked the question, who's doing the interview? Just logged in. Because Mike, James, if you look at this little chat thing on our right on Restream, you see the paired next to his name? You see that there?
yeah.
That means he's on your channel commenting. If you don't see a paired, he's on
Oh,
my channel.
ooh.
So Jeff Rent's over on your channel, Amos Wilson on your channel. Mike, we're doing, it's not even, I would call it a conversation. Me and James are just going to bullshit for a few hours, talk about a few things. I got some questions, but more about, this whole thing is about getting to know James, getting to know all about him. I know you've seen him naked, so you think you know a lot about him, but you don't know everything about him, right? And so I figure
Problem is, the more I actually say about me, the less
yeah.
popular I am because I get it. If I met someone like me, I'd be very highly annoyed. But the person that I am compelled to be and the kind of person I want to be around are not the same.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because people like here's my thoughts on this. The whole reason I started this whole interview series because I hang around chats and play games with a bunch of the old school guys on the blog days, right? And these guys are all publishing stuff, and I haven't published yet ever, and I'm starting to get the writing down and publish something now. And this is after 15 years of contact with all you guys, who've been doing it. And so I have this resource out there where I can lean on people, lean on Tim or Greg or Eric or whoever and say, hey, Rob, how's this look? What about this? Can you do that or whatever? A lot of people don't have that, right? They don't have anybody to sort of like, lean on to who has any knowledge of this stuff. I could ask them how a Kickstarter works. Some people don't have any clue. They have no first clue. And so my thought is that if I can interview and have these conversations with like creators, the OSR creators, they get to know you, they get to identify with you, they understand, he's not too different than me. I kind of, we're got the same vibe, we get along, if he could do it, maybe I could do it. And you could drop some tips and tricks and things you've learned and don't do this and please do that along the way, help maybe encourage some more people to publish. That was the whole goal behind this, as well as get information for myself, because you can never have too much knowledge, right? So I figured we get into the whole get to know you a bit and then get into the whole what's your process and the business part of it and all that shit. But speaking of getting to know you, though, we have something in common. I am living in Connecticut, originally Jersey, when we were up here when I was a kid. And I realized that you lived in Connecticut at some point years ago. Yes. We were talking about that. And you grew up in the richest city in Connecticut, which makes it by default one of the top 5 richest cities in the entire fucking world. Not just the country, but the world, Greenwich, Connecticut. And so instantly in my head, he's a rich snob asshole motherfucker. He had the boat shoes and the pink shirt and the whole bit, the whole preppy thing, And then I find out you grew up in the housing projects of Greenwich.
The housing projects of Greenwich, Connecticut.
So housing projects. What the hell was that about? How did that fuck your head up, dude?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I live in the housing projects, and we had a situation where, the last week of the month, we can't have any milk because the welfare check doesn't come to the beginning of the next month.
Yeah.
We had this really crappy old car, and can't go anywhere the last week of the month because
no gas.
Wait for gas. Got to wait for the. But I'm going to school with people, and I went to school with people that lived in $1 million houses. It's like, I don't know what the actual real estate market was like for beachfront property in Greenwich, Connecticut. So I don't know if they actually literally were $1 million houses in the 80s.
Oh, they had tens of millions of dollars, dude.
Okay, well, I was going to school with people that lived on beachfront property in Greenwich, Connecticut, and it was weird because the parents didn't like, it's like the rich parents didn't like their kids going to school and mixing with the riffraff.
Yeah, that's how it's. Yeah.
And that attitude comes through in the kids' attitudes.
Yes.
But growing up when I was a little kid, very quickly I figured out I was like a more introverted, bookish kind of kid. So I wasn't fitting in very well with the projects kids either.
Oh, yeah. Like, you weren't hood rat enough for the projects kids. Although, how hoodie couldn't they have been in Greenwich? Well, I get there's no money, but ratchet fights in the back. You know what I mean? How hoodie did it get, dude? So
I guess the statute of limitations as well, but like the second TV that we had in our house is because there was an older kid in the neighborhood that would go rob houses of appliances and stuff, and then sell them cheap to the people in the neighborhood.
All right, that works. So, whatever gets you through, man. Whatever gets you through. Yeah. Did you get to do the pirated cable too? Did you manage to figure that out? Steal it in those fake boxes and everything?
We had cable later on, but then until my brother started in school, my mother didn't have a job. But then after he started school, she got a job, and so we got to have more stuff. And I remember, because my mother was so embarrassed, this is why I remember this, but after she got her first paycheck, she took the family out to McDonald's. And I actually said out loud in public, I'm glad you've got a job now, Mom, because now we can go to nice places like McDonald's. And she just got so embarrassed, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah. I get it, dude. I didn't grow up in the projects, but I never grew up pretty far from the projects. You know what I mean? It was week to week getting by kind of stuff for years and years. It was like you get the one little half gallon of ice cream, and that was the treat for the week, right? So that was our thing, and it would just hand-me-downs and everything else. So yeah, it creates a level of like, insecurity in you. I think that, and like when you do make it, do you feel imposter syndrome now that you're doing it, or you just don't feel like you've made it yet?
No, it's well, back in the LOTFP salad years, I guess you can call them. Uh, I guess the big thing is I have no idea how to handle money.
Yeah.
It's like if I get money, it's like, well, I'd better get stuff I like because it may go away tomorrow, and
Yes.
you know, no matter what else happens, at least I'll still have the stuff.
You got the thing, you got the book, you got the whatever. Yes.
And it's like I've got over 3,600 CDs at this point.
Jesus.
And and I remember when I was a kid, my mother would watch shows like Dynasty and Falcon Crest. And as a little kid, I didn't understand wealth. I didn't understand that these people all had money because these shows, they're not handling cash. Yeah. So the way I understood wealth is they would always have their serious conversations, and they would always, you know, hatch their schemes in their study, which would have like the libraries where you have the ladders that go up 2 stories and there's just books. So I associated wealth with having a library.
Yeah.
And look, I've got a library.
Dude, look, I'm the same way, man. I have every room in my house looks like this. Every single room looks like this. People come over, they're like, they look around and they're like, oh my God. At first they're impressed, and then they see room after room, even the bedroom, every wall is covered with books and shelves. They're like, motherfucker, I got a problem, you know? So, but if you're not a book person, you don't get that. I had a skateboard to the library every, you know, in the summer and every day just to go read. Right. And because they had air conditioning, because we couldn't afford the air conditioning on all day. Right. So I'd sit under the air conditioner and read my fucking books. So learn about Vikings.
Yeah, I got a big CD shelf in the bedroom because there was no more room out here in the office / living room. And so I got like 750 CDs in the bedroom.
Yeah. No, you got to do it, man. Yeah.
And then there's the Blu-rays, and then there's the actual books that not including the actual LOTFP stock. And so this place is just stuffed full, overflowing with all this stuff because I'm all for physical media. I don't.
Me too. When the zombie apocalypse hits, I'm good. I got records. I didn't do the CD thing. I got my 500 records over there. I got a good record player, and I got a backup record playing speakers and an amp downstairs. And I have the books. I got D&D game. I got everything. I'm good. The zombie apocalypse, I'm set. You know, I'm good to go.
Yeah, until you got to vacate, run.
I am a tempting treat. You know, I'm a little overweight, so you know, they'll feast on me for a little while.
But the problem with vinyl though is several problems.
Oh, here we go.
Number one, it takes up more space.
Yeah.
And so the vinyl prices, so sometimes you can get like 3 CDs for the price of 1 vinyl album.
Yeah.
Not to mention the practical thing, like sometimes some of the albums are released as like a double vinyl.
Yeah.
So to listen to the whole album, you got to get up and flip that thing 3 friggin' times.
But I like the ritual of that. I like the old-fashioned ritual aspect of it. And most of my vinyl I got cheap because I got into the records because I got this, you know, $5 fucking tag sale. You know, the tag sale is like a yard sale, right? As you know, being from here, they get this $5 record player from somewhere. I'm like, oh, and this bookstore I used to go to, this used bookstore. He started carrying records because people were donating boxes of books, and and Grandpa had a box of records too, and so he started selling records. Before you know it, he became a place that people could buy records, but nobody was really buying them. The millennials hadn't figured out that vinyl was cool and retro was cool, right? So they hadn't figured that out yet. So I'm buying shit for like $3, and that goes for $30. So I got a good collection, pretty cheap on that from that guy, and I filled in some of the gaps later, but a little bit more of them, you know, more expensive ones. But $3 or $4 now it's $30 or $40. So I lucked out. It worked out pretty good. You know? But I get what you're saying. But the ritual to me turns me on, and I like the old records. I don't want to buy new. I don't want to buy used because I like to look at that cover, right? The album cover, and this is a mouse pad, obviously, but you see the ring from the cup of coffee. you know, or the vodka or the drink they were having that day. And I like to think, you know, what made them put this on? What made them put this Fleetwood Mac Hypnotized on and put the cup down on the album? What were they going through? And that's sort of like, I like that headspace. You know, I like the history and the ritual of it. Records melt. Yes, they do, Eldred. Yeah. So growing up poor, all right, books for you liked the books, you wanted the library. When did you start reading fantasy? Did D&D come first? Did fantasy come first? And that got you into D&D?
Fantasy came first.
What hit you first?
I remember this would have been 81, 82, when my father, who had already, he and my mother had already split years before this, but 81 or 82, he moves into a new apartment, and the people that were, whoever had lived there had left a crate of Conan comics, both the color and Savage Sword. And he gave those to me.
Okay.
Because I already liked that sort of thing. But I don't remember what it was I liked before that.
Interesting.
But I definitely was already into it. That's why he brought it to me.
The Conan comics? Or the
Savage Sword of Conan and the monthly color one. There's a bunch in that. It's great.
Okay.
So
that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. So then that Conan, you were into Conan-ish stuff anyway. You got the books from Conan. And then what was next? What was your journey of fantasy next? How did it lead to D&D? I'm assuming D&D was your RPG, or like for most of us?
Yeah. D&D would have been 84, late my birthday, 1984. So I would have been turning 10.
Mm-hmm.
That must have been because my mother, now, as I remember it, it was my mother that got me into D&D.
Yeah.
And because for some reason she liked the little lead figures.
Okay.
And she wanted to paint the lead figures. And I haven't actually asked her about this. I don't know why I don't. She's right there in Facebook Messenger. But my interpretation years later is that she wanted the hobby of painting the little things, the miniatures.
Yeah.
But she was a single mother with 2 kids. So what excuse would she have to start doing this stuff? But she knew I liked the fantasy, so if she gets me into D&D, I would want the figures, and then she could paint them.
That's pretty cool, actually. That's neat. That's a different origin story for D&D. I would never have thought that, you know?
And so that my first taste of D&D were some of the Endless Quest books.
Oh, yeah. Those are good.
And then once I had a couple of those, there was like a book fair at my elementary school, and they had some D&D stuff there.
Okay.
So I got, I think it was Village of Hamlet and Keep on the Borderlands. Definitely Keep on the Borderlands. I don't know. Village of Hamlet might have been a little bit later.
Yeah.
But we got Keep on the Borderlands, but not the rules.
Hey, James, can you pull back a little bit, because you keep popping like a bad record. I think it might you might be too close. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's see if it works better.
So, so we had Keep on the Borderlands. So there's a lot of how-to stuff in there, but not really the rules.
Yeah.
And then the Endless Quest books also gave some context.
Okay.
So me and my friends were trying to play Keep on the Borderlands with no rules, not having any idea how D&D worked. So, for example, we were trying to figure out. So we were like put out the map, of the Caves of Chaos, and we're trying to move little pieces around, like roll D6 and move that many spots.
Oh yeah,
trying to
like
figure out how you're supposed to fit pieces on these little squares. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And then soon enough, I got the Menser Red box, and then it's like,
Boom. That's what I started with too. I wasn't one of those BX people. I was a Menser guy. That's where I started with AD&D. Some kid in high school was running a game. I'm 14, right? And so mid 80s, and And he was like, well, I got to get this. And he goes, this is advanced Dungeons and Dragons. You have to get basic. You have to start with basic. I'm like, all right, Christmas list, Santa Claus, the whole. So I get a Christmas and I get that. I play it for a few months. And I remember I got through the blue box and I'm like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm done with expert. I'm going to advanced. I've done my duty in the basic bullshit land,
Yeah, but the funny thing is, a few months after getting me into Dungeons and Dragons, I guess my mother starts hearing about the bad publicity around Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
which is why I'm surprised that the stuff was actually in the school book fair. But she finds out about it and then makes me watch Mazes and Monsters as if it's some documentary.
Yeah.
Be careful, Jimmy. Be careful.
Yeah. God, how did that work out? Here we are. Sorry, Ma. Didn't work. Yeah. Jesus. So, all right. So what else did you do for fantasy? In terms of books, or what are your influences to your D&D game that are not doom, metal, death, and destruction related? Like the pure shit.
I didn't get into metal until really I graduated high school.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So at this point, I mean, I was. Yeah, I mean, like stuff like Twisted Sister and Quiet Riot, they were like in the charts, but it wasn't any different than anything else to me at that point.
Okay. All right.
So what did I like? Like, as I said, Conan, and what I read Lord of the Rings around this time, 9-10 years old.
Yeah. That's young. How much did you get it?
Geeky kid. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. And probably I just skipped over the songs at that age. Even today, when we get to the songs,
Yo, Tom Bombadil, yeah, all those. Tom Bombadillo.
But then I was a big Star Wars kid from the even in the 70s.
Really? All right. Yeah. All right. So Picard or Kirk? Who's the better captain?
I like Picard just because the good days of the Next Generation are so much better than, like, the original series has high points, but if you try to watch the original series, it's not as strong as Next Generation at its best.
I'll give you that.
Because there's so much Next Generation, at its best is more than the whole sum total of the entire original series. So
I'll give you that. I like Kirk as a better. I like him better. Too bad he couldn't put Kirk in the Next Generation, but I don't think it would be the Next Generation if he's going down banging every chick in the fucking cosmos again. It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same high erudite values that they have.
Well, that was Riker, wasn't it?
He was supposed transferred to Riker. He was. Yeah, nobody got into who got into Riker. I mean, he was no Fabio, So,
but early on, there was a lot of science fiction stuff in those days because there was more of it in the media. Star Wars, not so much Star Trek at the time. Battlestar Galactica was big for me, and then it was around this time or a little later that my mother started showing me horror movies.
Okay,
and a lot of
influence so far here. This is your whole trajectory is mom related. It seems like
well, she I don't want to do public slander, but she had me young.
Gotcha.
And I wasn't expected, so I think that had something to do with it was a much looser parenting style.
Yeah.
Which
she was still growing up herself,
Yeah, on the plus side, she allowed me to explore all of this. She helped get me into this. Buck Rogers, someone just said in the chat. That too. Yeah,
love that.
Especially with the second season with the Hawk guy.
Yeah, he was
awesome. So it was good that she would be, introducing me to all this stuff and letting me explore all this stuff, especially the stuff that was really not age appropriate.
Yeah.
And that's good. On the other hand, there are issues like never Never had a sense of discipline instilled in me.
Okay. So did you not
So
learn self-discipline because of that?
no, no. Look at
Yeah.
me. Shit. No, seriously. It's
I get it. I get it. And by the
so
way,
so.
people did ask about nudity, and we're not having nudity on this show, everybody. But
Oh,
somebody suggested that Tim Short's wife suggested, "Oh, you got to hold off," because she says if we're going to both get naked in this, and I said, "No, but I will flash the man boobs for super chats." So I'm lying.
someone in
I'm
the
not
chat just
flashing
said Hammer
anything.
films. I didn't get into Hammer films until the late '90s.
Hammer films. Yeah, I
But
never really get into Clash of the Titans, that sort of thing. You're talking about those
yeah, oh
things?
yeah, no, Hammer films. That was a British studio from the 30s
Oh,
through the 70s.
okay.
That stuff, the movies, the stuff I got into was stuff that was either shown on TV
Hmm.
or was in the local video store for rental
Yeah.
after we
That
got a
pretty much.
VCR. Hammer really wasn't part of any of that.
Yeah.
So I didn't get into that until later. But now
Yeah.
I've got quite the collection of Hammer films now.
I don't think I've seen a Hammer film ever, unless I didn't know it. It's like there's not a category called Hammer films up here. There's nothing I
Yeah,
know
but
of as a Hammer film.
well,
So your mother in horror, she got into it?
oh,
Therefore, you got into it. Is that the gist?
yeah. Oh, she was a big horror fan from way back when. So there's all sorts of stuff that she wanted to show me. She tells me
Yeah.
that the first horror movie I ever saw was Frogs, and I have no memory of this. But she showed me Night of the Living Dead really early.
Oh,
Salem's
God.
Lot, someone just mentioned when I
Oh,
watched Salem's Lot when it was new on TV. So I would have been 4 years old,
okay. All
and
right.
that the scene with the floating kid vampire outside the window freaked me out so bad
Yeah.
that I refused to sleep unless the blinds were drawn on the windows well into adulthood.
Jesus, really?
Oh yeah, yeah,
So your mother both influenced you and scarred you for life, which made you
yeah,
the man you are today.
yeah. Well, the thing about horror is it can scare me. That's why it works. Horror that's not scary or isn't at least making the attempt to scare is just crap.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so the fact that there are some movies that really mess me up is the whole appeal of it.
okay, that makes sense. All right, so we
So
got going through high school. You're playing D&D. You're watching sci-fi. You're reading the geek magazines and books. Then you get into and horror, of course. Now, did you do the
yeah,
horror thing in all your D&D back then? Did you have that
no, not at all.
early
It was a completely
inundation with the
separate thing.
straight up? So you didn't cross the streams even early, and you didn't
No,
bring it all together.
no, not at all. And then the big thing would have been early '90s. Before I went off to school, was I discovered the Warhammer fantasy role playing,
Okay. Now, where'd you go to
and
college?
that
You say go off to school. You
oh,
mean college, right?
yeah, I was only there for a year and a half.
Which one?
Don't make me say this.
Yale, Harvard. You
This is
stop.
embarrassing now. The
Okay.
DeVry Institute of Technology.
Nice. All right.
They gave me a half scholarship.
Oh, that's fantastic. DeVry, for those who don't know, who may not be on the East Coast of the USA in the 80s, DeVry, that's why he's embarrassed. I know it. DeVry was it was a college or school of technology that advertised on like Channel 11 or Channel 5 out of New York, right? And it was like the lowest budget video advertising. Go to DeVry and learn a trade. And they show pictures or clips of people soldering or something, or fixing a TV or whatever the fuck it was, or repairing a car. And it was like the equivalent of going, if you were a woman back then, you either as a DeVry working class people that you went to DeVry, or a woman would go to hairdressing school. So that's pretty much where it is. So yeah. All right. So DeVry for electronics, I take it, or something like, or computer programming,
Computer
right?
programming, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Warhammer was a big deal
Mm-hmm.
because it was D&D-ish in form,
Yeah.
but the way they constructed their adventures, their
Yeah.
published stuff had a much different flavor.
In what way? How
It,
so?
well, it's 30 years war influenced. And so it's not exactly medieval fantasy. It's
Okay.
got more horror. It's got the whole chaos
Uh-huh.
kind of thing that's built into it. It has firearms.
Yeah.
It has the horror element, and it's got more the and I it's like all of the British stuff for Dungeons and Dragons, because a lot of the
Yeah.
same people that worked on the British arm of D&D, went on to do the Warhammer stuff.
I got to show that comment from Jeff Rentz.
Yeah. But even the stuff that was produced in Britain for Dungeons and Dragons has such a different flavor than the American produced stuff for Dungeons and Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
And there was something about it that just seemed meatier, more yeah. So I was drawn to that a lot.
Okay.
And then other role-playing games, I was big into GURPS and Champions, all sorts of stuff. Bureau 13, Stalking the Night Fantastic, Justifiers. There was like a million games, and I wanted to try them all.
Yeah. That's interesting because I was just straight up D&D. Even to this day, I'm still a D&D guy. People try to get me other things. I'll try another system once. I'll run I'll play in a Shadow Dark game. I'll play in a Shadowrun game. I'll Greg ran an Aliens game for us, but I'll try it. But my heart is at Fireballs and Swords and D&D and D20s, and it's just where I live. And I guess for a wide guy, I'm a narrow geek. I guess is the best way to say it. Was never into the comic book thing either, so I didn't have very many influences in that regard. So do you think that Warhammer affected you in terms of your game development?
Oh yeah. I was big into just the not the idealized medieval fantasy.
Okay.
Just the fact that it was based on a later time period.
Okay.
And because the thing about D&D is everybody always makes modern social assumptions when playing D&D. They don't play it authentic medieval, and Dungeons and Dragons itself doesn't encourage that anyway.
Yeah.
So here's Warhammer that's drawing on a historical period that looked and felt like how people played as it was.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Rather than trying to fight what.
Trying to fit it into something that didn't fit. Yeah. That makes sense. And I have Warhammer Fantasy 2nd edition over there, and I do want to play it at some point. GURPS too. I there's all these games on the shelf. Palladium. I do want to play them at some point, but I don't know. Nobody wants to run them, or it takes a lot of skill, or somebody got to get up to speed. I don't want to fucking learn it, right? I'd rather just be a player in it and try it out. But it's just not that popular anymore. Everybody's doing the big things still, or they're doing Shadow Dark.
Earth Dawn I never played. Cyberpunk 20 I'm not a fan of cyberpunk stuff. I mean, so I guess RoboCop can fit, sort of cyberpunk, like Blade Runner. I hate that stuff.
Really? Did you like the movie though? The Blade Runner movie?
Yeah, it's just
no. That was pretty good. I was been a sci-fi.
The guy starts. It's like the guy starts. Rutger Hauer starts giving his speech.
Yeah.
The things I've seen. And it's like the stuff he's talking about, it's like, why didn't you show us that movie? Why are you showing us people running around in the fucking rain? Chasing around in the rain.
Yeah, a little prequel. Rutger Hauer's prequel.
I'm surprised with all the way they dig up the old IPs these days for movies. I mean, I know they did the Blade Runner 2049. Surprised no one's done a prequel with the replicants doing all the cool shit.
It would be neat, actually. It would be fucking neat to see that now that you mentioned it, Where's that movie? Yeah. Oh, God. All right. So then college. What do you do? DeVry, you did a year and a half, got out of that. What did you do for into your 20s now? What were you doing?
What was I doing? Well, then I'm into metal, and that changes. Okay. It changes. I don't know if it changed my outlook, because I was already getting really cynical. That was because one of the reasons I dropped out of college is it suddenly hit me. It took until I was 19 years old for it to hit me that what I thought is that, okay, here's what you're supposed to do. And if you do what you're supposed to do, things will generally work out for you.
Yeah.
And that if which wasn't true.
No.
Which absolutely is not true.
What
Shit
year is this,
always
James?
happens.
I don't know. I think we're about the same age. So I'm trying to figure out, because I know there was a huge recession in '92 when I remember that, and there was no jobs to be found. Is this? I think you're a couple years younger than me or so, though. What year?
1994 is when I dropped out of school. I was 19 years old, turned 20 at the end of the year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a couple years younger than me. So it was a rough time in Connecticut. There's no jobs. People leaving. All the companies left. There was nothing happening here. I couldn't get a fucking job to save my life. A decent one. I ended up working at a convenience store. I was like clerks for a couple of years. So yeah.
No, I worked for a year and how long was it? Was it a year and a half? That sounds insane. It might have been a year and a half. No way. Of like selling newspapers on the street corner.
Wow. Shit.
It was like Atlanta.
Oh, so when did you leave Connecticut then? I'm thinking you're in Connecticut.
My father died in 87.
Okay.
87 or maybe early 88, because I think we moved to Florida because his work life insurance was still in my mother's name, I think. That was a big surprise. We used that money to buy a house in Florida.
Gotcha. Got you out of poverty, got you out of projects. Fresh start.
So we moved down there. That's where I went to high schoon, 88 to 92.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then moved to Atlanta to go to school, and I stayed in Atlanta after that. So I was selling newspapers in the street corner of Atlanta, part-time, just barely paid rent, but then I had the rest of the day free.
Yeah.
So did that for a year and a half, and I decided I needed to stop that because I had like the morning shift, like 6 in the morning till 11 in the morning. Yeah. And every so often it actually gets cold in Atlanta.
Once a year.
So I'm there in the street corner. There's something like where the box where the papers can go in, like the lock was frozen shut, so I couldn't move. So it's freezing out, and I have to stand there with my hand on the stack of paper so they don't blow away. I can't move. People were like going up to the Dunkin' Donuts to buy me coffee because they felt sorry for me because I was obviously just freezing my ass off, not even able to move. It was like, maybe I should be doing something else.
I mean, I gotta call you out on being a pussy here. You're from Connecticut, man. You should be used to this stuff already. You got in Atlanta, and
I lived 4 years in Florida, and then Atlanta's usually not at all. I mean, Atlanta got snow once every 10 years, gets this much snow. They call it the storm of the century, and the highways are shut down, and kids are playing in the snow on the highways.
Oh yeah, I love seeing those things in Florida when it snows in Florida, and you see like 3,000 car traffic accidents because they don't know how to drive in Florida. Even though half the Floridians are from colder places and snowbirds who went down there to get away from it, they instantly forget how to drive in snow, and it's a goddamn disaster. I love watching that shit.
Well, I remember this was a little later on, but me and a couple people did a road trip from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. to see a concert.
Okay.
And overnight, before we were going to drive home this next morning, and overnight it snows. There was like a blizzard. Like the Carolinas are covered. It's just a complete shit show. And the only one of us, the person with the car, the only one of us that has a driver's license, had never seen snow.
Oh. Jesus. That's a disaster waiting to happen, dude. That's why you just camp out somewhere. Don't bother.
It was a complete, oh God, the ride home was the absolute worst. And it was just, but
I get it. I lived in Colorado for a little bit, and I got used to snow out there. We got 40 inches in one night once. And then I come back to Connecticut. I'm like, call this snow? Wimp. Driving over mountain passes with 2 feet of snow with 10-foot visibility. You're a bunch of wimps. So it's a whole different story, It's all perspective, right? It's all perspective once you get into it. So what's been getting into? When and how did you get into the whole death metal scene? I mean, that's a huge, just based on what I see in your life and the books and everything in your modules, between that and the horror, it seems to be the primary two confluence of events,
Well, in a lot of ways, they're sort of the same thing.
Okay.
Especially the old school death metal, but
I know nothing about it. I was never a death metal guy. I was grunge, and I'm old school, classic rock, right? So I was never a death metal, so I don't know much about it.
Okay, so what's the timeline on this? I get into, as I said, like pop metal stuff. Like I was never into like glam metal, like Motley Crue and Girls,
Yeah,
Girls, Girls. I
yeah,
didn't. Back in the I was a virgin days, I didn't want to hear like I didn't want really forward sexual stuff back
yeah,
when I didn't know what sex was. It was just like embarrassing,
yeah, yeah,
especially when you're living at home and your family knows everything you're listening to, or
yeah.
you're like I remember my father took me to see Return of the Living Dead. Me and my little brother, Return of the Living Dead in 1985 when it came out. So I
Yep.
would have been 10 years old. My brother would have been 6.
Okay.
And there's the scene where Linnea Quigley strips naked and starts dancing in the graveyard. And I remember my father, he's got his two young kids with him, and he just does, doing this,
Yeah,
sinking down
yeah,
in his
yeah.
chair, like, oh my God.
Oh,
But at the time, I wasn't even aware, it was just this little naked lady dancing. Huh?
uh-huh.
But later on, little later on, when I would see something similar to that, and that stirs up feelings, and then
Yes.
my mother's sitting next to me watching the movie, it's just like, ah!
Oh, yeah. The pants get itchy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
No, that's no good.
so anyway, so like no glam metal stuff. So then it would have been, I think, summer of '91.
Okay.
Terminator 2's coming out,
Yep.
and Guns N' Roses
Oh, yeah.
has
Great
the
song.
music video. You Could Be Mine with the
Yep. Love that.
tie-in thing.
It's
I
my
think, oh,
gym
this
workout
seems
playlist. I love that song.
this seems cool. And then like right after, like very soon after, Metallica Enter Sandman goes everywhere,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's like, okay, at a certain point, it's like, oh, this seems cool, but again, there's no sense of that this is different yet,
Yeah.
that this is something different. But it's like, oh, that sounds
Harder. It's
interesting.
rougher. It's kicking grunge's ass, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, yeah.
Well, grunge wasn't a thing yet. I don't think. Wasn't Nirvana, or Nirvana was 91.
91, 92, yeah. Pearl Jam, all that shit. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So that's starting. It's like I had the Nevermind album, and Pearl Jam, the 10 was it?
And
And so it's like I'm familiar with that stuff. And, my favorite song off the Nirvana album was Territorial Pissings, which makes sense considering what I got into later, because it's just
Territorial.
really
What?
noisy.
That's an album
Yeah,
name or a
that's
band?
the that was the song, a song on Nevermind, like
Oh,
the
okay,
most
okay.
chaotic. So at some point, I decided, for some reason, I need to decide what kind of music I like. And I think it might have like graduating high school already. And I
Okay.
don't have a musical identity.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need to figure out what music I like. For some reason, this strikes me as something I need to do.
Yeah.
But what are my resources for music? MTV. But this is when MTV played a lot of music.
Yeah.
And they would
But
have
they did, believe
specialty
it or
shows.
not. They did play
Yeah,
music,
they
both
would,
girls, at some
but
point. Yeah.
they would have specialty shows. They would have like Yo MTV Raps. They would have
Yeah.
120 minutes. They would have Headbangers Ball. So
Yeah.
I'd be able to sit down. It's like, do I like this?
Uh-huh.
Do I like this? Do I like this? And I remember I was at my grandmother's house, staying over for the week or the weekend or whatever. And it's Saturday night. Headbangers Ball. This poor fucking woman living in a retirement community. She was living, her living in the Villages, which later became very famous in the Trump years. So I'm staying in the Villages, and it's like Headbangers Ball, and they're half the shit stuff they play during the
During
every
the
other
day.
time anyway.
Yeah.
Then it
Yeah.
comes to the Triple Thrash Threat, like right around midnight, and I'm
Uh-huh.
watching this shit in my grandmother's small house, and she's just like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And they played Megadeth Peace Cells, Slayer War Ensemble, and then Napalm Death, The World Keeps Turning. And when I heard that Napalm Death,
Uh-huh.
it was just like something clicked in my brain. It's like, the world is now completely different. The
Really?
world is now completely different in the summer of 1992.
Interesting.
And the
That's
next
what
and the
hooked
next
you.
day, I got her to take me to a record store in the closest mall. and they had all three of the records. They had Megadeth's Peace Sells, but Who's Buying? They had Slayer's Seasons in the Abyss. They had Napalm Death's Utopia Banished. I mean, what are the chances that the local mall record store, and this is all on cassette tape at this point, has the cassette tape of Napalm Death, The World Keeps Thinking? Okay. And I remember she's looking at these covers like, I don't know, Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I remember because we were at the counter checking out when she's like, I don't know, Jimmy. He's like, oh, they'll give you a refund if I commit suicide. And the cashier gets this panicked look on her face like, wait, what? We will?
Where are you at in Florida now? This is Florida?
Yeah.
Christian area, I take it, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that changes everything. But I had no contact with anyone else into this music. Like, I didn't know that there were magazines dedicated to this. I didn't know about the whole underground scene at all. I just saw something on MTV.
Yeah.
But I read like the inserts, the cards and the cassettes, and they would thank other bands. So then I would go to the record store and realize, hey, this band is okay. So then I would,
like encyclopedia articles when you say the see alsos in the bottom.
Yeah. And then when I realized that like the record label meant something, like Earache Records did this kind of music, Roadrunner Records did this kind of music.
Lamentations.
And so I was able to.
Princess puts out these kinds of games. I get it.
Yeah. So I was able to learn that and cross, and so I would come with these big lists and just start scanning when I go into a record store. I had no idea about like retail distribution or bands that had only demos, and so I was just. But I would cross-reference as I got more records. I would cross-reference. Oh, this band is mentioned in 10 different bands thanks lists. They must be good. Put them at the top of the list of when I need to.
That's funny.
Prioritize what am I buying? Oh, this record store has 3 things on my list. Which one do I get? Well, okay, that one is cross-referenced in more bands thanks list than that one. I'll get that one. That's how I built stuff for a while.
It works.
Like
I knew people who were Italian immigrants that didn't read English, but they looked at Life magazine. They owned a liquor store, and the old lady who did the ordering, she was the brains of the operation. She would look at Life magazine, and if they had, based on the size of the ad in Life, she'd order more or less of the liquor for the store. That's all she did, So it's like that kind of shit. It works. It's an intuitive thing, Yeah.
And then my first ever concert was Metallica, Guns N' Roses, and Faith No More at the
Faith No More.
What was the big? Yeah, what was the big stadium? This was fall of 1992. In the stadium in Orlando. I don't know if it's either the Citrus Bowl or the Orange Bowl. I forget which it is there. But concert, 50,000 people. It was the first time I'd ever seen boobs in real life because there was such a pause between Metallica and Guns N' Roses that the cameras, were turning and women were flashing their boobs. And I was like, real life boobies.
On you in your brain permanently. The first time you see boobs in real life is at a concert in metal. You're like, I'm metal for life now.
Yeah. But that was the tour that there'd been lots of problems on the tour. Like Axl Rose had caused a couple riots on that tour previous leading up. Let's see. James Hetfield, that was the tour that he'd accidentally walked into one of the pyro displays, and so he wasn't playing guitar. It was John Marshall from Metal Church was playing guitar for Metallica, doing the rhythm guitar for Metallica at that show I saw. So it's like there was a sense of danger around it, especially like me and a couple of my friends had gone together, and so we're up in the stands, and I'm watching like mosh pits that are 20 yards circumference because you can see. Okay. No, it wasn't the Orlando Arena. It wasn't the arena. It was the stadium. Brockenwich is saying the Orlando Arena that is now called the Amway Center. No, this was the football stadium that we were in. There was 50,000 people there. It wasn't the arena.
Mosh pit then?
No. I was looking at it from the stands.
Oh, okay. You weren't in there.
I was just witnessing this.
Gotcha.
So that was my first ever concert, and then my first ever club show was February 1993, because I noticed in the Free Weekly in Atlanta, I was in Atlanta by then, Creative Loafing, I was looking at happened upon the listings for the Masquerade, and Cannibal Corpse was showing up. Cannibal Corpse had a concert coming up. And it's like, I remember those from the thanks lists. I didn't have any of the albums or anything, and it was only $5.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I'm gonna go to this concert. So I buy the tickets, and then I realized, like, I was like a really, really meek kid. So the idea of going into a new part of town, into a place I didn't know, going by myself and taking the bus, and it was a rough part of town. I didn't know at the time. God. And so I got the courage, and I go, and people are warning me what to do if there's trouble. And it's like, and the show was amazing. So I get there early, because I even do that today. I'm always, when I go to a concert, I'm always there before doors open. I'm one of the first people in. I'm this freaking dork just waiting. Oh, when are you going to open the door? One of the first people in the door, go up to the stage and just wait. And I don't know, And it was Epidemic, Unleashed, and Cannibal Corpse.
Okay.
Unleashed
Never heard of
from
one
Sweden.
of them, but all right, I'll go with you.
Epidemic, I didn't remember much. I remember years and years later, I got the album when it got re-released. It's the E's are over in the other. but like Unleashed is from Sweden, and they do a whole Viking gimmick. And so at one point, the singer's got this big horn filled with beer and pours it on the front row and pours it on me, and it's like, that, I think, my entire life is my biggest experience with alcohol. Just
Really?
getting beer dumped in my. Yeah, I've never had alcohol. So,
What? You never had a drink at all?
no.
At all?
Well. Technically, when I was a real little kid, I remember my father giving me a sip of beer, but I don't really count that. And then one time, my mother does it. Like the softball team she was on, it was like the picnic after the season was over. She gave me a glass, told me it was Hawaiian punch. I went, gulp. It was red wine, and I spit it out. I was like 8 years old.
Wow.
And
Why?
she thought that
Did
was
you have
funny.
like a drunken asshole in your life as a young kid or something? Or is that the no booze rule, or is it just never appealed to you?
No, my mother early on was a real party woman, and my father also drank a lot. And then when they split up, my mother, the boyfriends she would get were always from the same bar, the bar that she was on the softball team for.
Gotcha.
And so there was alcohol and drunkenness around all the time. So I was just not interested in it. And then like into high school, and my friends would start drinking, and I'd be hanging around people that are drinking, and it's just like,
didn't like it.
Fucking hell, Jesus Christ, what the hell is wrong with you? So never got into alcohol, and so here's this guy dumping beer on my fucking head.
It's like a Guar concert. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Hey, Dara, I don't know why there's commercials. You're saying there's too many commercials in this. I didn't change anything differently than I ever do. So I always do live streams like this. I don't know why there's commercials.
I pay the $15 for the YouTube Plus or whatever it's called, so I never see a commercial. I use so much YouTube that it's worth it for the time I save. Well, and then Cannibal Corpse. That's when things got crazy, because the crowd was pretty calm for the first two bands, but for Cannibal Corpse, they start going nuts, just completely crazy. I wasn't in the mosh pit, and there was like 3 or 4 layers of people behind me, but the mosh pit was so big and so violent.
Expanded.
Violent mosh pits in those days that I was still getting the shit kicked out of me from like the pressure of getting slammed, because I'm against the stage and people slamming into me. And then the people doing the stage diving and grabbing onto absolutely anything to prevent from falling at the end. And then the moment I remember from that concert is Chris Barnes, the Cannibal Corpse singer at the time. This next song is called Entrails Ripped from a Virgin's Cunt.
Oh God.
And it's like,
then we are demonetized. That's the one word you can't say without getting demonetized.
It's like you can do that. remember the horror that I would watch was, stuff on the video store shelf, stuff that was on
Yeah,
HBO. It
yeah,
wasn't any of the weird European stuff ever, except
yeah.
for one movie my mother showed me this one time when I was way too young. Maybe I should have mentioned that. She wanted to show me Flesh for Frankenstein, Andy Warhol's Frankenstein, because that's a movie she had liked
Yeah, yeah.
from the 70s. And that's just a real perverted movie. I just watched it. I did a video on it.
I was watching just sort of get up to speed. I'm like, I've never heard of that one, man. It's a new one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that was one where I was like, Mom, why are you showing this to me? This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
weird. Yeah. But anyway, so here's Chris Barnes saying that. And I should have been wearing the shirt. And like being there in line and then meeting all the metalheads wearing all their death metal shirts, the people that had been into this for a few years.
yes, yes.
And like the cover of the latest Cannibal Corpse album was it's a picture of this woman, this like dead woman. She's split down, blood everywhere, and there's a zombie going down on her.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
And again, when I saw that in the record store, it was like, you can do that.
We now see the genesis of all of James's publications to date. That scene sets it.
Yeah, because then I remember going to a party. It was the next year, going to a party, and for some reason at this party, people decided to throw on Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to watch this at the party. It's like, oh, okay. I hadn't seen it yet, and it was the scene in the club where Cannibal Corpse is the band playing in the club, and I just perk up, and they start going into Hammer Smash Face, and one of the people that lived in the house the party was deaf, so the subtitles were on.
Okay.
And it was funny because I knew the lyrics for the song that they were, they all played a little bit, but I knew the lyrics. But the subtitles just said grr, grr, grr. But then people are looking at me weird because I know what they're saying.
Yeah.
It was just like.
So you find your tribe in your young to mid 20s, right? You find your
tribe.
No,
I didn't find a tribe. I did not find a tribe. I found an art form. Because most of the people that were into it were just a little too much into the imagery, for not as artistic, not mind expanding, and oh my god, this is just wild.
Yeah.
But got that bitch, that kind of thing.
Yeah, assholes.
Or they, complete metal drunkenness kind of thing. So I didn't find a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that I didn't find, and then summer '94, it was another Cannibal Corpse show. Summer '94, Cannibal Corpse is touring with Sinister and Cynic. And Cynic opens, and they were like a progressive death metal band with like new age themes. And I had never been into prog music or anything like that, so I'm completely new to that whole thing. And so when they start playing this stuff, like the bass player breaks out the Chapman stick for, and I completely new things. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is the most awesome thing I'd ever heard.
Interesting.
And there were people yelling, "Play faster! Turn the guitars up!" And I was just like, death metal fans are fucking idiots. Well, because the thing, I didn't know at the time, but a lot of the people in these bands were my age or just a little older. Mm-hmm. Like they had gotten into metal and started death metal bands before discovering any other music. So in the mid 90s, the death metal scene starts to mutate because all the musicians are discovering that there's other music besides death metal in the world. And so those influences are being pulled in. So when metal is underground and getting no mainstream coverage, it's starting to experiment. It's starting to just go crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And some of the branches of that I didn't care for at all. Some of the branches of that I absolutely love. But then discovering this prog music and the fusion of death metal with all these other kinds of music sends me down this other rabbit hole that separates me from the mainstream of death metal fandom.
So what was your zine about, right? Because Lamentations was originally a zine.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay,
We're not there yet.
Okay.
So you know, you have like the death metal scene, which was the big thing in underground metal, and they just want things fast and hard, blah blah blah, and all this experimentation. I remember this one Carcass show in '94 where Carcass had released Heartwork. It was more melodic. You know, people were saying, "Oh, Iron Maiden influences." You know, more standard song structures, and people were saying Carcass had sold out. And so there was a point where, you know, someone gets on stage and snatches the bass out of the singer's hands mid-song. It was, and I'm just like, what, you know, and I'm liking a lot of this experimentation, but the consensus is just like, okay, that's why I'm saying I did not find my tribe. I just found the art that I enjoyed, and I just started continuously going down further down more and more obscure rabbit holes and trying to just really getting into the swing of finding the things that no one else knew.
Really?
And
did you like the ego thing of knowing all that? Just like, oh yeah, you don't know this. I know this about this album and this person that he has red underwear when he recorded it. Were you that guy? You know?
Yes. I was that guy. It was, but it wasn't just for the knowledge. It was just the fact that that's where you'd hear the new stuff.
Okay.
Like the stuff that tours around wasn't the experimental stuff for the most part.
Yeah.
Or if they did tour around, they were in the opening slot, like Cynic, who had used to be more straightforward death metal.
Yeah.
You know, and so by the time I wanted to do the zine, this was 98. This was 98 that I was into this more weirder stuff, but I didn't have any knowledge of the fundamental basics of metal. Like, I didn't know Iron Maiden. I didn't know Judas Priest. I listened to Black Sabbath. I had gotten in with death metal. And that was, you know, but there's an entire history of metal that's before that led up to it, that was also happening concurrent with.
Yeah.
All I knew is like I liked like the death metal fusion with other stuff at this point more than I liked straightforward brutal death metal. And I didn't like the new metal stuff that was happening because Korn was now a big deal. And
that was my first mosh pit. Korn and Toad's place in New Haven, my first mosh pit. All my friends liked it. My brother liked it. And so I remember I'm standing there. I don't know what to do. And there's like, they got that chutes and ladders, the bagpipes and how it builds and all that. Right. And before they goes boom, 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 just they kick in. And I'm standing there and they're building to it. And everybody's getting like, moving. And there's this kid next to me and you see me, I'm like 6'3". This kid next to me, he's got to be 5'8", right? And small kid. And he's looking at me. I'm like, what the fuck are you looking at? You know, the song kicks in there, boom, boom, boom. And he jumps up and fucking elbows me to the head. I'm like, I understand now. All right. So I jump up and I came down on him. That was that. Now I get mosh pits. All of a sudden I understand.
I started doing the mosh pits for a while until I realized everyone else here is drunk. This is a losing proposition for me. Yes, I'm going to be at Gen Con. Someone just asked in the chat. So anyway, so when I started the zine, it was done out of frustration with the metal scene because, I would do mail orders to get records for stuff that aren't in the stores, imports and stuff. And they put in free zines with the orders there. And that's where I learned about, the zine scene and realized, some people covered stuff I like, but it was still, people were just, especially Americans, wanted just the fast and brutal stuff that sang about guts. And it's like, there's only so much of that you need. It's like the whole Cannibal Corpse thing. And once you realize this is a thing, and then it's like the first few times you hear it, and the first few times you experience it, it's cool because it's new and someone's doing this wild stuff. Then when you realize there's 1,000 other bands doing it too, most of them not as well. There's a reason Cannibal Corpse ended up at the top of that pile. But bands that have nothing aren't interesting musically. They sound like 100 other bands, and they're doing the whole chop them up, stab them, blah blah blah. And people just seem to like and just trying to read a zine where it's just, if it was really hard, fast, violent music with violent, nasty lyrics, it's good. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, yeah.
So here's me not knowing anything about Iron Maiden or Judas Priest or Black Sabbath, deciding to start a fucking metal zine because I wanted to promote my tastes and do something.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, one of the first words in the introduction of the first issue of my zine, I think you're all stupid.
Oh shit!
When
Perfect.
I didn't know shit about shit, you know. But
yeah.
But the thing is, you do that though, you got two choices: go away or learn, or fucking learn.
Lean into it.
Because I got plenty of people just saying, "Oh, you fucking idiot," and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But then there were people that were interested in helping.
Oh, that's good.
This is what you don't know. This is what you have to learn. And I would just absorb all that shit and just like, okay, I don't like that stuff, but oh, this stuff's cool. But which it then expanded what I liked in the zine and what I was new to. And like, I remember being completely embarrassed early on because I'm interviewing this guy in this melodic like hard rock / metal band. This was Ian Perry. What was the band he was in? Well, anyways, the guy's name's Ian Perry.
Yep.
Was he British or Dutch? God,
keep talking. I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
Yeah, and it's like he starts talking about the band Rainbow, and I didn't know what the fuck Rainbow was. And it's like, how embarrassing is that? And it's like, but these guys are doing these pressers where they're calling 20 different publications. They're gonna run into an idiot once in a while. But this guy was, he was patient. He explained, oh yeah, it was the band that Dio was in before Black Sabbath, and these are the foundational albums. You should check them out. And I did, and like especially Rainbow Rising is just amazing. To this day, it's a favorite. And so the people that were patient were, me being a loudmouth, blah. Your music sucks, mine is great, but I don't know anything. I mean, that was really not good. But at the same time, people, that was the way to supercharge my own knowledge and to get into so much more stuff and realize how much more there was out there. And that's the journey that leads me to 3,600 CDs on the walls here. So
then Lamentations of the Flame Princess was all about a redheaded girl or something. What is the origin of that, dude?
No, this is embarrassing and bad.
Yeah, I know. This is like, it reminds me of the Charlie Brown thing with the redheaded girl he had a crush on. That's what it reminds me of.
Well, it was like in the early days of the internet.
Yeah.
Bands, if they had a website, they would link to whatever websites. Oh, here's a fan that likes me. That's a link on the website. And there was this one Finnish girl.
Okay.
That was long red hair, and it was like dressing up like medieval gothic clothing, and I'd never seen anything like that. I mean, the goths that I knew were into the fucking PVC look and shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh wow! And of course, this was an old website, so the link was dead, so I couldn't email this person. But I created this whole mythology in my head
of her.
Yeah, well, based on these pictures that she had on her website.
Okay.
And I created this whole mythology, and that's where Lamentations of the Flame Princess comes from.
Interesting. So, did you ever find her?
Yes, and she was so not pleased.
Oh God, I gotta hear this. Lock in. What? Wait. Is she why you moved to Finland? The stalker? I mean,
no.
All right.
Although if she was still paying attention at that point, Elegy was Ian Perry's band. Yes. Okay. So anyway, we can get to the moving to Finland thing, but no, she had nothing to do with me moving to Finland, although I bet if she was paying any attention, she was not fucking happy about that. No, it's just when I got in touch and started talking about, oh yeah, base this whole thing on you and these pictures, and she was just
Freaked? Restraining order freaked?
yeah. It got to that point because I didn't know how to behave on the internet.
Wait. It literally got to a restraining order?
No. It didn't literally get, but it was
okay.
kind of like she she was just not happy that someone had based this thing on her and had created this whole mental construct about her. And it is creepy shit. It is. But men will do crazy things when confronted with beauty. But no, not actual restraining order. But she wasn't happy about the whole thing at all.
How did you reach out to her? What you said? Hey,
well, I eventually, because every so often I'd go looking. It's like, okay, can I find this person? And at some point I found an email address.
You didn't just have the picture. You knew the name or something like that.
Well, remember because it was like some website she'd made in I don't know, some old websites how I had found her, and it was her handle, not her name. And gotcha. I found the handle somewhere else. But yeah, just the fact that I was still looking a couple of years later is still kind of
yeah.
So yeah, she not happy about that. But no, I did not come to Finland to track her down. That's not why. By then,
what was the Finland thing all about? I mean, what's that about? That's kind of
okay.
It's kind of different, especially you hate cold weather down in fucking Georgia, and I know I'm going to go to Finland now.
No, I didn't hate the cold weather in Georgia. It's just that it happened so infrequently. I wasn't prepared for it, and I wasn't able to move. I had to stand perfectly still all morning in the weather.
Yeah.
I hate hot weather. I'm a fat guy. I don't like to sweat. Jesus Christ.
Fuck yeah, exactly. I agree. It's a pain in the ass. I can't stand it. Yeah. All right. So we got the Lamentations metal zine going on. We got the redheaded girl thing explained. No restraining order. We got when is the Finland thing? Is that what, late 90s, early 2000s era?
Early 2000s. I decided I was done with this Georgia shit. It was. Because the cold weather was very infrequent. I grew up in Connecticut. There were 4 whole seasons every year.
Yeah. Bless you.
And
fat guys unite. Amen, broken witch.
And so I decided I wanted to move somewhere that had actual winters.
Yeah.
Now, a sane person would maybe move back up north into the same country.
Maybe.
Or if one wants to be exotic, maybe try to figure out how to move to Canada.
Yeah.
My idea, I guess it was influenced by the fact I was into metal, and the Nordic countries are big metal countries, big metal territories, that I would start flirting with girls online from Iceland, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and Denmark.
This is okay. This is like an early pre-match.com kind of like I'm gonna hook up with some chick in a foreign country thing.
Yes.
Okay then. All right.
Yeah, you have that reaction, but it obviously fucking worked.
It did.
That's the insane thing,
about, dude.
It worked.
I know it's like IRC, right? I guarantee you're on IRC, weren't you?
No. I was just. How was I trying to contact people?
AOL chat rooms or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Things like that. Yeah. And I remember
I remember those days.
And I remember I started talking to this one girl because I still believe, I've never seen anything to the contrary, that I was the first publication to put Nightwish as the main cover feature in North America in a publication.
Night who?
Nightwish, Finnish band, big deal here.
Okay.
And when that issue went out, I'd send it out to record stores and things to be given away for free. And I get this email from this girl that is Finnish, but is in the U.S. working as an au pair for a little while.
Okay. All right. So your zine got you a girl.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind, boys and girls. Zines get you laid. Okay.
And we were in contact for a while, but she was in a different part of the country. living in a different part of the U.S. So we didn't meet, and she eventually goes back to Finland, but we stay in contact.
Yeah.
And we're in contact, and at some point it's just like, okay, we have to meet.
Yeah.
We have to meet. And so she comes to visit me.
Okay.
And she stays a week.
In Florida or Atlanta?
Atlanta, yeah. And
Okay.
it's just like, oh my God, this is amazing. Holy shit.
Stayed a week?
Yeah. And it goes from there. And my first visit to Finland was spring 2003. And at the end of 2005, I'm moving there permanently to get married.
To that girl?
Yeah.
I take it? Okay. All right. Okay. So you're there in Finland. You're married. Are you a Finnish? Is that dual citizen thing or what?
No, I'm not a Finnish citizen. I have permanent residency, though.
Okay. So you could be deported or whatever and all that kind of shit if they needed to, if they went all Trumpian or whatever the hell and started deporting. Yeah, everything. Yeah.
I suppose so. But
yeah.
But unfortunately, talking to someone a lot online, and then meeting for just a few weeks out of the year, is a very different thing than living with them. And so that
I was wondering what were you doing, like, let's say late 90s, early 2000s, prior to meeting the girl or when we're talking to her. What were you doing for a living, and how did you get a job in Finland? Because you weren't publishing then. Would you work in a factory out there? I mean, what was the whole job transfer thing like? What were you?
Let's see. After doing the newspaper sales thing and deciding I have to do something indoors now, I was doing business to business phone surveys for a market research company.
Okay.
And I worked my way up to being the one programming the surveys because I had had some education and they could hire me cheap since I didn't have a degree.
To ride for the win, baby.
And I did that for a few years, and then I was doing customer service for Earthlink, an ISP.
Oh God, I forgot about them. Yeah. I remember them. Okay.
And I got paid just as much at Earthlink answering phones. People that are like, my neighbor's stealing my internet. So I got paid just as much doing that as I was doing programming for market research surveys. So so that's how I was paying the rent.
Okay. All right. Then what'd you do in Finland when you got there? I mean, obviously you need a job. Was that transferable or you have to?
No. Oh no. I did absolutely nothing in Finland for the first 6 months or so.
Wow.
And then I started with the integration school. The government was going to pay me money to go to integration school, where I would learn Finnish culture and learn the Finnish language.
Which I hear is the hardest language in the world to learn, up there with Chinese.
Oh, but this is even worse. This is worse than that, because I was living in Vasa. Now, Finland has, I don't know if Sami is an official language, but at least 2 official languages, Finnish and Swedish.
Okay.
Because there's a small Swedish minority that's quite influential, because Finnish used to be part of Sweden. And the woman I married was one of these Swedish-speaking Finns who lived out in the country. And so they Finnish Swedish doesn't sound the same as Swedish. And there were a bunch of different rural dialects that don't sound like either of them.
Okay.
So my wife at the time and her family spoke this type of Swedish that no one else spoke. It was a few thousand people that spoke like that. Okay. And Vasa was really weird because, at least at the time, I don't know what it's like now, Vasa was the place in Finland that had the most equal proportion of Finnish and Swedish speakers.
Interesting. I didn't know all this. I didn't
Yeah,
think there was a
yeah.
Huh.
And the Swedish speakers, they want to go to the places that will greet them in Swedish. The
Yeah,
Finnish speakers want to go to the places that'll greet them in Finnish. And
yeah.
when they meet each other, they talk English to each other. So Vasa was a town of about 50,000 people, I think, when I was there. But it wasn't a town of 50,000 people. It was like two different towns that just happened to be in the same place.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
And it drove me nuts. And so then the integration school I go to was a Swedish language religious folk high school.
Say it again. A sweet what?
A Swedish language religious folk high school.
Folk.
Folk, Folk, is the English.
That's
It's like
too
a
many
place.
words that don't make sense together. What does that even mean?
A folk high school is like a school between high school and college.
All right, like a prep school or something like that.
I don't get it, but this was religiously focused.
Okay.
And basically, it was a thing about Vasa is it was the biggest town. It's the biggest town for like a 4-hour drive. It's the biggest town for like an hour or two's drive in any direction.
Okay.
So anyone like up to an hour away that wants to go to the city, you know, to party or just go to the city, goes to Vasa.
Okay.
Like I grew up, like, I mean, Greenwich, Connecticut's in the New York metropolitan area.
Yeah, it's
Vasa's
not part of Connecticut in any real way.
Yeah, Vasa is a fucking hick town as far as I'm concerned. So
Yeah,
all these kids from the countryside coming in thinking, "Ooh, big city," you know, every weekend. It was just like, you morons.
Greenwich is
And
literally
so-
on the New York State border, and it's about 30 minutes from New York City, probably. You know, so yeah.
So this religious folk high school is where all of, like the religious kids from out in the countryside go to school to get experience in civilization. But the integration program was separate from that. Yeah, you know, we weren't in the same religious, although we did take a religious class as part of the integration. But the problem here is that they're trying to teach us Swedish and Finnish at the same time.
Oh, Christ.
And it's a Swedish language school. So the Finnish teacher was fully fluent in Finnish. But because she was a native Swedish speaker, her accent was different. She didn't sound like the Finnish people. So, and I had no support at home for learning Finnish because it was the sort of thing that you know, there were people in my wife's family that were very, very proud to not know any Finnish. And there is a Swedish speakers political party in Finland to fight for the rights of people to speak Swedish and not have to speak Finnish. I'm sure I'm going to get hell for describing them that way, but it's like if you're a Swedish speaker, you want to be able to speak Swedish and speaking Finnish, which so
Finnish. It's Finland. All right.
So the Finnish classes were just an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
And
did you ever learn anything? I mean, can you order food? Can you ask for the bathroom?
hold on. We'll get to that. And the Swedish classes were a great dumpster fire because the Swedish we're learning is the Finnish Swedish. But my wife and her family speak this country dialect, so it doesn't sound the same. And all of the media we're using from the classes is from Sweden, which also sounds different than any of this.
Jesus, fuck.
It's just like, fuck me. What the hell is going on? So I learned. Can't say I didn't learn anything. Like I can read enough Finnish to know what it's about, but I'll mix up, you know, whether it's like pro or anti or something like that. Like, I know just enough to get the meaning completely wrong. If that makes any sense.
You can see a sign on a store, know if it's a bookstore or a butcher store, basically, or that kind of a thing. That's
Yeah,
the gist of
yeah,
it? Yeah. All
yeah.
right.
And because the thing is, anytime I've tried to speak Finnish,
Yep.
Finnish speakers don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
And they all speak
It,
English anyway, so just speak English.
yeah, well, that's what happens. As soon as I
Yeah.
have the moment's hesitation, it always changes to English anyway. So
Yeah.
it's been and then especially after I started the company here, it's like I don't have human contact so much. So, but we'll get to that. So no, I never properly learned Finnish. It's
Okay.
or Swedish, because I didn't like Swedish speakers are about 5% of the overall country. They're just
Yeah.
concentrated on the West Coast.
Yeah. West, they're
And,
actually sweet. That makes sense.
so this is like a complete fucking dumpster fire of an integration, and it's a religious school, so that's going on too, and then oh god, it
Scientology?
was
Did they get you that Tom Cruise thing? Was it Calvin Lutheran Scientology? What was it? Did you have to
Lutheran.
get Lutheran? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But oh god, it was awful.
So you were doing that, trying to get assimilated or indoctrinated or whatever the hell, but you didn't have a job. That couldn't have gone over well with the wife not working, I would imagine.
Well, no, because the government was like giving me money every month to do this.
Oh, well,
so
shit.
I was paying my half of the rent.
All right, that works. Yeah, generous government out there.
Yeah, and it was like full time going to school. I mean, this wasn't a couple hours a day. This was all freaking day every weekday.
It's all day immersion.
Yeah.
All right,
so
okay.
yeah, immersion when you're like, learning 2 different languages.
Schizo brain going. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's
Jesus. All right, so then. Dean, so you're doing the Finnish death metal scene. Did you continue the zine out there, or like
I tried to for an issue or two, but
it
just wasn't. I didn't have the money to get as many records. I didn't. All of my contacts were in the U.S., so I was trying to contact the European offices of the record labels to be getting the promos. But this is just the time when people are starting to switch to not sending out physical promos, and I'm not going to listen to online MP3 bullshit, and there just wasn't the money, because the zine was a giant money pit.
Yeah,
I mean, I would sell ads, but mostly I was putting in thousands of dollars to be able to distribute my opinions.
Slight ego. There's a little slight ego there.
Well, how am I going to change all the bullshit happening in the metal scene if I don't get the word out?
Yeah. So then you said, "Fuck this shit. I'm gonna keep the name because branding matters, and I'm gonna do RPG shit." Right? How did that come about? When is the trans? This is the early 2000s. You're in Finland. You're not learning anything in terms of language. You're getting paid to be there, which is fucking awesome. And you're like, where did the D&D thing come from? Did you always play D&D? Did you leave it for a while, get back into it? What happened?
I left it I would always leave D&D.
Yeah.
But always end up going back to it. It was like my home game, my home system. That's what I always
like a
went
tragic
back
marriage, right? You gotta keep going back.
And then oh god, this is stupid. This is stupid. I remember when I was getting ready to move to Finland, I had bought PDFs of the AD&D rulebooks. And had them printed out and put into binders, which was actually more expensive. I didn't know you could just go on eBay yet. I didn't know you could just go on eBay and just get the books freaking cheap.
Yeah, for $5 or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
No, but I'm printing them out in binders from the PDFs. And it's like, but there was no one to tell me to do something else,
Yeah.
So I go to Finland with these fucking binders, and that's when I discovered eBay. And it's like, oh wait, I can just buy the fucking books instead of these fucking binders.
Well, because
I decided
Finland, it might be cheaper to do the binding thing.
Well, but pretty soon after coming to Finland, it's like, oh, I need something to do, because like my wife doesn't want to spend like 100% of the time I'm not at school with me.
Yeah. There's a red flag.
So I need a hobby. So it's like, okay, so I I'll start a D&D group.
Okay.
how do you do that? Okay, I just made flyers and posted them around town. Every grocery store has like a little notice board for
Dude,
stuff.
that's so funny because you say that. I remember early OSR days, I wanted to get a local group. And I think I talked to you or you did a blog post or something about this, but it came from you that you said, I just go out there and I put flyers out everywhere. And I'm like, like the old, with the little tab on the bottom, you tear it off, right? And so I'm like,
Yeah,
I did that. I put it in all the grocery stores. I went to the library. Next thing you know, I'm running a couple groups. I'm like, motherfucker, James is right. It worked.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll work today because, but stranger danger
This
and all the fucking weird things that kids got going on in their fucking warped heads today. But back then, 15 years ago, it worked still,
Yeah, this is early 2006. And like almost immediately, I got a group. So cool.
Yeah.
Start running stuff for them. Yeah.
And you're running
early 2006. This is AD&D. This is 2006, so I'm on Dragon's Foot and stuff.
Yes.
So
we all were.
I'm familiar.
That was the best slog back then, or best board. I should say back then.
But I think that would have been even before Basic Fantasy or Osric were a thing. Although they were being discussed, I was present when people were talking about in the formation. I was present but not involved.
Exactly. I was about the same way. I remember hearing talking scuttlebutt about it and be like, Osric is going to be big. They're going to get sued. They're doing it in England so they don't get sued. All this kind of shit was going around, So, yeah. Yep, I remember that.
But it's like I did a couple of smaller issues of the zine from out in Finland, but again, I didn't have the money to put into it. So I couldn't mass print and spread them everywhere. Yeah. So what's the point? And so then, what's the timeline on this?
06, 07 blogs are coming up, right? You're one of the first blogs, right? So
I discovered the blogs, I think, in the spring of 08 is when I started paying attention to them.
About the same thing.
It was Grognardia. I had already split from my wife at that point.
Okay.
And and it was funny because
in the middle of the night. God damn it! I'm divorcing you.
So I split from my wife, and it was the thing that I'm staying in Finland because going back to the U.S. would feel like complete failure.
Yeah.
And I got nowhere to go back to. I had sold off all my shit and all the the stuff I didn't bring with me. It would feel like complete failure, so I'm going to stay in Finland. But it's like, what the fuck am I going to do?
Yeah.
So what I ended up doing is attached to this religious folk high school were these dorm rooms.
Okay.
So I end up moving into the dorm of the school.
Okay.
And I'm in my I'm in my 30s at this point. Yeah, I'm in my 30s at this point.
Would be. Mm-hmm.
No, wait. Yeah. I'm in my 30s at this point. And I'm moving in a building that's full of teenagers. My side's got all the teenage guys. The other side's got all the teenage girls.
Yeah. True religious fashions with them. So God forbid the private parts don't touch the whole night. Yeah.
But it was still the same building. And I got to tell you, now I say teenage, I'm meaning 17, 18, 19.
Yeah.
So, and I'm split from my wife. This was fucking horrible. I remember one time, like for the most part, they don't have proper dryers here. They have drying closets. Like I've got a washing machine, but then I hang the clothes up on a rack in the kitchen, to dry the clothes. Yeah. I remember one time doing the laundry. And, I'm on the guy's side of the thing, and I open the drying closet, put my laundry up, and it's full of panties. And I'm like, oh, this isn't fair. What the fuck? It's just like, I cannot be thinking of this shit with these girls. I can't. I have to be paid in this fucking place.
Yeah.
And there's all their fucking panties. It turns out, their drying closet on their side was already full. So it's just like, so I managed to get out of there without causing any trouble that way. But Jesus Christ.
God, the temptation. It's the opposite of study. I remember one time I was in law school studying. I think it was just after I was studying for the bar, and a buddy of mine's father owned a strip club in my town. And the father had a stroke at the time. The buddy took care of it. He was running the place, and it was the only place I knew that'd still be open. So I stopped in after studying for the bar. It's like 1, 2 a.m. We're just hanging around. There's like him, the couple guys, and a couple girls. It was like they were closing up. So they closed up, and we're just hanging out having beers. And next thing you know, there's like fire engines and sirens outside. I'm like, the fuck? And I'm looking out, and there's like literally a fire in the building next door. My car's blocked in. Everybody's blocked. We can't leave. The fire wasn't spreading, but as you know, a little fire even takes a few hours to make sure it doesn't spread. So I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm stuck in a strip bar. I'm like, fuck, I'm stuck in a strip bar. It's like, it's just the opposite. This is fun now. So, yeah. Oh God, yeah, you made the wise choice. 17 is not a no. They don't do that, dude. Jesus. So all right, so you get out of there, you get out of the dormitory. Then what do you do?
Well, I'm still living in the dorm, but then I'm chatting with people online, and I start seeing this girl, and that ends up ending because she's weirded out because, as it turns out, my ex is dating her ex.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What kind of incestuous goddamn village are you living in out there?
I told you, this is, to me, boss, as a hick toad. As soon as that happens, I'm like, I got to get the fuck out of this place.
Yeah, seriously.
This is ridiculous. This is just fuck. So I start, trying to flirt with girls online in different towns.
Opportunity to move. What town do I live in? And that sorts the girls.
So I start hooking up with this one girl who lives in Helsinki. Mm-hmm. So I got an excuse to visit Helsinki, and that was not long because she was early 20s, so that wasn't gonna last anyway. I don't think, but it was funny because I remember one time on one of the trips down, it was just after I discovered Grognardia.
Okay.
And I'm. And I remember I had my laptop.
Pull back a little bit, James. It's like some kind of feedback hum a little bit going on when you get closer. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
And I remember I was so enthralled with Grognardia that I get there and I get to this girl's place, and all I want to do is read the blog.
Fucking nerd. Oh, that's great, man. All right, so you're choosing James Mazalewski over hot chick. He'd be flattered, I'm sure, but
Yeah. So anyway, I end up moving to Helsinki that summer.
For the girl, or for not for the girl.
No, just because Helsinki is going to have a lot more opportunity than freaking Vasa.
Yeah.
And at least anybody that I, isn't going to be someone ex dating my ex. It's like, what the
Yeah. You didn't want to see.
So, oh God. Oh God.
Another embarrassing moment is coming up soon, boys and girls. I can tell by his face.
I end up sleeping on the floor of this married couple who are living in a one-room apartment.
So you effectively slept with them, just not in the bed with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
swinger action going on here, or
just... no. The guy was doing his civil service because in Finland, if you're a man, you have to either do military service or do civil service.
Yeah.
And he was doing his civil service. They provide him with an apartment. And so then his girl moved in. Now this girl, I had known since like 1999 or 2000 because she used to do a zine in the U.S.
Okay.
And when she found out that when I moved to Finland that they were paying me to go to integration school, she was like, fuck it, I want to come to Finland.
Yeah.
And so she did. And so I'm now sleeping on her floor, but I can't tell anyone I live there because that would be against the basically the guy's not supposed to have all these people living in the apartment that he's getting
because
doing
it's
a
paid
civil
for,
service.
blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm unofficially sleeping on his floor, trying to get stuff going on, and then, oh god, that's such weird times. And then
That's cool though, man. I like it.
I don't know. See, I'm wanting to tell all the funny stories now, but I don't know how relevant all this is, or if anyone's actually interested. Because
totally, we got more people. The more you talk, we have we have 56 people watching right now, man. You know,
God. So what happens then is lots of times it's like, Jim, go for a walk for about an hour. You know, I get that stuff going on a lot.
Yeah.
They get married while I'm living on their floor.
You're the best man, at least.
I got to go somewhere for a week. They're like, okay, you got to leave for like a week now. It's oh. So I'm like still like hooking up with people in different towns. I find this girl to just go stay for a period of time with, and it's just, oh god, it's like, it was weird because in those days it was like those were the days.
Yeah,
but it's just like,
years.
I never live like that again. I hope. God.
Yeah.
So I mean, but then this is also the time. But this is the time when I write. No, I was still in Vasa. When I wrote the random esoteric creature generator for classic fantasy role-playing games and their simulacra.
Right over there.
Yeah, this is the original photocopied version. Yeah,
I got the read
now.
One,
I wrote that during class time.
Jesus. Well, you should be learning Finnish, Swedish words.
Well, I should be learning Finnish and Swedish. I'm instead writing this book.
Could be an explanation for your failure there, you know? So
yeah. And then I released that. It was done. I forget how many copies, but I went to the local copy shop and had them do up a bunch of booklets, and then was selling it off a website. And and then I just mailed it to everyone who was doing old school publishing at the time. And then Goodman Games is like, hey, you want us to do a version of it? And then I remember when I had moved to Helsinki and was living on these people's floor. I remember okay, this doesn't do a brag. I end up hooking up with for a while a porn star in Finland.
Damn, no shit.
Yeah, she
could have done
like
the D&D and porn stars blog before Zach. See, you just played it right, man.
But I was also involved at the time with Targa. I don't even remember what that stands for. Remember Targa? So, it was supposed to be a group that was about promoting old school gaming. It was going to be represented at Gen Con.
Yes.
So, and I remember
Chicago Wiz. That was a thing. Yeah, there was a big deal. That was a big deal back then.
So I remember one of these dates with this porn star. It's like, we got to go back because I got to be on this meeting online. You know, there wasn't,
important
meeting. Have smartphones or anything. Yeah, so she's just sitting around, la la la, while I'm talking Targa shit online. In this conference call with everybody.
Yep. I remember there was
what a weird fucking life I've had. That's not a normal thing for anyone to be doing.
No, you got a porn star over
telling the porn star to calm down. I'm talking, RPG, old school RPG steering committee stuff.
I got important stuff to do. Yeah. But you guys did. I mean, it was a good thing. I remember I did my.
Was it? What did it do?
It put, as Chicago has said, we want to put asses in seats. That was a big thing. Remember, asses in seats. That's the only way to spread the OSR. So I'm like, all right, that makes sense. And so you guys are putting together materials that you could pass out to people. And I remember back then there was like, download this, download that. It was flyers, it was brochures, it was like some publications, it was shit like that. And it was like, I remember CDs, you'd burn a CD, you'd burn it onto a CD, you'd pass it out to people, right? And stuff, or you print it up or whatever you did. But I ran a game at a convention. It's the first time I've ever run a convention game. First convention I've ever been to was down, I think it was called the Nanacon in Stanford, right? And I knew the guy who was running it. It might be 08, 07, 6, something like that. Whenever El Target was ripe. And I had no idea what a convention was or how to run a game there. And I just thought, I'll do D&D. I had a lot of fucking players' handbooks. I passed them all out, you know. And this first time I met Tavis Allison was there, you know. He was in the group. And I just didn't understand. I'm thinking D&D to me is you hang around your buddies, you get drunk, you drink beers and have a good time. So I went to the fucking hotel. I went to the bar. I ordered like 5 beers. And I brought them all back to the game table with me because I know we were able to get back. And I just kept drinking the beers and rolling the dice. It's like a good time. And people like looking at me like, the fuck? You know, I didn't know any other way to do a D&D other than have a beers with my friends. So that's how I treated the game. And I passed out all the Targa material there too. And look at me like, I got handouts. What is this, homework? No, just take it, man. It's Targa. It's Targa. What the fuck? So yeah. Targa did. I think it had some effect, but I think there was some level of burnout. People were bitching about who should be involved in Targa and who shouldn't be involved in Targa. You remember that? One of her early controversies there, you know? Yeah. But I don't know. So, all right. So you're doing a Targa thing with a porn star. Okay. And continue. Do you want to tell the porn star's name so people can look her up and be jealous of you?
No, I didn't. No, I better not. I don't even. Oh, I don't even know what her stage name was. I don't remember.
Really?
I think I've still got. I still somewhere stashed away. I think I still have the magazine where she had like the photo spread, one of the newsstand porno mags here. But
dude, is this going to come out like in 30 years that you actually did a porn with this chick and it's out there somewhere on the interwebs?
I did not.
Oh.
There were no cameras that I know of
for this conversation. James Raggi, porn star. The first time he was naked on film. Jesus Christ!
Even I'm kind of grossed out about it. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I just lost half the viewers. Because
when I'm naked, when I do the naked stuff, I mean that's a joke. Ha ha! Fat man naked. That's the point.
I know. It's a funny thing. And it's not the first thing you've ever done either. I mean, back in the day, I showed you the picture I saved from back in the blog days. You took a picture of yourself laying on a table or something, buck naked. And all that you saw was your butt was in the back, but there was a dice bag on top of your ass. And we were looking back and forth. We were texting this before, a couple days ago.
But we're not there yet. We're not there yet because that happens at a specific time.
That
later
happened.
In 2008. Yeah,
but the funny thing was that the Greyhawk Grognar said to me the other day, he says, "Hey, how come we didn't use this picture?" And he sends me that picture, with the dice on the ass as your Raggi picture. I said, I actually suggested that to him. Sorry, continue. Okay. We got Target days. Okay.
Yeah. So then we get into the fall, and I have to move out. I have to move out because the guy's civil service time is coming due, and they're going to move into their own place, and they don't want me moving with them.
Shocker.
Yeah. Luckily, I end up hooking up with this other girl who's more than happy to have me move in with her.
All right.
This is such a stupid life. But I knew already that this wasn't going to be anything long term, and I wasn't going to be with this girl for long.
Yeah.
Because she lived in an apartment with her brother. They had a 2-bedroom apartment.
Okay.
She didn't tell him I was moving in until I was downstairs in front of the building, and she calls him to help move my stuff in.
Ooh, how'd that go?
That went fine.
Yeah.
The brother took that a lot better than I did. I was just
like,
oh, this girl's a fucking idiot. Okay. Noted. And then there's a time that like her mother comes to visit, and she hadn't told her mother about me. And this girl, she was like 22, 23. She's like 10 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
It's like, let people fucking know. Jesus Christ, this is fuck.
Tell you what, you got a house, you got sex, you got a place to. I mean, take it and run, dude. And this is like people are saying, oh, you're worried about, oh my God, what good is this story? this is the whole purpose of this conversation series, is that I want to get people to relate to you so they can understand, hey, he did it, maybe I can. So looking back at James's life that we see in the first 2 hours of this conversation,
Don't
if
live
this
like that. That's
guy can do it with all that going on, anybody can do it.
So
All
yeah.
right, so now we're into the blog. We're into the blog and the butt on the dice on the ass.
Yeah.
Right,
I'm starting my blog and I'm doing the creature generator thing at this point. But I realize that okay, I'm not going to be staying here. I need to. So I meet this woman who's my age and start seeing her while I'm living with this other girl. And which wasn't secret.
Yeah.
Which wasn't secret. Like everyone knew that I was,
little poly action. Didn't know you had it in you there. I didn't know you were a poly guy.
It wasn't really poly. Not really. I was looking to get out of this one fucking place.
Yeah.
So anyway, and this woman was like gorgeous, and she's got a real job, and for some reason she's interested in me.
Yeah.
Like, oh goodness,
you're exotic.
And I remember, and oh, this is very relevant. This is very, very relevant. On my first date with this woman,
the new woman, the new
woman, this gorgeous woman that's got a real job, and that's the level I'm at. It sounds impressive that, I was hooking up with this girl. Well, this one had a job.
Wow.
A real job. That's the level I'm at. Well, it's
like the poor girl had a real job.
Poor girl had a real job. And this woman I was living with, she was like a hairdresser, but I don't consider that. It's like it's a real job, but it's not a profession. This one had a profession. Maybe I should put it that way. This one has a profession.
Not a job.
She was a midwife. She worked at a hospital.
Yeah.
So anyway, on our first date, we go out to eat. So our first date, we're going out to eat, and the hot topic in the OSR at the time, Carcosa had just come out, the original Jeffrey McKinney Carcosa self-published version, and people were going nuts, thinking, this is evil, this is awful, somebody should call the FBI on this guy because of the content in Carcosa. Yeah. So I spent a good amount of time on my first date with this woman complaining about the assholes trying to get Carcosa shit canned because of all the deviant sex stuff in it and how stupid these people were and blah blah blah.
I talk about how was your life and normal conversation during dates. Maybe I should just talk about child sacrifice and shit in RPG books to get married and get laid. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it all wrong here.
That woman became my second wife, by the way.
I'm doing it all wrong.
But yeah, this is the first date I'm talking about. Just because you have to do a magic ritual where you fuck a child, why are these people upset?
Virgin elves, if I remember correctly, too. Wasn't there virgin elf stuff in there and all that?
No, there's one where you had to rape and kill as a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Without getting totally canceled here. Yeah. Yeah. I get it.
Can get somebody married, but it can't keep my YouTube channel.
That'll blow a whole. Yeah.
So yeah, that's
a few things you can't talk about in YouTube, the C word and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well. So anyway. So yeah, and then I remember when I brought her to where I lived to show her my exact living conditions, that I wasn't just living with this girl, I was like in the same bed because there was no other bed. She didn't dump me. That was amazing. Oh God, see, the image that comes to my mind is we're both sitting on the bed, me and the new woman sitting on the bed where me and this other woman slept, and we're sitting on the bed watching George Carlin clips on YouTube. For some reason, I remember that right now. Okay, so I need to show this woman George Carlin now. So anyway, one time I come home because I was doing more integration classes in Helsinki.
Yeah.
Because I got to learn Finnish. At least it's native Finnish speaker teaching just Finnish.
Good. You got a shot at it then, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm getting a little better. No one can understand what I'm saying still. And when native speakers talk, it's too fast. But I can generally keep up when foreigners are speaking Finnish, generally.
Okay.
Anyway, one time I come home, and they had decided they're gonna like dog sit for somebody for a week. So there's a dog running around in this house now, in this apartment. And I come home, and in the front hall, there's this big pile of dog shit.
Nice.
And the brother's home, and I'm like, there's dog shit in the front hall. It's like, yeah, I saw it.
Stepped over it and kept on walking.
So immediately I think, okay, I need to get out of here. It's like at some point, it's like I don't have very high standards.
Yeah. Dog shit is it though, huh?
But I've got some standards.
Yeah.
So that's when I have the discussion with the other woman. It's like, can I move in with you? And I move in with her.
How long have you been seeing with her? You talk to somebody for like one date, you're moving in all of a sudden. This is like a hell of a thing out there. It's like hippie land.
Yeah, this was less than 3 months.
Wow. All right. Okay.
So
then you married her, right?
Yeah. So it was December 2008. We do the pictures. So I'm getting set up with like my new computer center and everything, and that was the picture, the dice bag picture, me laying down naked on a rug, the dice bag on my butt. That was a punchline because I did a blog post taking pictures of like my gaming supplies.
Yeah.
And it was, the woman I just moved in with. It was the deal where she's like got a low cut top and is showing all the stuff off. So all these pictures, low cut top, low cut top, low cut top.
Yeah.
Me naked laying on the floor, dice bag. It was like a punchline.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So
that makes sense. Some weird sense of why the fuck would anybody do that? Okay, I understand. Do you want me to show said picture, James?
That's up to you. Your channel. Well, I guess it's on my channel too. So.
How do I present? Let me present screen. We talked about it so much here. I kind of like people probably want to say, hey, what the fuck are they talking about? So this would be the infamous picture in question. The very first instance of James going buck naked for the purpose of the hobby. So yeah. There it is, boys and girls. You've seen it the first time.
So and so then going into 2009, that integration classes were ending. Now this would have been into the spring, so I needed to do something now.
Yeah, got to get the job in a whole bit. Yeah,
I got to get a job, and then I find out. I forget how I found this out, that the Finnish government has this program where they will give foreigners money if they start a business.
Okay.
And it's like the initial term is for 6 months, but I ended up getting extended 9 months, where it basically would pay my part of the rent.
Yeah.
To start. So I had an idea. It's like, oh, well, if I do this and do like role-playing games, become a role-playing publisher, I don't have to get a job for 6 more months.
So it was a way to kick the can down the road. So
it was a way to kick the can down the road. And the fact that I was going to tell the Finnish government I'm going to make a business selling role-playing books.
Yeah.
I thought I was ripping off the government.
Yeah. Victory, says Johnny Drum.
Oops.
Yeah.
They're fucking
Careful what you wish
work.
For, huh?
Damn it. Yeah. So yeah, I was basically in an attempt to pull a scam, I tricked myself into running a business. Because I go through the
it's the most fucked up origin story I think I could have ever imagined. I gotta say, it's like the most detour, fucking here and then there, and then here, and then all of a sudden, boom, and I made it. It's like Steve Jobs. You know what I mean? He did all these random ass things in his life. You ever see his speech or read his biography? He was just the most random fucker. You know, a lot of acid trips, you know, just dropping in on random classes. And next thing you know, there he is, fucking Apple computer, right? It's like the same thing, man. The same thing. You can't do the conventional route sometimes. I think the conventional route will get you fucked most of the time, honestly. You know?
It's funny because I had to like fill out all these forms to come up with business plans and do all this stuff. And it's like, I don't know anything about the industry. What are you talking about? You're out of your mind.
Here. Yeah.
And I remember, you know, and my caseworker was like so relieved because I guess the business that most foreigners do is they open a restaurant.
Okay.
And here I'm not opening a restaurant. They were like so relieved. Like,
yeah.
So write books to be a publisher. I remember the question of, well, what are you going to do about piracy? It's like, well, the big movie studios and major record labels can't do anything about it. So I think I'm just not going to worry about it. It's going to happen.
True. Yeah. And it actually helps sales, it turns out, right? So, you know, for the most part, you know.
So that process goes through, and so now, okay, I got to start writing role-playing stuff. Now, at the time, I was writing two things.
Yeah.
I was writing Death Frost Doom, and I was writing No Dignity in Death, The Three Brides.
Okay.
Now, my plan was to publish Death Frost Doom myself because, that's just my silly little basic dungeon adventure. And I was going to go with Brave Halfling to publish No Dignity in Death because that was the one that was more sophisticated. That and you know, he'd already been doing stuff, so he's more established. He'd have bigger reach. So I wanted my masterpiece to you know, go through them. But the thing was, after sending him at some point I was talking to him about how I wanted it done. Like I was very specific. This is how I want the cover to be, and this is how. Said, maybe you should do this yourself. And I don't.
Fuck yourself.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember if that was supposed to be an encouraging do this yourself, or I don't want to deal with your shit.
Yeah. It's gonna be a problem.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so Death Frost Doom ended up being the first thing. It is July 22nd, 2009, when I got the paperwork that everything was official, that I could start. And so July 22nd, it's like, okay, let's get Death Frost Doom on sale and printed. You know, it was already printed. To say printed, those early books, the early Death Frost Dooms, and then I'd re-released the Green Devil Face stuff because when I was living with this girl that lived with her brother, I had also done Fantasy Fucking Vietnam. I'd done a little short thing. It's like a joke kind of thing that was like that was like parodying what was going on in the OSR at the time. Like every room was a comment. And so that became Green Devil Face #1, and then I did a Green Devil Face #2, and these were going to be released simultaneously with Death Frost Doom. Now, with these early publications, like the Fantasy Fucking Vietnam printed, that I had gotten printed at a copy shop again. But then when I started my own thing, you know, it was now a company. I didn't know what to expect as far as what the sales were going to be, and I didn't, you know, and I didn't have any money. Like the money I was getting was going towards rent, basically.
So what did you like? So all right, so go back. You're writing Death Frost Doom using what? A computer, Microsoft Word. What do you know what I mean? What's the deal? How did you? You published it in actual print, right?
Yeah. Well, what we did for those first copies, because we didn't know if anyone was going to buy them, what I did is I printed them out on, I think I had an inkjet printer at the time, and Death Frost Doom has some like solid black pages. So
yeah. Must be
print them out in the inkjet, fold them, staple them by hand, staple the booklet by hand, and then, you know, trim the edges. So the edges are even, because when you fold a bunch of pages, it's not even. And you know, my you know, soon to be second wife, you know, was into sewing and all that stuff. So she had the cutting board, the fabric cutter thing. So we were using that to trim. And then I had found a long arm stapler to do this. So all of these books were being put together by hand.
It's like a zine, essentially. You're back to your zine
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even with the zine, I was doing newsprint and sending them off to a place to print them in the thousands.
Okay.
So because I remember the small publishers co-op where they do gang runs to get good prices.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, I printed out like maybe a couple dozen and put together a couple dozen. Because I remember Noble Knight I knew from the metal days, because the guy that ran Noble Knight, he was on one of the metal boards that I was on, so I already knew him. So that was an in where Noble Knight would took a bunch of copies.
That's good. That was early. Then. Jesus, I didn't know they were out back then. I know that Toad and Troll, or whatever the hell it was called, was a big one too back then. Was it Toad and something?
Yeah, Noble Knight was around in the early 2000s.
Was it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
At least in 2004, they had their online web store already.
All right. Okay.
All
right.
So yeah, but the orders started coming in so fast that it was obvious we can't keep printing them out like this. So we found a more advanced copy shop that it was a little bit more proper quality than just running them on a photocopier. The cardstock covers and stuff, and then we did no digging.
Cheaper on the ink. Let them use their ink too.
Yeah, Pembertonshire, grinding gear. And that's when I realized, like, oh my goodness, people like this. This might work. This could actually be a thing. Oh no. Oh no.
God forbid you might make it.
Yeah. So,
did your background, the whole growing up poor and just living life as a couch to couch guy and all this stuff, and you might be successful. Did you get the whole imposter syndrome and try to like self-sabotage subconsciously?
No.
Good. A lot of people do.
Because
a lot of people get there like, I can't get too close.
Because I still wasn't expecting success. This was just because this might actually be a self-sustaining thing, not necessarily support me, but be a self-sustaining thing.
Okay. Like a zine that actually didn't lose money.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I was fully expecting at this point to have to get another job, but then,
real quick, thank you for the super chat, $9.99 from Quentin Bauer. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. Okay, good.
So I got the 3-month extension for this grant for doing the business thing, and then it was like, okay, one problem I was having with trying to contact retailers is like the OSR was not this big thing in 2009.
No, in fact, I think you were the one who famously said this OSR, because it was just a couple hundred bloggers at the time, right? For the most part, people on Dragon's Foot and this and that, but it was really centered in the blogosphere at the time. And people were starting to publish their own shit, and we were all buying each other's shit. And you said something to the effect of, if this OSR thing is going to be big and grow, we got to just be more than just each other buying each other's shit. It was like, we have to be bigger than this. Yeah. So
I think, as I said, there's 138 of us. I think what I said. And people Pembertonshire had 138 NPCs. I think, if I'm remembering it right. But I did something like, I think the number that I said matched the number of NPCs. But anyway, but the problem I was running into is it's like, okay, if I'm going to make this like an actual business that makes some money, I need to be getting into stores and things like that. But the problem was, I'm just publishing modules for basically other people's games for AD&D, but the PDFs weren't available then legally. So I'm making these things for Osric, for Swords and Wizardry, for Labyrinth Lord. Labyrinth Lord, now with the OSR, the early stuff was free. Like Osric was a non-commercial thing. You could publish commercial modules based on Osric, but they weren't selling Osric yet. Basic Fantasy was free, and you weren't allowed to make a for-profit product with Basic Fantasy. All of their stuff was at cost.
Interesting.
Swords and Wizardry was another. Here it is. It's a free thing. Labyrinth Lord was the first one that actually got into the retail chain.
Yes,
That
Lavender was
was
huge for guys who weren't
yeah.
there back then. I know because I say guys because 99.9% of my channels guys. You weren't there, but Labyrinth Lord was the shadow dark of its time. Labyrinth Lord was the old school essentials of its time from 5 years ago. It was big, it was a huge deal. So yeah,
huge on the OSR level.
yes, for us little group. Because we could do shit like that. Everybody made things for Labyrinth Lord. If there was something being made on the OSR, it was being made for Labyrinth Lord.
But Labyrinth Lord was the one that was trying to do the commercial outreach.
Yeah.
And in trying to follow in those footsteps, like no one wanted to just carry these modules.
Yeah.
It's like I needed a game to be the tip of the spear to get all my other stuff in.
Yep.
So it's like, oh crap, what am I going to do? So I asked my I'll just call her my second wife. We weren't married yet, but it's like, can I borrow some money to do a box set? This crazy woman said yes.
Then you got to make the fucker thing, huh?
Yeah, I got to make the fucking thing, and somehow I got that done in about 6 months.
You did good. I remember you reached out to me. I think it was ICQ, wherever that chat was back then. We were all on, right? There was a few different chats you could run through your browser. ICQ was one of them, and you were telling me for those reasons. You're like, I'm gonna make it my own RPG because blah 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 for all the same reasons you just explained. I said, cool, man. And then we had a couple communications later, and you said you're gonna do a skill system, and you're gonna base it on D6, and you kind of explained it to me. I'm like, dude, use a D12. You get more range, and it's the most underused die in the whole fucking D&D sphere. And he's like, no. I'm like, oh, fuck you. I still want my D12 in there. You get more range and more flexibility, man.
I ended up using the D12 on the vaginas or magic and Eldritch Cocklet.
All right.
Anyway, but yeah, so I make this box set that had how many booklets in it? It had like the rules, the magic was separate, the DMs separate, plus the two. There was like 5 booklets, plus a character sheet pad, plus pencils, plus dice. It was just ridiculous. Just
there we go. I got the box set right. Yeah. There. All right.
Is that the deluxe box or the grindhouse box?
I got both.
The deluxe. Yes, that's the one. That's the deluxe one. That's the first one.
Yep.
And I was able to get that box pretty cheap. Getting a box like that these days costs an arm and a freaking leg. That box. But
we have an unboxing years and years later. We have a little golf pencil, right? And this is an insult to everybody our age because who the fuck can read those goddamn fucking dice, dude? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. It's hard enough to read the print in books these days, and you give little fucking dice like this, But then we got what we got here. We got the rules book, all right, the Lamentations, the original rules book, tables on the back. All right, we have what the hell is this? Author's introduction and maps and stuff, I guess, right? Little map on the back here. Author's Snow Flower. What is this? Is it like the DM's guide? I don't know what the hell that is even. I haven't looked at this in so fucking long. We have an adventure in here. Weird of the World. What is it?
Weird New World. Yeah.
Weird New World. Okay. We have a book.
That was basically the search for the Northwest Passage before I was using the real world as a setting.
That's what Weird New World. All right. We got the magic book here. Yeah. The spells. We have character sheets. All right. And we have... This book keeps on going. We got a tutorial book, all right? And then we have the referee book, right? And then we have, my God, dude, there's a lot of fucking shit in here. We have advertisements. I guess this helped pay the bills, right? Yeah. Right? So advertisements.
Actually, did I charge for those? I might. I can't remember. That's so long ago now. Maybe it was just spreading the word. I don't know.
Tower the
Stargazer. Yeah.
We got that in here. We got a recommended reading list.
Yeah.
All right. Recommended reading list from James.
Is that the one where Edgar Allan Poe's name is misspelled?
I don't know. Is it? Let's see in the back. Again, with the typeface, dude. The typeface.
Get glasses.
Yeah, I know. And then we got even more stuff. We got hex paper of multiple different kinds. We got a warning. We got a warning label.
What does that warning label say? I haven't looked at that in years and years.
Police. God, I haven't either. Warning: police officers, psychiatrists, religious figures, teachers, and concerned parents have claimed that role-playing games are harmful to the mind and are the cause of aberrant behavior, occult involvement, mental illness, and even suicide. The author cannot substantiate any of these claims, but can confirm after a quarter of a century's involvement with role-playing games that many believe he is out of his mind. Therefore, only those who possess a keen intellect and a powerful imagination should risk the purported dangers found within these pages. All others should stay away, for they are not prepared to handle the powerful and intense hobby. But as a thank you for purchasing. And something I thought you did that was kind of fucking cool that I didn't notice till after you did it, was that you got these little things on the inside of the box you wrote, right? So one of them says, "I feel that I must inevitably abandon life and reason together in my struggles with some fatal demon of fear." Edgar Allan Poe. And I think you spelled Poe correctly in there. P-O-E,
No, but
right?
the Allen part.
Oh, A-L-L-A-N.
Yeah, okay, it's correct there. I think in the booklet it's misspelled.
Okay, and then we got over here, we got some people know things about the universe that nobody ought to know and can do things that nobody ought to be able to do. And that's by H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of neat. These little quotes inside the box. I've never seen that before or after. That was pretty.
I got that
cool.
idea from an Arcturus album that had printing on the inside of the spine.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, no, very neat. I'll never forgive you for these midget dice, though. They suck. But yeah, it's like the fuck, you know. And it probably cost you.
The thing about police officers, when I was in elementary school. I remember, you know, this was in the 80s. The cops would come and give the talk, "Oh, drugs are bad."
Yeah.
Just there was actually one time a cop came by to warn us all about role-playing games and heavy metal. That was an actual thing. A cop came to the school.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Holy Christ. Okay. All right. So
good thing they warned me to stay away from that shit, right?
Yeah. It would have ruined your life had you. Yeah. God.
Well,
all right.
arguably.
So you're making a pub. Now you're doing it. Now you're actually making stuff. Now you're actually making a little bit more money than what you need to survive. Right?
It's selling. It. How many did we do? Like 500, and they sold out in just a few months.
Why though, James? Why did it sell? Do you think?
I have no idea.
Really?
I only made it because it was required to have like a branded rules game.
Yeah.
To sell the adventures. At that point, there's already Osric, there's already Labyrinth Lore, there's already Basic Fantasy, there's already it's already starting to spread. So many games.
Yes.
I have no idea why people would need another game.
I can tell you why I bought it. I tell you why I bought it and why I played it back then, because I didn't like BX. It was too limiting in terms of spells and all that kind of shit, right? I wanted more spells. I didn't want to go AD&D because it was a little bit too complicated. I want something in between. Swords and Wizardry Complete, I don't think was out yet. It was just the basic bitch Swords and Wizardry, right? And with your game, I could run a campaign with some kind of a skill system that, you know, that people could use, which is not heavy or anything like that. And I used your Lamentations game, not to run your modules, but to run D&D games. I ran a long campaign of a couple years with it, and it was just D&D. Well, what I did was, and you're going to hate me for this, but the shit that you love and most people say, "Oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever," like the fucking torch rules in Shadow Dark is your goddamn summoning spell. That was the first thing I eliminated.
Summoning spell's not in there. I don't think the summoning spell's in the
not here? Not here?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Now I gotta wonder. But anything that was like weird breaking of the game, I took out. Right. So I took that. I used it as a D&D clone. I remember saying to you back then, James, why don't you just write D&D modules? You're getting all these sales on these weird ass, I'm going to blow up your whole campaign world modules. Like that's what I was doing. What if you just wrote a module that people could just buy and not blow up their campaign world? You'd probably get more, you know, repeat purchases. So you're like, no, fuck that. I'm like, all right. No,
like,
no, fuck that.
Look in the magic book. Is the summon spell in the deluxe?
Let me see. The rules. It would be in the magic book, right?
Yes.
Here we go. Again with the fucking font, motherfucker. Let's see. It was probably a lot easier to read it back then, though. I gotta say, it was a first level priest or wizard, right?
First level magic user.
Magic user. It is not there.
Not there. No, it's
not there. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that sells out within a few months.
Yeah.
Just
And
a few
look at all the
months.
spells. I mean, this is like
Yeah.
a full list of AD&D spells with a BX basic rule set. That was my wheelhouse. That was perfect for what I was looking for. And like I said, I just ran D&D games with it. You know, I ran D&D adventures with it. It was nice. So yeah.
So that sells
That's why
out
I
within
like
a few. So it sells out within a few months, and it's like, oh my god, I've done something that's made money.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but now I got no rules left. And it's like, okay, I could just reprint this.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, it's like, no, the fact that this sold through in a few months means that this is a viable thing.
Yeah. How many did you
I've
make?
demonstrated to my 500 copies, I think, of that
500
one. It should
copies
be on the back of the box. It should be on the back of the box. Because I'm influenced because of like the ACM or whatever that website, how do you say it?
Let's see him. First printing 610 copies.
610.
Yeah.
Okay, that's random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forget how much it even cost.
But because of their because the see them with like their collectability and talking about like print runs and stuff, that's why I decided to put the print runs in the back of everything I do.
Yeah.
That still sticks around to this day.
Oh, this is one of 610. Jesus.
Yeah.
This is kind of rare. I should not have opened this fucking thing.
But it's like, okay, so that sells through. So it's like, okay, I have, this is viable. This is something I can do. And I've shown to my wife, it's like, look, this can make money. Can you hold off on my repaying the loan until I do the reprint?
Yeah.
She says, okay. And that was my decision. It's like, okay, if I'm going to seriously do this.
Pull back. There you go. Yeah.
If I'm going to seriously do this, this is something I'm going to really do, and not just as a little side thing, but if I'm going to do this, I'm not interested in doing the bland D&D, the stuff you like. It's got to be something that's more personal. It's going to be something I got to really, what can I invest in personally for the long term?
Yeah.
And that's when I when I made the decision, I made that big blog post, proud to commit commercial suicide, because I was announcing I was doing the Grindhouse thing, that this is now going to be like a heavy metal horror thing. That like, because Death Frost Doom had a bit of that, and No Dignity in Death had some dark stuff in it, but but it's like, this was going to be what this is about. This is what's going to be different about my thing.
Is it just an extension? Is like Lamentations just an extension? Because you talked about you found your place in the whole, the death metal culture, not as part of you found your tribe, but you found your art in a sense, right? So is this just an extension of death metal art? Is Lamentations just death metal art in a different form?
Well, the death metal aesthetic comes from horror movies in the first place.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I remember, like, in the late 90s, late 90s, when Anchor Bay started releasing some of the European stuff uncut for the first time in the US. And in the early 2000s, I got into Lovecraft through heavy metal, because there was the Mystic Foundation, was a record label, and it's like, okay, get into Lovecraft that way. And I think it was just, I don't know. I'd say it's coming from the same place. I don't know if it's fair to say it's just an extension of death metal.
Okay.
But it is definitely coming from the same inspirational place that a lot of death metal comes from.
Okay. So it's not an extension of it. It's just the core of it is the same for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
And so this was really my being able to say, this is where I was going to start the fight. Because I remember the satanic panic in the 80s and how D&D folded and gave into it.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this is the time to fight that fight now.
Okay.
Well, I'll try to sit back so there's not popping feedback from the mic.
I think it's the setup. I've never heard you have the popping and static on any other thing. It might be the new setup you're using. It sounds like, you know, the first song of every record with like the pop because of people drop the goddamn needle. It sounds a little bit like that, but it's not bad. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, we're not becoming off and other people were chatting.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, it's not killing it, but when you do lean closer, it gets a little that kind of thing. Yeah. You're good though. All right, so
it's the decision that's this direction I'm going to go. That's something I can sustain long term.
Yeah.
And that was also at the same time that I announced, I'm doing going the Grindhouse direction, and that's why I made the deal that I'm going to do the re-release of Carcosa, and that's when I announced I'm going to be working with Zach on the Vornheim book.
Yeah, that's right. You did the Vornheim. That was through you. It wasn't through him alone. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the Carcosa book came out. I love this. The thing I thought about when the first thing when I got this book was the feel of the book itself, dude. This thing, it was so different, you know. First, I got the little thing on it still and all that, you know. But the feel of this book, it just, you want to touch it. It's like Steve Jobs talked about with his phone. You kind of just want to touch the phone. You know what I mean? It's like, it's that kind of a thing. It's like, I don't know what the hell material you used on this, but it's just fucking cool, dude. You know, just fucking cool.
Yeah, when I went to the printer and was reviewing all the materials that they had available, it's like that. Yeah, that felt good. I remember when discussing Carcosa with them, I asked them if it was possible that they could bind it in human skin, and I knew they were going to say no.
Of course you did. Yeah. What'd they say?
They said no. But I was like, you don't have contacts in like India or something? Because that was the joke. Because Return of the Living Dead, there was the joke in the movie that all of the skeletons they use in the medical supply warehouse, their supply of skeletons was from India. So that's why you don't have contacts in India to get human skin. No. Later on, I wanted to do a book where my blood would be mixed with the ink used to print, and they wouldn't allow that either.
Can't imagine. Yeah.
No, I'd even offered to get a blood test, to make sure it wasn't contaminated. I also offered, I was going to have like a professional draw the blood. No. The big boss of the company, no bodily fluids in the ink. So there went my next idea.
Cowards. Fucking cowards. All right. So then you're doing Vornheim. You hooked up with Zach. You did Vornheim. Carcosa's out. Okay.
So, the Grindhouse edition and Vornheim come out.
Keep talking because I got the smallest bladder in the OSR. So keep talking. I'll be right back. You want to take a break? You got to take a leak or anything?
Yeah. Okay. I'll take a break.
All right. Everybody keep listening. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back in 1 minute, 2 minutes. Okay. All right.
Be right back. Pop, 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 pop.
And I'm back. All right. While James is taking a leak there, what do you guys think? Look, James, what the hell am I missing here? Comments that I missed here. Carcosa is a great book. What are we licking up? What are we looking at? I don't know. Peace Chanter saying lick something up, James. I don't know what he's talking about, but all right. Look at that. Nobody left. Nobody left. Look at this. We still got 62 people. You got 26 on your channel. I got 13 on my channel. We got somebody still watching on Rumble. I assume it's Raptor 7. Yeah. So we got 26 on your channel, James. We got 13 on my channel. Somebody on Rumble. Nobody on Facebook because fuck Facebook. They suck. And 22 have checked it out on X so far. So we're doing pretty good here. Doing pretty good. I think it might be the gain, James, on your sound side. It's like it might be the gain that's causing the hum. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you fix it and all that, but anyway. Again. Yeah. No big deal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we're going sideways here, boys.
Sorry.
And girls. What the?
I was going to try to hook up another thing to use as a microphone. This is a brand new tablet I'm using, so I'm not. It's just my webcam that attaches to my computer has like potato video quality.
Oh,
so
okay.
This is better than that, but I guess the microphone's bad. But this thing doesn't have a USB port.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of tablets don't these days. And we got James cleavage action going on here.
So sorry, can't.
That's all right.
I can't hook up another microphone.
Just a little popping. I think it's workable. It's not like it's annoying. You know what I mean? It's not. You get used to it. All right. So we are refreshed, and the tea break is over. And I put a little Bailey's in the coffee to make it more Bailey's than coffee at this point. So I got a lot of coffee. Yesterday was a busy day for me. It was my birthday week, so I went down to New York City. I went to the Met to see the old exhibits for I like Rome and Greece and Egypt and all the weapons and all that. Then I went to see Glenn Ross on Broadway. Then I went to the Strand bookstore because duh. And then I went to a jazz club at night, and I got home so stupid late. And of course, there was beverages involved. So this is my wake the fuck up, kind of thing here. So yeah, a little hair of the dog though, right? So, any case, all right. So we are publishing now. We're putting out Grindhouse. We're putting out Vornheim, right?
Yeah, the Grindhouse box, the Grindhouse that was done with a proper printer, 2,000 copies. Vornheim proper printer. Then Carcosa, Isle of the Unknown came out later in 2011.
Yeah, we got this. This is the Grindhouse version. Same cover, right? Same basic thing. I love the cover. You have a numbered on this too? Printed in Finland. Second printing, 2,000 copies. I got a second printing. Damn it. We have an 18 plus and older explicit.
No. That second printing. It's the second printing of the rules. There was only one printing of the Grindhouse box.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's only 2,000 copies of this then.
Yeah.
This box set? Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's still good then. Yeah, look at that. All right. And so we got this one with, if I can actually believe it, there's even tinier dice, I think, in this fucking box set. So this is the Grindhouse. We got the referee book and tutorial book, which I really love their tutorial books on this. Then you got the one book for rules and magic. You brought it all together. So that was, I think it's a better layout. Yeah. And you got the same quotes on the inside there, I think, too.
No, it should be different quotes.
No, different quotes. You're right. Yeah, all right. So here's the quotes. One of them is, there are forces close here that could kill a herd of elephants in a second as easily as you or I could squish a fly. Our only chance is to keep perfectly still. Our insignificance perhaps may save us. That sounds Lovecraftian.
It's Algernon Blackwood. I think it is from the Willows.
Oh, okay. You think it is the spirit of the elements, and I have thought perhaps it was the old gods, but I tell you now it is neither. These would be comprehensible entities, for they have relations with men, depending on them for worship or sacrifice, whereas these beings who are now about us have absolutely nothing to do with mankind, and it is mere chance that their space happens in just at this spot to touch our own. Where the hell is that from? I've never heard that before.
I think that's also from the Willows.
Okay. All right.
It's like the perfect encapsulation of what I think the weird is.
Yeah. I mean, it really does sum it up. I don't remember. Oh, you got one on this side, too. Got one on this side of the cover, too, it looks like. All right. Where am I going? Damn it. Yeah, on this side here, it says, we had strayed into some, your S's and F's, dude. Drove me nuts for the longest time. I got used to them back then, but now they look the same again to me, So.
The early modern printing style, yeah.
Yeah. We had strayed into some region or some set of conditions where the where the risks were great, yet unintelligible to us, where the frontiers of some unknown world lay close about us. It was a spot held by the dwellers in some outer space, a sort of peephole whence they would spy upon the earth, themselves unseen, a point where the veil between had worn a little thin. Same source?
I don't remember. There
Okay.
should be somewhere in that box set. There should be credits.
Okay.
For
Okay.
all that
Yeah,
stuff,
probably in the
but
books.
I don't
Yeah.
remember if that's from the same. We've got a question in the chat. I just got here. Sorry if this question has been asked before. I hear Raggi moved to Finland for some kind of publishing reason. Care to explain? I talked for like an hour about that.
Yeah.
To sum up, I didn't come to Finland for publishing reason. I came to Finland for pussy.
As all men do. Red-haired pussy at the time. No. All right. So now you're publishing in real. Now you're thinking I can make a living at this. I'm doing Grindhouse. I'm going full blown Raggi mode here. Is what I call it. So we're going full steam ahead with the horror and the creepy shit. Why not just Cthulhu shit? Why didn't you just go start publishing for Cthulhu? Is there a difference between what you do and Call of Cthulhu? I know they do it's all Lovecraft and Outer Planes entities, but the insanity, the chaos, and all that kind of stuff seems similar. There's the element that's missing is the heavy metal influence, and that's why you didn't want to go Cthulhu.
Well, did Cthulhu have any sort of like open license at the time? I mean, there's that, plus the fact I'm not as conversant in the BRP system. I mean, the D&D system is natural now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to think about it.
Makes sense.
The BRP system, I'm roughly familiar with it, but I have like a few sessions playing experience with it over my life. So that would be a problem. And
I played a couple of those Cthulhu games in the Flail Snails days, and it was fun, but it was like a very different way of thinking about it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and so I mean, it could have worked. I mean, I've said several times that the whole D&D part of Lamentations is just a coincidence of what my first system was, what I grew up with, what I played most.
Yeah. Yep.
That if I'd been more into science fiction and gotten into Traveler first, Lamentations could just easily be a sci-fi horror game.
Yeah.
It'd be the same thing, different system.
That makes sense. I used to train on software for lawyers I used to train people how to use it for research. And there was two main companies doing it. And the whole strategy was get them in law school, because the first one they learn in law school is the one they're going to use for the rest of their life. That's it, period. So you get them early and you get them in, you get them for life. And that was the whole goal. So we bribe them, give them food, drive them drinks, whatever the hell it took to get them to use the software, because it pays off for 40 years of their lives, as lawyers. So yeah, makes sense.
But but once I do the Grindhouse set and start releasing other people, then it's basically just the cycle of write, publish, release, write, publish, and so do it. And at that point, stuff starts becoming a blur. So doing like a blow by blow that way of like every release doesn't. I don't know.
No, yeah. You have so many fucking releases, dude. It's insane.
Yeah.
And I had to keep track of that by paying all your people. I know that everybody says you're the best, most honest, pays well, and doesn't skimp or rip them off publisher out there. If everybody's ever worked with you, everybody has said that essentially. So you don't fuck around. You give them royalties and all that stuff. So yeah. So that's good. So you have to keep track of that. You got hundreds of titles, perhaps. I don't even know. I mean, there's so many at this point, and you're keeping track of that on a quarterly basis. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, basically what I do is I keep all my sales in a folder.
Yep.
And then like once a quarter, I actually put all those sales into a spreadsheet to generate what the royalty should be. And then
gotcha.
And then go from there. I don't. Yeah, it got. Yeah, but that's.
All right. So now you've developed at this point. Then your business is rolling. You're making money. You're publishing people stuff, your own stuff. What is so you had to have developed a writing process, right? A publishing and a writing process. What is that? Can you articulate for it so that you've gone through the do it with the paper and cut it, staple it yourself into actually publishing real stuff with bindings and print and blood in the ink and all the other kind of stuff? So this is more like the sort of the tutorial in a sense of what do you do? What do you use for software? What is your process for creating something? How do you reach out to people for art? What do you do for the layout? You know what I mean? Just sort of go through that. Just pick a product maybe and just as a typical thing and go through it if you could. That would maybe help understand what they could do.
Well, if it's something I'm writing myself, I just write stuff, and by some miracle something gets done. And
is it like you have a routine every day? Every day I get up at 5 and I start writing, or nothing like that.
I've got no good routine because today I was going to sit down to write, and then boom, I got like a couple big orders, and so I was like, okay, I got to pack those and get those out the door, and so that disrupts that, and then something else comes up, and then I got to deal with the stuff I'm publishing.
Yeah.
So I only got like a couple hours of writing in today when I thought it was going to be the whole day up the point I'm doing this talk.
Yeah.
So
blows it out of the water.
Yeah, when it's someone else, there's two ways that this happens. Number one, someone comes to me with an idea. Sometimes someone comes to me with pretty much a completed product.
Yep.
Or I have an idea of what I want and I got to go hunting for someone. You want to do something about, this.
Okay. So they come to you with the idea of the product, and then what? Like talk about that, I guess. So somebody's going to come to you with a product. They have an idea. What is it? What happens next?
Well, they'll send me. If they have an idea, then we discuss the idea, and then most of the time I never hear from them again. But sometimes at some point they come back with a draft, and then at that point it's the same as if someone just approaches me with a completed draft. Okay. And I got to read it, and I got to take the red pen conceptually to it, because Lamentations of the Flame Princess is not exactly the same as Dungeons and Dragons with how things are done.
Yeah.
And that's most of what the notes are on the first pass. Don't use normal magic items. Don't use any standard monsters. Don't, that sort of thing. And
no rust monsters and skeletons, basically, we're not talking here.
Right. Just scrub it of any predetermined IP. Stuff I say sneaks in, but there's been vampires and there's been, but it's just what's the unique thing and build out from there.
Okay.
Because like for the things I write, my main thing is like, what is the core experience I want the players to have? And then I build an adventure around that so that it makes sense that exists in the adventure. Because there's something I want to experience.
So all right, there's one game you play tested with me and a few other people in a group. It was the one where the baby was dragging around the mother's corpse by the umbilical cord or something. Yeah. So freaked me out.
No,
and
the mother wasn't dead. She was screaming, trying to get away, and was being dragged around by the undead
was that
baby.
it? Yeah, by the zombie baby or something. There was a clock involved somewhere. And I was just freaked out, and it was the one and only time I ever played test anything with you. I never got credit for that horror show in your book of credits, Joe the Lawyer, for playtesting this shit, even though I have nightmares from it for a month. So yeah. So what would have been the core experience of that, other than scaring the fuck out of me, freaking me out?
So that was 2012. I was wanting to see where the limits were. Like with the Grindhouse set, I'm printing 2,000 of these, and if you look at some of the art in that thing, like the summon spell makes its first appearance there, and some of that art, especially the Vince Locke piece, is really fucked up. So I thought, okay, this is the end, because no one's going to accept this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, now I'm doing Carcosa, and Carcosa had a big problem before, and now this is a bigger, fancier edition, and I'm getting into more places. This is going to be the end. No, they don't freak out over Carcosa. Okay, well, they'll freak out over this next one, Death, Love, Doom. And I do all that stuff. Mutilated children, the undead fetus dragging the screaming a mother around by the umbilical cord, the monsters that grass that
Was that the one? Was it Death, Love, Doom? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
It was the one. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
where these monsters just grab on and get on the back, and then their tail goes through, what was it, through the asses of the people and then out their genitals, and it's like, okay, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be too far for people.
Yeah.
And it got on drive through no problem. I got, there were people saying this was gross, but there were no problems from it. It's like, oh my God, if you could do Death, Love, Doom, you can friggin' anything.
Yeah.
And then it says, tell us about Better Than Any Man. So that was for 2013. The Free RPG Day. I thought that's the next step. Get involved in Free RPG Day. That will spread my stuff for me for free. I am not the dungeon brawler.
Not the dungeon who?
Is someone in the chat? Are you the dungeon brawler? I am not. I don't know if anyone else here is.
I don't know what the hell it is. The dungeon brawler.
Yeah. So Better Than Any Man. It's like, okay, I decided that Free RPG Day would be the next step to spread the word about LOTFP.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, Free RPG Day encourages you to do these very small products that are like a mini adventure and quick start rules, so people can play in the store. And I was like, no, that's not going to work for me. It's like, if I'm going to do something, it's got to be the full-on LOTFP experience. And what it ended up being, what was it, 90 pages? Is that right? Was it 80, 90 pages of like...
I never got that one because I never got the books in Free RPG Day because I didn't live near an RPG store,
Well, we've got a hardcover printing. We still got copies left, so you can buy one off the web store now.
And all the links to James's stores, fronts, and everything, drive through his web page is all in the description on both my page and his page on YouTube, guys. So, yeah. So go ahead for it. Go for it.
Yeah. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna do. Like the biggest thing I've ever written has been a thing designed to be given away.
Yeah.
That was going to be the thing. This is the thing that the most people were going to see. This is going to be given away thousands of copies for free. So I wanted it to have the really cool artwork. I wanted it to be an expansive, like, mini campaign thing. And I wanted it to have the
spend on that, James, to give it away for free. You dropped thousands of copies. What did you spend to give that shit away?
Well, I crowdfunded the expenses.
But you didn't. So everything was crowdfunded, the whole thing?
I don't remember if the whole thing was, but a significant amount of the costs were crowdfunded.
Okay.
Yeah, and so everyone else has got their dinky little mini things and basically advertisements, and I've got a full-on product that's just being given away.
Yeah,
and that got a lot of attention. That like every year that I participated in Free RPG Day brought more people in.
Yeah.
But of course, people have this is where people have problems now with the thing. Because if you're buying Death, Love, Doom directly from me, it's like at this point into the Grindhouse era, you know maybe not exactly what to expect, but you know that things can get dark. If you're just at your local game store perusing, what's this free RPG thing? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Because, there were a number of retailers participating in Free RPG Day that would not distribute the thing, that just threw copies out. There's this story that someone went dumpster diving to save copies of it, from behind the game store.
Awesome.
This one person reported to me that when they were looking through the Free RPG stuff, picked up Better Than Any Man, and somebody that worked at the game store said, be careful, that one's all about killing children.
Oh, Jesus.
And, well, that's why I made Doom Cave of the Crystal-Headed Children the next year, just as a troll to that guy. Well, here's an adventure about killing children, dick.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what that was. It's like, okay, if I'm going to give away a thing to show what we're all about, then we're going to give away a thing that shows what we're all about. So it's like uncensored in text, nasty ass art, all sorts of fun stuff.
Jesus. All right. So you get that out there. It's growing. All right. Now, again, going back to your process though, what is it now that you do to create shit? Like what you like use? I think we got off on this tangent because you were using like the Death Love Doom as your example of a process or whatever. All right. So let's say for some of your own, right? You sit down, you write when you can. What do you use? What are the tools? What's the software? What's the
I
how does it work?
what I do is all the writing initially comes pencil and paper or pen and paper on
Really?
notepads. Yeah,
Okay. Just the outline
it's
or the
first,
whole thing?
just outline sketches or maps or whatever, and see
Okay.
see what starts coming, what seems viable, what seems like the good idea,
Okay.
and just start putting stuff together, and then deciding, no, I don't like that, okay, keep this, and then do a couple iterations of that until it's like, okay, now I've got the outline, and then I start writing the details on the outline until I've written all that stuff, all like the ideas and outliney stuff, and then that's when I sit down and I use open office.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that's when I actually take these snippets and ideas and start actually writing text based on them.
Okay. All right. So then you're banging out an open office. You got the actual written part. Now, you don't do your own maps, right? You don't use a mapping tool. You hire
No,
somebody else to
no,
do that, or
yeah, yeah,
okay. So you do a sketch of the map and you say, "Hey, Matt Jackson, do this map or whatever," right? No,
yeah.
but yeah.
Make this look not shitty.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I would be doing too. I use Incarnate and stuff like that, but it's just, it's a nice program for like world stuff and region shit. But to do a dungeon map, I can't. Yeah, no, I like the whole hand drawn thing better. Okay, so you hire somebody else to do the maps. Now, do you have a stock of art? Do you use over and over? I mean, you've bought and
No,
paid for so much art over this time. Do you reuse it or use each book as a different artist's
each
vision? Or
different each book has fresh art done.
Jesus, man. Jesus, you don't go skimpy, do you? That ain't cheap. A lot of people do the whole stock art thing to start off. You never even did that, did you? You just do the
No,
basic hiring people to do the art. Holy crap.
the oh god. Well, I remember the artist for the original printing of the random esoteric creature generator
Yeah.
was a girl that had just turned 18. And I started, and because I saw, because there's like this Finnish social media site that was basically like Instagram, but had more
Hmm.
info. And, when she turned 18, like she had artwork and stuff. So I thought,
Hmm.
okay, talk about artwork. And then turns out that she was willing to be the model on the cover. And so then
This chick?
yeah,
That girl?
no, not that one.
Oh, oh,
That's
oh.
it's a different person. Now the creature. Do I have anything
I have
handy?
one version of it. I don't know that I have the
Yeah.
one you're talking about, though. I think I have the Republic version. Let me see. Uh, I have this one. It's this.
Oh yeah, Goodman Games wasn't going to put any nudity in the freaking thing.
Okay.
Not that I can show you the nude. You wouldn't want me to show you the nudity stuff on the YouTube stream anyway? But yeah,
Yeah.
she'd done it because the cover on the Lamentations versions is like this woman. It's like naked woman, but
Hmm.
the legs are all furry, and then
Okay.
she's got like deer antlers and then mantis arms.
Okay. And she's the
And
artist who drew that and modeled for it?
yeah, she did the art on the inside, and then she was the model and did some like Photoshop stuff for the effects for the thing on the cover. And
Okay.
then and then the artist that did some of the stuff on Better Than Any Man. What's my timeline? She started doing stuff for me when she was 17.
Hmm.
There was someone that did some art for me. And some of that ended up in Better Than Any Man. But that was like art for a project that never came together early on. Because I
Okay.
do that a lot. I'll commission some art for a project, and the project never gets done. So I do have some art laying around that's never been
Extra art.
used.
Yeah. They could reuse.
Um,
So when you get this art, you pay them for it. Is it a done deal? They get commissions off the art for everything you use it for.
done deal.
So dude, you ever thought about doing like, I mean, there's the art of D&D, folio books you could look at. You ever think of doing a book of all the art from all your stuff that's ever been out? That sounds like a great thing.
The problem is that most people are doing digital art, so it's done to size. So it doesn't make sense to me to print a book of art where stuff is the same size it was originally printed. If I'm going to do an art book, I'd want to do like a big oversized thing, but like digital art done to size to the A5 pages that I publish.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, distorted and all that. Sorry. So you got your artists. You hire the artists. You use different art for every book. You don't use stock art. You do your layout first on paper. Then you type it up, and then what do you use for the software to do the layout? Do you do that yourself, or do you hire somebody out for that too?
I used to do like all of the stuff. Like I did my own layout up to and including the Grindhouse and Vornheim.
Okay.
And I was using
InDesign or
no,
Microsoft?
I wasn't using InDesign. I was like, oh god, it's my desktop's over there. It was some like really cheap ass program, Page Plus or something like that.
Yeah, vaguely familiar. That name is yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
you hire out the layout guy now too. Then
after Vornheim and Grindhouse, I realized I'm an amateur at this.
Yeah,
and this is not where I wanted to spend time to learn to become great.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I started hiring out layout after that.
That's a one-shot deal too. The only thing that's not a one-shot in terms of what you buy it, you own it. It seems like is the writer of the thing, right? Everything else.
There are some projects where the art is done on a royalty basis. That does happen sometimes.
Okay, all right.
But then it's like the writer's getting royalties, artists getting royalties, and it's like my slice of it gets smaller and smaller the more people get royalties.
Yeah. Okay, so then you get somebody to do the layout. You have somebody to do art. So then somebody to do maps. The writing either comes from you or it comes from somebody else, and the maps get sketched out and then finished up and all that. And then you're a project manager essentially. Is what it comes down to at this point. You're not the auteur. You're a project manager of Lamentations. Is that a size thing? And it's a loaded question there. Is that a thing where you can be a smaller guy and do all that yourself, and once you get a certain size, like you are at now, because you're one of the few people who actually can live off of their publication income, right? There's not too many people doing that. You got, I think, a handful. Matt Finch, I think Pundit does it. You do it. But Pundit lives in a country where it's a lot cheaper. I don't know how Finland is, so I think it's a lot cheaper to live down there. Not cheaper in Finland. No, I think Pundit's pretty Uruguay or where the hell he's at. But I think that there's a handful of people who could do this full time and make it look. Joe Goodman does it. Like I wonder if it's you hit a certain size, or you just can't keep doing that shit anymore. If you want to make a living at it, is it that you need to have people do these things and you become the project manager?
Well, I'm not an artist. I don't have the skills to do really professional looking layout. And same thing for the maps. Yeah. So there are all these things that if I want to have a certain level of proficiency, other people have to do these things.
Yeah. So it looks better basically if they do it, so you get more sales that way. So it makes more sense. Okay. Now you did Kickstarters early on. I think it led some Indiegogo stuff and Kickstarters, and you, like I said, you funded. I guess we should get into that at least at this point. You know what's coming, because that was the one question people were throwing out there was, when the hell is the DM guide coming? And I can honestly say here, because here's the thing, I reached out because a few years ago when I was doing podcasts, I remember as I kind of got out of the OSR scene, the whole D&D scene, I got back into it. And I'm like, let me check these things out. The Kickstarters I backed. I'm like, motherfucker, where's that goddamn ref book? You promised me years ago. Where is it? It was like 6-7 years over. And I was there's the whole podcast where I was like, where's my fucking book? It was pretty much me saying for 5 or 10 minutes, where's my fucking book? And then I did these videos, and it's like, oh fuck, it's going through some shit. I feel bad now. So then a couple of years go by. I ended up editing Tim, I have a weird thing. I'm a shitty editor. I'm a shitty writer. I think I don't ever learn the rules of writing. In that regard, I'm a shitty writer, right? I could write, I could read, but I could see things that just don't make sense, right? I could see, all right, this shit just doesn't read right. I don't know why. I couldn't tell the rules of grammar why, but Tim Shorts noticed that, and he says, "Hey, you want to edit this thing I'm doing?" I'm like, all right, whatever. I guess, exercise my brain a little bit, working a brain dead job in a sense sometimes, so, and it was good. It was fun. And I learned some shit. And then Rob Connolly had a thing. And I said, I'll edit that, Rob. It's kind of fun. It was a good exercise. So I'm, feeling high off of that. I reached out to you and I said, James, I feel like karma requires me to offer you I edit this goddamn ref book since I gave you so much shit about it. Let me give it a shot. Let me look at it. Because you just had a thing where the guy who was doing it fucked up or didn't do it. I don't know what that story was. It didn't work out with whoever the hell it was doing it. So you reach out, he goes, yeah, well, take a look. So he sent me the stuff so I could attest this thing exists. It's just big. It's a lot. There's a lot to it. The ref book exists. I've heard the audio tapes, I've seen this stuff. It's there. It's just a lot. And so it's not that he hasn't done it. It's not that it's not out there. It's not that it's like vaporware in the old days, right? It's there. It just needs to be put together, collated, sorted, organized by somebody who could do that. And so, yeah, that's, so that's, we had to address this at some point in the fucking show.
It's inexcusably late because the point where I had a finished draft took absolute years that it shouldn't have. There's no excuse for it. But at some point, but once I had a draft, that's when it gets stupid. Because when it's my fault that I haven't done the thing that I ran a crowdfunding thing for, when I haven't done the thing and it's not finished, that's all on me. So every bit of shit I get, I deserve because that's on me.
Yeah.
But then for Gen Con 2022, that's almost 3 years ago, I bring a binder that had the draft as it was. And it was like
a transcription, right? It was basically a transcription
700 pages. 700 pages. It was like all the text and all the stuff. Yeah. It's like, look, this exists, but it needs editing, but it now exists. And I'm having, and anyone could have stopped by and looked at it. Very few people wanted to look at it. I expected everyone that stopped by the booth would want to verify that this is an actual thing, but very few people wanted to look, but it was there to look at. And then I spent a few months, actually might have been till the end of the year, paring it down because 700 pages. So I had a thing at the beginning of 2023, almost 2.5 years ago now, that's ready for editing.
Yeah.
Finally. And that's when the thing gets screwy. Because I've gone through, I don't know how many editors. You're one of them, but at least you, within a couple weeks, came back.
Yeah, I checked it out for a couple of weeks, and I tried, and I was like, it's too much for my brain to handle, to grasp all of it, collate it, bring it together in an organized. I can't. I was. Yeah, no. Plus, I was starting to write my own thing at the time, and I'm like, you know what? I want to focus my time. If I'm going to have limited brain width on something to create, I'll make it my own. I can't do that. So I told Rob Connolly I couldn't edit his new thing because I'm working on my thing. Same deal. So, yeah.
So I've got a thing now where I've gone through like a number of people. Like it's over half a dozen people now where it's like, oh, yeah, I could do it. Yeah. Or they'll get and say, I can do this. And then like this last guy, he, we set it up at Gen Con. It's like, okay, here's the thing. Can you have this done by the end of the year? And he gets it and says, yeah, I can have this done by the end of the year. End of the year comes, he misses the deadline. He's going through some stuff. He gives April 30th as the new is like, fine, because he says he can do it.
It was recent April 30th, like, is it a month ago or something?
Yeah. And then just like, was it last week, I think, I get the email saying he's really going through some personal shit. He can't do it. He had told me he was about halfway done, but that he can't. So it's like now I'm back at square one. But I'm in the middle of doing all the stuff I need to do to have stuff out for Gen Con. And this so it has to be after North Texas that I try to figure out what the fuck to do. But it's like I keep getting people and they keep not being able to do it. Like you were
Yeah.
good because it was just a couple weeks, so it didn't.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks of me really giving it. I wanted to give it some real thought. I looked at it, I listened to the video, I looked at the transcripts. You know what I mean? It's there. It's just like, and I'm like, I want to do it. And I'm like, I can't. It's a lot. And I want to do my own thing. And I'm like, well, I really want to do this. And I was like, it just was like, wow. You know, I mean, there's what 19 MP3 files, right?
Okay, yeah. Let me explain that, because
Yeah.
the format of the book is basically, it was done with me and another person who wants to remain anonymous. You know,
Yeah.
it's basically a conversation about running games and developing campaigns.
Yeah.
So, but that has all been transcribed, so it's not just in audio form. So we have the transcription, but we got the audio. All, you know, that's what you talk about, the audio files.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and these conversations took place over a number of weeks, and it needs editing to, number one, make sure that everything that talks about one topic is in the same place.
That's the hard part. That was the hard part. You need AI or something for that, you know?
And then it has to be presented in a format that you can read, you know, the all the erms and ums and stuff, and like the all need to be cleaned up and everything. And as someone that was involved in the first place in the making of, in the conversations, it's like I feel like I need a third party to pull it together to make sure it's coherent.
Yeah.
Because I know what the context is of everything, and I know what we're thinking. But if I start moving stuff around and removing the context of where this, I need someone that can make sure to say, hey, this, you know, this is what still needs to be filled in, and this is the problem here, and this is how, you know, there needs to be a third party for that.
Yeah, yeah. I get it. My thing last night to you was, I think you may just have to do it yourself, because nobody knows your brain but you. But now I get what you're saying, you know? You need a third party to actually be objective and pull it together, so there's no assumptions being made.
Yeah, and so the problem, so I've done a thing, because this format, you know, that was my problem for years and years. I was trying to use standard DM book formats just with my words in there, and it wasn't working. For whatever reason, that just wasn't working. So this format, I thought, okay, we got it done, and but trying to get it so it's publishable, for some reason, no one can seem to do it. And now it's been like years. And it's like, when everything was my fault, when there was no draft, it was just me that hadn't gotten it done. It was just me just taking all the shit that I deserved. But now the buck still stops with me. But it's the thing where in my mind, we have this text. It should be a production process like any other book. Other books get edited, other books get published. But now for years, this fucking thing, it's like the goddamn thing is cursed. It's like people get it. Like this last guy took 9 months to end up telling me. He had told me at one point, I'm halfway through, but now he can't. And it's like,
I agree with climbing that mountain. I was just about to say the fucking same thing, climbing the mountain. Release, not the audio, because I know you want to keep the private, whoever it was. But James, what if we just fucking release this discussion as a DM guide? Because it's interesting to read. It's like 314 pages, 203,000 words. You know what I mean? It's like, it's there. All of it is there. I mean, you've broken convention. You've broken the rules on so many other things in this fucking hobby, right? Why not just break convention and just publish this fucking thing? Maybe this is the way it was goddamn fucking meant to be, and that's why it keeps getting sabotaged. Maybe the universe is saying, you keep fucking changing perfection. This is perfection. This is getting into the mind of Raggi to understand how to run a game. How better to get into your mind than to have this, you know, essentially transcribed conversation of 314 pages. This is kind of why I'm doing the video like this, because I want to get into your mind. People understand you. People understand you're the way you think, where you came from, how it works, you know, so we're getting your origin story in a sense. But if you want the how to run a game at Lamentations style from the guy who created it, why not just publish the fucking transcript? You know, take out the ums and uhs, right, and all that kind of shit. What do you think?
Because
it doesn't fit the
because
rules.
that would be sloppy, because there would be times where, on like day 3 we talk about a subject, and then on day 5 it's like, oh yeah, I've got more things about that subject. It
Isn't
feels
that
really
organic?
lazy.
Isn't that organic? Isn't that the way it should be? Because this is an experience, right? It's reading. It's as if they were at a bar with you, talking for however many hours these conversations went on, and learning a one-on-one tutorial on how to do things. That's how a conversation organically goes.
But then when you get the book, especially one if you want to reference it later, or you're looking for like a specific thing, because we used an outline of topics of,
Yeah.
talking about things in a certain order, and it would be impossible to look anything up.
But
Basically.
do you need who looks things up in a DM guide? Only thing you're looking up in a DM guide is a rule, right? A specific rule. The rules are in your book. You look at the DM guide for, inspiration and understanding of how to do things and all that kind of thing. The days of looking up the DMG Gygax style, those are long gone, right? The 5e DM guide, I don't fucking read that thing except for the magic item descriptions, right? For when I was running a 5e, I don't read any DM guides at this point, right? I just released the tapes. I don't know. Just something to think about, man. Maybe this is the way it was meant to come out. I think it'll be fascinating. It's something to give the people, and if they don't want to give them their money back, at least you're done then.
Yeah, it just feels like it's too raw, like that.
Isn't that the best?
Is it though? It needs to be some sort of refinement that there's, because there's also, it's not the fact that, if it was just something I was releasing, it's just fine. But now I'm feeling this pressure of all these years that this is late, and there's nothing that I can do that's going to make people satisfied and say the wait is worth it. This is awesome. But
you're never going to be satisfied.
But I'm just worried. But in my sense, if at this late date I just decide to, what I think is half-ass it, to not do the thing that I should be done, that's what I'm going to think. I'm going to get all that the criticism that no one's, the people that aren't going to be satisfied because of the wait. But I'm going to say, well, even though it's out, I still deserve all this because I sort of took the shortcut at the end.
That's what I'm trying to get us. Is it a shortcut? Because maybe, I think it's good stuff. I think it's good shit here. You go into long discussions about things, very long discussions that is never going to come across in an edited, organized way, right? This is not a book of rules. Your DMG is not a book of rules. It's not a book of axioms on how to read, how to run LOTFP. It's a book of understanding your brain and what goes behind the scenes in terms of this game and how it should be run. It's sort of like getting into a mind meld with you. And so that when you finish reading this book, you come out of this shit running a game like you would run it. It's not a book that's a tutorial. It's not a book of rules and a book of references. It's just a book of, John Malkovich's brain. It's that kind, you know what I mean? You're in there. You know what I mean? Being being James Raggi, it's that kind of a thing. It's just, it's just something. It's just something. Can I read one thing that you wrote in here? Maybe, can I read it out loud? That's something I could do.
If it's if it's a bit from me.
From you, yes. Yeah. Let me just find, I'm just going to pick a random thing, I just find a fucking random thing here. And so the gist of it is, what's the experience of a role player? And you're like, okay, on the player side, you have your character, and then you're with other characters. We assume that you're in a group, a cooperating group that has some sort of, the game doesn't care why you're a group, why you're cooperating, why you travel together. It just assumes that you are. You're not just random people that randomly need to deal with adventure, and then it gives you that reason. That's the assumption. You've got your referee that presents the game. You have your players that act as a cooperating group that play that game. Now, as a player, you take the situations that are given to you by the referee and you decide what to do. And then when the rules of the game, what the rules of the game are, is That's the physics of the world, basically. You know, when you take this action, what happens? And the rules are there as a base guideline, so everyone has similar expectations about what's going to work, and what's not going to work. What are the possible results? With the referee basically being there, their main job is to interpret the rules and extrapolate from the rules all the situations that are going to come up, because you've got 6 people free-forming ideas, and no rule set is going to be able to. It's not going to be able to anticipate every situation. See, that's just great in your head how you understand shit. You know, it's not something that you could put an axiom, or this is the, you can't distill this, because I think when you distill it, you lose the essence of it. You lose the best part of it, which is understanding you. Does that make sense? You know, it's not a shortcut. It may seem like it to you because you promised in your head, I'm going to give him this thing. And here's the bulk of this, and I need to trim it to give him this thing. You know, but I think you fucking go full blown and you just give them the whole fucking thing and they understand your head. I think it'll go wild, even if it's a temporary fix to give to your people. You know what I mean? To give them something. And as John said here, it's
to say temporary fix. I mean, when I finally put this thing to bed, do you think I'm ever going near the goddamn thing again?
I think I only say it's a temporary fix to alleviate your stress. But if you don't want, I don't think you should. I think this should be the thing you fucking publish. I think this should be the goddamn book. I think just put it out there, all fucking 203,369 goddamn words of it. You know, every bit of it should be out there in a book. And I tell you what, dude, if at this point, you raised 30 grand on your Indiegogo Kickstarter for this thing, 1,000 years ago, if the people who you give this to say, this is not what I wanted, those 8 or 9 people, you give them their fucking refund, right? And I guarantee you the bulk of the people will like this, because they could sit there. This is the perfect, like, reading material. I call it shiterial. You're reading material and take a shit. This is the perfect thing. You're just sitting there. You got time to kill. You're on a train, on a bus. You know, you just read the fucking book to understand your brain, you know, and you get a feel for Lamentations and how you think. And you know, you're in the mind of you. There's no better way to understand how to run a Lamentations game than this. You can't distill this into axioms. And that's my plea. That's my take on it. Yeah, other than that, the only person I think that could actually pull this together is you. And I don't think you have the time or the desire. You know, so this may be the only words and it ever gets out. Maybe there's this universe telling you, fucking put it out. Yeah. You know, I don't know. Yeah. I'm ranting. You get the point, you know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Just something to think about, dude. You know what I mean? So the crystallized distillate of Raggi's etheric emanations. That's your title. That's your subtitle right there. I don't know. So anyway, we did need to address this. The thing in the room there. So there has been addressed.
I knew this was going to come out, but this is why I'm glad it's you because for the past couple years, when I've been saying, "Oh, the editor has it. I have it with an editor." Oh, because the people have been doing this have not wanted their name attached to it, and that's the thing I've got to deal with these days. You know, I'll work with you, but keep my name out. You know, use a pseudonym or whatever. So with me saying for 2 years now that it's with an editor, editor's dealing. I feel like I've been telling people, "Oh yeah, my Canadian girlfriend." You know, So I'm glad that now there's.
You said that last night. It sounds like my Canadian girlfriend. I'm like, I lost it on that one.
Yeah. So at least there's independent verification that I'm not talking out my ass on that.
No, it's fucking there. It's big. I'm reading the word count. I'm reading the page count. You know, I mean, people are saying it's great. I agree. You know, dude, you got a loyal fan base, man. You know, and you can't beat that. You cannot beat a loyal fan base. You know, and the people who backed this a million years ago, they're probably still with you. You know, they're probably still with you, dude. I know a lot of the ones, the nonsense assholes, are gone, but I think you still got your loyal core. And it's if they don't like it.
There's the thing. The assholes that are gone, if they're gone because it's this late, they're not assholes because of that. That's my fault.
No, not because of the game.
I have to say that.
Yeah. I meant the assholes who left because of other drama.
Right. Okay. Fair.
That's what I meant by the assholes who left. But I don't think people are leaving because I think they just be happy to get it out, you know. And like I said, when I was pissed, like, what the fuck's the book after all these years? And then I saw you're going through shit. Life happens. Blah blah blah. You know, the marriage, divorce, everything. You know, it's like shit. I get it. Now I feel bad, but if this could be my only contribution is to convince you to put this goddamn thing out, then I feel my karma is complete, because I think it's worthy of being put out, worthy of being read. And I think that if you try to distill this, you will lose the essence of makes it great. Just my take. I just something to think about, something to think about. And then give them their money back if they don't want it. If they don't like it, say, all right.
Well, I understand what you're saying with that, but Jesus, that's easier said than done as far as.
Yeah, I know. I mean, give their money back over time.
The liquidity of LOTFP is not what it once was. There were glory days, and now it's the shit.
No, I get it. The hookers and blower, those days are over. I get it. The old the 80s Gygaxian, Hollywood days are over. But I get it. You get it. But you'll make money off of PDF sales that might help pay for that shit too.
I don't know these days, because some of the stuff that's in there, I think that first page, it's like, can this stuff even go up on drive-thru anymore? Because they look through all my shit. I have to get my stuff pre-approved before it's allowed to go up. And so much stuff, they just say, nope.
What's on the first page that's so fucking bad?
It's nobody's going to believe that I wrote that first page in 2015 either.
Why?
I just have a feeling. I just like paranoia on this is that, like, I just have a feeling that the whole thing has gone so sour that no one's going to believe anything that I say about it. But
dude, who the fuck cares what they believe? Who cares what they fucking believe at this point in the game? Just you got to do what makes you sane at this point. You know what I mean? And just this is like this goddamn anchor around your neck, just fucking, driving you nuts. Just get it done, put it out. Because I don't think if I know your feeling is like I'm skimping if I do that. I honestly, God, having listened to it and I've read it, and I don't believe you're skimping at all. I think this is the greatest thing that you should put out. I think it would do good for you.
Okay.
So think about it. All right. Anywho, so your process, going back to that, all right? Kickstarter is where we got off on.
Please.
Yes. Kickstarter is where we got off on this. So you do Kickstarters. What did you learn doing Kickstarters that you should or shouldn't do? Everybody who's out there wanting to do one.
Have the fucking book done before it goes up on Kickstarter. That's the.
Did you learn that from the old, was it 18 books at once Kickstarter experiment that you did?
No, that one actually went fairly well. That was a good experiment. Yeah. It didn't work the way I hoped it would, but everything that was funded with that did come out, so that wasn't a problem. Yep. Nothing's been a problem. I crowdfunded the hardcover of the rule book. I crowdfunded Broodmother and K-Long, and there's a lot of there's a whole pile of stuff I successfully crowdfunded, but it's that one fucking thing,
Yeah. I get it. So with you don't do big stretch goal stuff, do you? You don't really do like all kinds of extravagant stretch goals.
I did. Well, again, I haven't done a crowdfunding thing since 2014. I think the last one No, that's not true. I didn't use Kickstarter or Indiegogo, but I think for Eldritch Cock and Vaginas Are Magic, free RPG Day stuff in 2017 and 2018, I did like pre-orders where you can get a copy of it, and that's how I funded the run. The
free stuff, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, because those were hardcover books I did for free RPG Day.
Okay.
2017, Vaginas Are Magic, me putting out a book called Vaginas Are Magic and putting that out for free RPG. Again, troublemaking, but it's like, why not? Why is this a problem?
Yeah.
There's no reason that this is a problem. Sure, it's not for everybody, but nothing good is for everybody. As soon as you try to make something for everybody,
you compromise.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And then Eldritch Cock was a full color hardcover book given away for free as an advertisement. It's just
Jesus Christ. So, all right. So Kickstarters to help with that. You don't really focus in on the Kickstarters now. You're doing your own publishing, but what I see behind you is everything you've probably produced. Are you the UK? Are you the European warehouse essentially? Somebody makes an order on the European warehouse, it goes to you, and you stick it in a box and mail it out?
Yeah. I've got over here the bookshelves, like all the books, each got its own shelf over here. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and one of the bedrooms is my warehouse.
Okay. Now, why did you go that route? I think you're probably going to say because of quality purposes, but because I know there's a lot of like Joe Block, right? He only does drive-through fulfillment, and he doesn't have any warehousing things. He has like I think he says he has like 3 boxes of books that he takes to cons with him in his back office or whatever, and that's it. He does the entire drive-through thing 100% because he doesn't want to do the warehouse thing. I know other people get into trouble with the warehousing costs and all that, but you do it out of your house, it looks like, and you got thinner books. You're not doing the massive tomes or anything like that, right? But why did you go that route rather than something on print on demand?
It's the quality.
Just the flat out quality. Yeah.
Yeah, quality. Because even when I started doing like the real books, the professionally printed books, not just going down to the print shop in 2011. The difference in having, sewn binding, the difference in like Vornheim, we printed on the end papers. We have had a double-sided jacket on that. Did all sorts of stuff on there. You cannot do with print on demand.
No, I guess you have all this stuff. There's all the Vornheim stuff. Every bit of this book was used. Even the fucking cover was used as something to roll dice on and shit. Yeah, every scrap of this book. Yeah,
and I suppose there are a number of titles that could be on print on demand, but the fact is, I work with a printer that's been in business since the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain amount of quality in there. And where's the my copies are over there. But like I got Broodmother handy here, so I'll use that instead of I just take a random book off the shelf and then do this to it, and then
it stays together.
Yep. And I don't even have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Do you ever? So right now on drive-through, it's all PDF. There's no print on demand.
It's all PDF. Yeah.
All PDF. Okay. And if you go to your website, again, links are below to his website, guys. There's a UK and a US version. This is something I didn't understand until I reached out to you about something.
EU and a US.
EU and US, right? Yeah. And I didn't understand.
I have warehousing in the US.
You do have warehousing here somewhere, yeah, and that gets mailed out if you buy it in the U.S. because it's cheaper from the U.S. to go into the U.S. rather than the U.K. Yep. Because I didn't get the fact that I remember there was shit that was available on the EU site that wasn't available on the U.S. site, and I remember saying, "Yeah, shit, it's too bad I can't get it here." You're like, "Well, just order from the EU site." I'm like, "I could do that. I don't live in the EU." I'm like, "Yeah, just order the." So if you want
shipping's going to be an arm and a leg, but we can do it.
We want it though, Yeah, that's the thing. So anybody anywhere could order from the EU site because if the US doesn't have it, the EU will have it most of the time because it's right.
Because it's all printed it's all printed here in Finland, and then is that true? I think I have done some stuff. I think some of the free RPG Day stuff has been printed in the US, but otherwise everything's printed here in Finland, and then I ship stuff to the US. And now with a 10% tariff, it's still cheaper to print it all here and ship half of it to the US web store.
Yeah.
If this 50% tariff goes through, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. But then there are people saying that books aren't, they're exempt from the tariff, but everyone that's saying that doesn't provide any documentation. I've seen Kickstarters that say because books aren't covered by the tariff, so it's like, I hope you're right or you're fucked.
I agree. I was thinking my $2 million Kickstarter. I'm like, she should just cancel the whole fucking thing until she figures this out. That was just too big of a risk for me. But who knows?
Yeah. So but it's and then when I'm sending half the print run to the US, it's like it's hard for some reason. Some books sell faster out of the US store, some sell faster out of the EU store. So so it's finish the thought. It's so if it sells out in one, then they're going to be the stock's not going to be the same between one store and the other, and it's That's why they're
Then the
different.
taxes, and if you order it from the EU store, I would imagine there'd be a tariff on that too. So it's going to increase the price,
Well,
right? I don't know.
well, I don't know because I mean, anyone, nobody that's ordered from the U.S.
Yeah.
from the EU store since the tariffs went into effect.
Okay.
I don't know if they've been charged anything
Gotcha.
extra. They've not told me, so I have no confirmation either way that no, they weren't charged anything extra for books, or yes, they were.
Who would charge it? Is that on your end? You have to put the tariff in? I mean, how does it even work?
No, that's something like, for example, if I order something from the U.S.
Yeah.
and I'm here in Finland, what'll happen is I'll get a notification from customs, and then I got to pay a fee, and then they deliver it. You know, the people shipping it don't worry about it.
You have to pay the tariff then. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I bought a book from the EU store right now and it ships to me, you would get a letter saying you owe us X% of whatever the hell that book is?
I don't know. I don't know because I don't know if books are exempt from the tariff or not. And no one that says that they are provides documentation. And I've not been able to see anything that says anything for sure either way. So I don't know if people are getting charged for stuff, but nobody's told me they have.
Wow. Goddamn fucking crazy.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're up in the air about everything then.
But basically, even if it's not getting it's like whoever's importing the goods pays the tariff.
Okay.
It's not the people producing and sending it that pay the tariff.
So I would have to pay the tariff if I bought the book from you.
If the tariffs are active for that, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
If it was a non-book thing, then yeah, you would have to pay.
Yeah.
You'd get the notification that you got to pay this extra, and then you would be paying the U.S. government.
Yeah.
You know, or when I do the next big print run, and I send it to the warehouse is going to get that bill, and they're going to end up billing me. But
all right,
the fact is, it's on the spot they are going to be the ones that get the bill.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, what a fucking uncertain, crazy ass goddamn fucking world we live in now.
Yeah,
I remember in the 80s, growing up in the 80s, thinking to myself, life is boring. Nothing is going on. It's the Cold War, right? It was a static state of being. I remember getting off the bus in 1985, talking to my brother and a couple friends. I'm like, we live in such a boring time. And here we are, right? And all kinds of chaos and shit going on. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, here's someone saying tariffs are not forever. Well, yeah, but if they're going to change every month and then...
Yeah, there's no predictability. And who knows?
And you say they're not forever, but if you're telling me going political, that if the Democrats get in 2028, that they're going to, I don't know, is cutting taxes something they do? Or be like, well, let's keep it. There's something coming in. Let's just keep it.
Yeah. No, there's never my taxes has never gone down in my life. So no, everything gets more expensive. And inflation goes up, taxes never go down. And so everything you make, I got a raise. Guess what? The eggs are now $48 a dozen. So what the fuck, right? So yeah. All right. So what advice would you give people? So anybody's listening to this, you just heard James's whole life story, essentially. 2.5 hours of a life story, and then talking about the publishing and how he does it and all that kind of stuff. So they're out there, maybe, hey, I could do this. Maybe. What advice would you give them? What would you say? How to do it? Talk to somebody who may be a publisher 5 years from now, doing really well. How would you help them get there?
Do what you want to do. Forget about the social aspects of the hobby. Forget about what's popular. Forget about what people want. Just whatever you want to do that. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But if you get stuck in the weeds and actually get to do this as a profession, everything sucks, everything's hard. And if you're doing stuff as a service rather than something you actually want to do, it's going to be fucking miserable, and you're better off getting an office job that's got the steady paycheck and benefits. So at least the stupid bullshit you're doing is stable.
Yeah, that makes the most sense ever. Yeah. If you're going to be miserable, let's have somebody else pay for your health care and give you, and have predictable hours and everything else. Yep. That makes
If
sense.
you're lucky enough to have the taste that matches the zeitgeist, well, cool.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then you don't. But you're going to be able to make your best things when you really believe in what it is you're doing, when it's your thing.
Yep. Yep. I remember Jeff Delaney and we're at a couple months ago. We're up at Total Kind of Mess, and I made it just at random. I drove up there to have a couple beers, whoever's around. He was at the bar and we're drinking, and it's like I'm writing this DM thing. I'm doing a series of videos on it. He goes, I don't want to see like because I was talking about the outline of it. And so I don't want to see like an traditional, regular DMG. I just want to see Joe the Lawyer's DMG. I'm like, yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm using an outline just so I have all the main points. But if you listen to my videos, what I'm reading, 90% of the video is just me reading the page, and it's in my voice, in my tone, with my attitude, with my vibe. That's what it all is. It's not a standard professional looking book. Because I said to my brother's busting my balls too a little bit. I said, he goes, well, you got to have this, and you got to appeal to them. I said, no, if I was going to do that, I might as well just get every DMG out there, run it through Chat GPT, and tell it to reconcile the books into one grand book, pasteurized, homogenized DMG. What good is that? I want, if I'm going to put something out, it's going to be my goddamn book. It's going to be people know it was me, so that's it. I mean, one of my questions I was going to ask you is how do people know something is yours? I think we firmly addressed that, though. You pretty much got that.
I mean, how many other people are going to I'll cover up the
boobies
nudity? How many people are going to do, release "Don't Fuck the Priest"?
yeah. Very, very, very poignant point. Yes. So what would you say is your biggest success, James? What looking back, my biggest success was what? Personal, otherwise, business related, anything,
Well, Business, Red and Pleasant Land, I think, is the most successful book we've ever done.
In terms of money, you're talking font income?
Yeah, sales and money. Let's see. Thing I like best is going to be one of my things. I think I agree. Better Than Any Man might be the best thing I've ever done, and it kills me to say that. With Don't Fuck the Priest is I think a major work of mine, and I think it's up there. But I think it's Better Than Any Man is a bigger scope and has more modes of social and city, dungeon, and it incorporates the historical part of LOTFP more. Whereas this is a specific type of gimmicky dungeon crawl. Don't Fuck the Priest. I think as far as what release captures the spirit of what LOTFP is trying to do in a way that could possibly have that mass appeal is the Disastrum set. This is
okay. What are the books in here?
Three book set is a true relation of the Great Virginia Disastrum 1633. 3-volume set takes place colonial Jamestown, where a big dimensional portal opens up nearby, and you can go dimension hopping in that. And that's got the weirdness and the historical stuff without the grindhouse aspect of it. So it's maybe more palatable to a greater audience. But not everything we do is gross, nasty shit.
Your logo, LOTFP. Not everything we do will make you puke or give you nightmares.
Yeah. And it's funny because North Texas is in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, you're going there, right?
Yeah, I'm going there, and both Don't Fuck the Priest and Disastrum are on the list for nominees for the Three Castles Award.
Nice, very nice, man. Congratulations. It's awesome. It's awesome, man. What is the North Texas? The first time we ever met in person a couple of years ago, when we both went there. It was nice. It was nice to sit down and just yak like this, And so, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So, what you going in? This is your second time going this summer?
Third time. I went last year too.
You went last year too? Okay, yeah. I remember you said you made more money there than at Gen Con. You know, selling
more
stuff.
money per capita.
Per capita. Okay. Yeah. So that's not bad, man. Not bad. Plus, it's your peeps, right? You know, so it works.
No, it's more my peeps. I don't have to. My peeps. You actually got me to say my peeps just without thinking about it.
Somebody clip that.
It's the convention where I don't have to explain to anybody what this is and who I am.
Yeah.
Everybody already knows that. I don't have to
Cheers.
explain. Oh, it uses an old school AD&D system, old school D&D system as a base, but then with blah 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 blah, and the blanks there. I like story games though. Bye. You know.
Yeah.
I don't have to explain to people. I can explain what a specific product is, but I don't have to explain. Oh, the OSR is. It's like, no, I hate that. It's. I hate sales. I hate dealing with people. It's because the like the discussing the thing. Like to me, like you know, Red Letter Media. Do you watch that channel?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Movie discussion show where friends discuss movies, and it's like, to me, I like that channel because that's how I wish I can discuss things with people. You get in the weeds and you talk details, and you both know what you're talking about, and it's they're not selling anything.
Yes,
they're just talking about this thing they've watched, and they have the talent and the charisma where they present it well, and it's entertaining to watch their discussions.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're not selling anything, and when they do clickbait, you know, thumbnails and stuff, it's a gimmick.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something they're not doing 10 best butt plugs for you.
Oh God, I hate those fucking channels. I make fun of one guy in particular. All this redheaded dude. He's a nice guy, but his channel's all about the 10 best things and a secret thing from Gygax that you never learned before. It's like, shut the fuck up. There's no secrets left, asshole. You know. It's like, but yeah, North Texas is like Cheers. It's like the bar, everybody knows your name. You're Norm, you know, who just passed away, you know, but
I hope I'm not Norm. But, you know, like when I'm at Gen Con, or I'm going to be UK Games Expo next week. And you know, I got to take people that don't know who I am, what any of this is. I don't know if they know what a role-playing game is. Maybe they're board gamers, you know, and I got to go from complete cold approach to making a sale, and it's just like, this is not my personality. This is not. Oh my God, I hate this so much.
For all the years I spent in sales, I was good at it, but I hated it. But I refused to fail at it because I had failed at it earlier in a different sales job, and I'm like, fuck you, I'm not going to fail again. So I read every book on sales I could. I figured it out, you know what I mean? But I felt like such a fucking manipulative asshole. Right. I felt like, you know, like I was using people, you know, I was able to talk them into whatever the hell I saw, you know, but I couldn't stand it. And now I've become more and more, I was always like that Myers-Briggs shit, or introvert, extrovert. I was always kind of in the middle. I think I've gone more introvert. Like if I do extrovert shit, I got to go into introvert mode for a while. Right. That's why my channel goes wild swings of 3 weeks of a lot of videos, and then 3 weeks of Joe's recovering from 3 weeks of a lot of videos. Right. So it's like that sort of a thing. But I wanted to make this show, especially this conversation thing. It's not an interview. I got some questions, but this is the same kind of shit we would talk about at a bar or at that fucking barbecue place with me, you, and Courtney, you know, and your lady friend. You know, there was just it's the same conversation we had there, just different, you know, with more of a focused, you know, aspect of it. But this is what I wanted it to be. It's not Red Letter Media because I don't know the minutia of things. Yeah. You know what I mean? But I just want some normal, approachable conversation to hang out with people, and people can feel like, I know this guy.
Because I remember, like, when Jack used to come to Gen Con and be at the booth. And he is such an outgoing personality. And he's able to, like, engage with people and ask, so what do you like? What kind of games do you like? What kind of characters do you like? And I'm just thinking, I would want to shoot myself to try. It's like the stuff is like, I can say, here's what this is. But the idea of like learning about a person, and it's like, this is what you'll like. But it's like, no, this is what we do. Do you like it? Do you care? Okay, get the fuck out. You know, next. Are you interested? Yes. Okay, let's talk. No. Well, fine.
Yeah.
Move
Goodbye.
along.
Later. Yeah.
Because the worst thing in the world, the worst thing in the world, like the most annoying thing, is when people are passing, thousands and thousands of people at like Gen Con, not as many thousands, but the UK Games Expo. I'm just like, weird horror and fantasy role playing. They'll stop and say, I'm not really that into horror. It's like, you didn't have to explain that. You just say no thanks, or just ignore me. This is a sales thing.
Yeah,
You don't have to acknowledge every single person you pass.
Yes.
I don't need the explanation.
Yep. I get it.
But the worst thing is this. The worst thing in the world at these conventions, someone will come, they act interested. Oh, what's this? You explain all this and that and blah blah blah. We do this and that, and oh, this is a cool thing, and they'll ask questions, then go, thank you, and then go. And it's just like,
you're gonna buy nothing, asshole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You made me say all that. Buy something, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh God, just be interested or not, but don't waste my fucking time.
It's funny. There was I went, the play I saw yesterday was Glenn Ross by David Mamet, and there's all about sales in the early 80s. And they were talking about leads, and they get leads from certain ethnic groups that will talk to you for 5 hours and never buy a fucking thing, So it's a very racial toned thing. But yeah, it's similar what you're saying. Certain people come through the booth, talk your ear off, and never buy a fucking thing. Yeah. I don't know why they do it, but all right. So we got your biggest success. What's your biggest
on their? Well, no. On their end, I mean, if they're wanting to learn about stuff, I mean, them wanting to learn about stuff from the perspective of a con goer, of course they're not thinking that they're owing people a sale. They're just learning. They're walking through this place that has hundreds and hundreds of different vendors, and they're not going to know what 75% of it is. They've never heard of it, so it's like, oh, what's this? Oh, that's cool. And it's like, if that's the way they're spending their time at this big game, like, I don't even understand why you would go to a game convention for fun, like Gen Con. Like how much the hotels are and the flights, because nobody's local there. And this place is just a giant mob mess. And you have to pay for every single thing you have to do. If you want to play a game, you have to pay. If you want to go to a seminar, you have to pay. Why does anyone go to that? I don't understand.
I've never been there, but I got to say, James, it's on my bucket list. Once I want to go to Gen Con because, we all saw it in Dragon Magazine growing up, and I want to make it there once before I die. Even though it's not the greatest RPG con anymore, it's just bucket list.
I mean, even North Texas. I mean, obvious. It's like, I guess if you're me coming from Europe, it's a completely different thing. Like, am I going to fly to Texas just to play role playing games for 4 days? That would seem insane. But I guess if it's not such a distance and not such an expense, maybe it's more reasonable. Because you just got to get to Dallas, and then the Red Roof Inn is right across the street, so it doesn't have to be a big expense. So I get that's different, but Gen Con, that's not an option. Gen Con should.
No, you're getting killed. You're getting killed on it. All right. So, what is your biggest failure? We did the biggest success. What's your biggest failure?
We just talked how long about my biggest failure so far. I think.
Make sure it wasn't anything else. I know you.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Just want to make sure there's nothing else in there. All right.
The fact that I've been divorced twice. That's
not a failure. That's just selected. That's being selective. That's all. You're just learning from experience. I look at that as growth, personal growth experience. All right. So what would you say is the most overrated RPG product ever?
Mort Borg.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's stupid. I might even go lean. I like it. I like this product, but I might even say Shadow Dark. I don't want to play it. I'll never play it. I'll never run it, but it's not bad. I think it's good, but overrated. That's what I would think,
It's just another D&D. That's all it is.
Yes.
And that it's for some reason it was selected by the public to be this season's Old School Essentials.
Yes, thank you. That's what I've been saying. It's just the latest, greatest thing, and it happened to hit the right time, the right place, and nothing against them. It's a good product. I love, Kelsey's nice. She's a nice lady, her wife. It's just a nice thing, but it's good? Yes. Is it overrated? Yes, I think. I never played Morkborg, but I looked at it. It's like, this is shit. At least Shadow Dark is not shit. Morkborg is pure shit.
Yeah. Well, it's the thematic things that bug me, like Morkborg. I'll rehash. I did the video about this early this year.
I saw it. It was good. It was very good.
2.5-hour video with this stuff. Yeah. But it's like Morkborg, the thing, it's like on the cover, it's got like the what is it, the goat man that has an upside down cross on his head. And it's like, okay, they're doing the satanic metal imagery for a complete original setting that doesn't have a Christ. So it's like, okay, what's the anti-Christian imagery about then? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? It's like this is a spike. It's like a spiked flail to the face is what it calls itself, but you can see the guardrails on it. That's one thing. Lamentations of the Flame Princess doesn't have the damn guardrails.
Yeah. It's a vibe product. That's the latest, greatest word these days is vibe. Morkborg is a vibe product. That's all it is, I think, honestly.
Yeah, and Shadow Dark, the one complaint I have about that, I'll repeat here, is it's got this nasty looking monster on the cover. Cool. All these quotes and all the atmospheres, it's like, who's the hero and who's the corpse? The Shadow Dark will decide. It's got, this is dangerous, this is deadly, this is not, won't hold your hand. Nasty thing. It's like, fuck yeah, old school kind of. But then it's got that pact that we're all here to lift each other up, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You're just undercutting every other freaking thing in this book. What are you doing?
Yeah.
No. Pick a lane. Is this the Get Along Gang or is this nasty dungeon adventure? Pick one. Don't be putting all this nasty dark shit in here and then say, but.
Yep, I get it. I feel the same way. And the unique mechanics about it that make it. You look at Old School Essentials. Shadow Dark is an overlay on top of Old School Essentials, right? But the things that you overlay on top of it to make it unique, I don't like. I would house rule it out, and then I'm just back to Old School Essentials. So why don't I just use that, But anyway, what do you think is most underrated? Huh? Okay, good.
Most underrated is, of course, anything I do.
Oh, all right.
No, seriously. That means some of the, obviously, like Don't Fuck the Priest will have a more select clientele, but some of the stuff we've released,
probably right. That's the Altar Boy looking for. Former Altar Boy group audience. Are you looking for that one?
Yeah. It's just some of the stuff. It's like I don't understand why. Well, I understand why, but in a world that was based on the quality of the product, it would be up there with the sales of anything this industry's ever produced.
Yeah. All right, we got it. Most underrated product, all of yours. All right.
So what else am I going to say? I mean, everything I do should sell more.
Dude, when I publish my book eventually one of these years, it's going to be the greatest RPG ever. I'm going to put that in the greatest RPG product ever made. It's going to be right there on the fucking cover. I might even call that the name of the fucking product. What's your RPG called? The greatest RPG ever made. Yeah, I don't know the fucking name of it. Yeah. But yeah, that'll be it, because it's going to be it's essentially my house rules of everything I've ever done. So I want to do for everybody. The only thing I'm doing consistently for all these conversations is like a list of like 10 questions, a rapid fire. Favorite this is your favorites. And that way people could compare Joe Block's favorites, your favorites, blah, blah, blah. Everybody. So just like quick and easy. All right. So rapid fire. Favorite appendix, end, book, or author?
Lovecraft.
All right. Favorite D&D related movie or show, or things that influence your D&D?
Captain Chronos Vampire Hunter.
All right. Favorite adventure module? You can say your own.
Assuming not mine.
You can say your own and something else, not yours. How about that?
Well, Better Than Any Man, I already said, is probably the best thing I've done, and of course, the things I've done is better than what anyone else has published with me.
Of course. That being said,
what is my favorite? Death on the Reich. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay.
Gotcha. All right. A favorite RPG system, not yours.
Favorite RPG system that's not mine? Probably. Oh, so much for rapid fire. What was that? Oh God, system.
Hmm.
What have I done most that's not D&D related? It's system. Yeah, it's. I want to default to GURPS because I've tried to do so much with it, but it's fine when you play it, but the preparation, because everything has to have all these stats and pointed out,
Okay.
the point build is such a pain in the butt. But I don't actually like the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay system.
Okay.
it's
Like the vibe, but not the system. The vibe.
I love the vibe, I love the writing, but the actual system is like, well, what are you doing? Yeah, I try to like my role playing stuff is all the way down the other end of the room. Yeah, GURPS. I think I think I've
GURPS.
had the most varied fun with GURPS, other than D&D. Maybe.
All right. Favorite RPG system you want to run, but for some reason you can't fucking run it. Can't find a group, can't find players, whatever it is. Is there any system out there that you're like, God damn, I wish I could run this goddamn thing, but I can't get a group or whatever?
No, I mean,
No?
there are games I wish to play, but if I'm going to run something, it's going to be one of my things.
Okay. What do you want to play? What would be the thing you played? Like, you wish somebody would DM Traveler? Okay.
Traveler.
Okay.
Like
Straight
classic,
up old classic Traveler?
Classic, the old Traveler.
James, I could get Rob Connolly to run a Traveler game for us if you want. He's been dying to run a Traveler game. If you ever want to do it?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'll try to get the hookup. We'll try to get it going there.
Not very familiar with the system, and
me either. Me either. I got the book there. Yeah. He's been talking about it forever. I could probably talk him into it. All right. So, favorite designer other than Gary or Dave? RPG designer, obviously. And yourself, I guess you can't say yourself.
Who did? Oh God! Now, oh God! See, this is information I used to have in my head. It got pushed out by other stuff. Because the people that did the Warhammer stuff were largely people that also worked on D&D stuff for the UK division.
Yep.
And I'm wanting to say, but but I don't know who worked on what. Is
it Carl Sargent? Is the guy who did the
I don't know who did what specific books. Like the Greyhawk thing is I don't really care about. But
yeah,
I
he
know
did
he
the
did
Warhammer
stuff
shit
with
too.
Yeah,
Carl Sargent did the Warhammer, that 6 adventure module thing, and then he also did Greyhawk shit. I thought that might have been the crossover.
Well, if he did the 6 module thing, he's going to be up there because like Death on the Reich was part of the Enemy Within series. I think as a series, it doesn't make much sense the way it connects some of the stuff. It's just like, it's not neat like G123, D12. Graham Davis might be one, but again, I don't know who exactly did what. Graham Davis comes to mind as being one of the names in the stew, but I don't know for Warhammer who actually wrote what. But like, Death on the Reich was pretty good. Was more than pretty good. Power Behind the Throne, just as a social adventure, I think is just awesome. The way that's put together. Yeah. So, but the Warhammer crew, for basically how they envisioned the world and how they implemented it through the adventures, I think a lot of imprinting on me.
Okay. All right. Favorite monster ever in RPG monster? I'm telling something out of a monster manual.
Yeah. It's not my favorite, but I like the Masher from the AD&D Monster Manual because I remember I saw that one day. It's just like, is this a joke? Has this always been in here? Have I got like some new joke printing? And I go on Dragon's Foot and ask, what is this Masher monster that's stuck, the headers at the bottom? And so many people on Dragon's Foot, it's like, holy shit, I never noticed that. That this monster exists, the Masher.
Why? I gotta kind of get the book, man. What the hell are we talking about? It's oh God, I got the oldest beat up monster manual. I think this might be the one with the masher.
The masher.
What the fuck is it?
The
MAS.
M, I imagine.
Oh, because it's way the fuck down here. You can't even see it.
Yeah,
It starts down there.
Yeah, the masher. It's like this monster. Just, no one notices. Might as well be the invisible stalker.
They move slowly among coral reefs, crushing and eating the coral growth. If surprised or threatened, they are prone to attack in self-defense. They have a number of dorsal spines and poisonous and blah, blah, blah. I never heard of that either, dude. Good call.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
No, because it's like right there.
That's the importance of layout.
Yes. Exactly. Fuck no.
Yeah, but favorite, what have I used? I guess no, this is going to drive some people nuts, but for example, like the original printing of Death Frost Doom, I reverse engineered the scenario based on the Susurrus from the Fiend Folio, and I made some changes to it to thing. I had no idea at the time that basically the Susurrus had previously been used in the Lich Way from White Dwarf, I think. I had never heard of that adventure.
Yeah.
But apparently that's the thing that wakes up a bunch of undead, and
I
so
never
that
heard of it
makes
either.
Yeah, it was
I never
so
used the Fiend
embarrassing.
Folio that much. I thought that British shit, whatever, fuck them.
Well, yeah, the British shit is the good shit. I mean, the Gith Yankee and the Gith Zeri and how it creates the that little mythology. And I did a thing in Vasa with my campaign there, where the Gith Yankee were part of the alliance of the bad guys, and I actually did a thing where to communicate what was going on with bad guys to the players without doing it in the D&D game. Is one week we showed up and I decided, okay, now we're going to play Over the Edge this week. And they were like, wait, what? And that was the that was the time that I made blue bread for everyone. Because in Vasa, what I used to do during the session, I would make bread from scratch during the session for everybody.
Okay.
Start with the flour and just do that in front of everyone, put it in the oven, then everyone gets fresh bread. But this time I started early, so basically to introduce the adventure, it's like, here's these characters I just passed out pre-gens randomly and say you're landing in Alamarja, and here's the in-flight service before landing, and I take the towel off the bread and it's blue.
Interesting.
So I put the blue food coloring in, just like what is flights and what are we playing, and basically I use the idea that the Gith Yankee and the big villain, they do their meetings not on the prime material plane, because I was doing more straight AD&D with that.
Yeah.
That they go to another dimension, and Alamarja is this weird place where things can happen. So basically they find out about the Gith Yankee and stuff about the main villain through these other characters in this other game, so then now they understand more of what's at stake and what's going on back in the D&D game the next week.
Okay. I also bring bread like grains to my D&D games, but it's hops and barley related stuff, and it comes in that's more my thing. All right.
Yeah.
Favorite memory.
Those were the days when, we were playing in the kitchen, so I was able to do things like that.
Oh yeah. No, that's the best, man. Yeah, it's the only place with a big enough table, So it makes sense. Favorite memory as a player ever.
This was just a year and a half ago, I think.
Yeah.
I played Jeff Reetz's game Mondays, over Zoom, and we had gone to this heart of this dimension traveling pyramid, and we uncovered like a hatch that looked into the heart of the universe, like the origins of the universe was in here.
Okay.
And I had the idea that, wait a minute, if my character jerks off into there, then I would become like the father of the universe.
Oh my God. That's great. That is so
All
awesome.
all the other players stopped me.
They stopped you from being
They
God?
stopped me.
You don't
I
even know who you
know.
lose.
I know, right? I
No,
could
you're
have
playing with the
won
wrong group.
Dungeons and Dragons.
You're playing with the wrong group, dude. There's one guy somewhat similarly, but a little creepier. He decided that that mirror that you walk through in AD&D, and he comes out. You visualize where you want to walk through, and you come out there, right in his mirror. I forget what the hell it's called, like a teleportation mirror. He visualized the mirror coming out like a couple of inches behind his own ass, so he could like drop his pants, get a boner, nail himself up the ass, basically, if he comes halfway through the mirror. So that was his, creepy ass, weird ass thing. So yeah, you could probably do if you walk halfway through and you visualize just close enough. Yeah.
See, I never understood that. I never understood, even as
You
a
thought about it?
No. I've never understood the need for players to want get their players laid, or the players to get their characters laid. Like,
well, he was laying himself in that one. I mean, whatever.
I know, but it's like, and then so what? Yay, your character had sex.
Yeah.
So what? What does that do for anything? That's got. My character can get laid. It's like, who cares?
I don't
do anything.
I once ran a Pathfinder campaign it was based loosely on Josie and the Pussycats or something, where they were all in a band and adventures happened in the city. And they go and play the gig and adventures happen. It was like the Hardy Boys, Josie and the Pussycats. Remember the whole genre of shows like that, right? You're in a group and something happen. But they were more like a heavy metal death clock, Metalocalypse type style shit. And so it's essentially an all barred campaign. So I had to come up with getting laid rules, which coincided with Venereal's rules were heavily involved in that one, So yeah, it was interesting. It was more fun. It was more you do drunken ranting fun kind of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
But is there anything like any mechanical or game benefits from getting laid?
No, but it was but they had to do here's the fun part. Me as a DM and for everybody else there was the getting laid wasn't the hard part. The your role happens, whatever, charisma, blah, 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 looks. But the funny and the fun part for everybody involved was the performance check. How good did you do? You roll a 1. You did get laid, but let's see how good you did. You roll a 1 on it, you get mocked forever. Right? Because what happened? Premature ejaculation, you couldn't get it up, whatever the case may be. So you just mock them. It's like I always require them to roll up their ability scores in public and their hit points in public so we could mock them. Mockery of somebody's roles is the greatest aspect of D&D for me. Just pure mockery. And so yeah, everything has to be in public just so we can mock that you fucked up getting laid. So that was it. All right. Favorite memory as a DM.
From the Vasa campaign, I had this social. Well, it wasn't all social adventure, but basically, there was an adventure where the players all had to split up.
Okay.
And
never was.
And so it was a city adventure where everybody's mission had 3 stages, and there was, I don't know if they all showed up that week, but I had 11 players in that group.
Jesus.
And sometimes they would all show up. So they would split up into a number of different groups, and then we'd go through the first 15 minutes to do one of the groups phase 1, and then 15 minutes and 15 minutes, and then it escalates and escalates. And and then it all coalesces, and how each of them do in their each individual parts affects what the whole outcome of what's going on in the city. So if everybody succeeds in everything, then they have an easy time. They might not have to do anything else at the end. If everybody fucks everything up, then everything's fucked. And then things. And there was and I had what missions were done, and then I forget if they chose which missions they wanted or if it was random, but it wasn't that I was choosing which players and their characters are going to go on which missions. And one of the missions is that the ruler of the city was disappointed that his son was gay, because then there wouldn't be an heir. There wouldn't be another heir.
Okay.
So so one of the characters, the idea is that he had to go on a date with the ruler's son, and then slip him this potion that will reverse sexuality.
Oh boy, that's yeah.
And I'm in my 30s. A lot of the players, I think, were in their later 20s.
Yeah, I can imagine how that went.
The guy that ends up with this mission was the geekiest 15-year-old kid that was in the group.
Oh God.
Oh, this poor fucking kid. because he's naive in the whole thing, and like the second part of his mission, the second phase, was doing the role playing of being on a date in a restaurant with this guy, and this guy was so
boy.
fucking embarrassed.
Oh God.
But the thing was, he was really, really obvious with what he was doing with the potion and trying to put it in the guy's drink. So the guy does is like switch the cups on the guy. And everybody else at the table picked up on this, but not the +1 player. So the player goes, gulp. Everyone starts laughing.
Oh my God.
Kid doesn't get it. It's like, I got some news about your character now. This poor kid.
Oh, Jesus.
But then
did he pull the X card on you? Did he pull the X card?
But then there was another one where I got embarrassed because there was this one that had this like horny head of the Thieves Guild guy, and it ended up that the woman player with the woman character ended up doing the thing with him, and so it's like, okay, I got to role play this guy's going to be horny with the woman. And I expected things to go so far, and I'm expecting her to do something to get it out of it or whatever. She's into it.
Oh.
And like her boyfriend is like sitting right next to her at the table.
And you're playing the dude.
And then I'm the one that gets cold feet and embarrassed. And it's just So I thought the entire thing worked extremely well. Problem is that was a few years and I didn't keep the notes. So how to recreate that to maybe make a published adventure out of it, I don't know if it will work that way because it was very. But the idea that I really embarrassed the shit out of one player that I didn't know who it was going to be, and in a very similar way got embarrassed in front of everyone from one of the other players.
Yep.
But there were a couple points where like everyone was cheering, like when somebody succeeded in their third phase, everyone's like, yeah. It was like I thought it was a very experimental format for an adventure, and it just fucking worked. And yeah,
it's good. All right, cool, man. Who goes on? Forgetting Gary and Dave, who are the 4 people on Mount Rushmore of RPGs? Do you have 4 or?
Yeah, I'm going to screw up how to pronounce the name. Kevin Siembida.
Okay.
Palladium guy.
Yep.
Because he's a guy that basically said, fuck you, I'm doing it my way for ages.
Mm-hmm. The old blue eyes of RPGs, yeah.
Who's I guess, who was it? Sandy Peterson that did Call of Cthulhu?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's got to be on there. Steve Jackson, U.S. version.
Okay.
I think GURPS with the point buy stuff. I don't know if they were the first for point buy, but I think that really spread. It was the most popular one.
Palladium. So it's okay. So it's Palladium. It's GURPS. It's Call of Cthulhu, and
who would be the 4th that would fit that I'm
4
going
is what
to
gets people. I've noticed people can throw out 3 pretty easily, but 4 seems to get people.
Actually, when I was here's something I should have thought of this earlier. I used to play the shit out of Marvel superheroes. Is that
really?
Jeff Grubb?
Okay.
Is that Jeff Grubb?
Maybe.
Marvel superheroes, the guy that designed that system. because
I don't know.
that was easy as shit to pick up and play. A lot
So
of
whoever
that.
designed that, then
Yeah,
that's your fourth. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Let's see. I think at this point, that's maybe, goddamn, we have broken Greg Christopher's record. He wanted to set the record for the longest ever interview, not thinking anybody being sane enough to do this. And we have gone, he did 4 hours 20, we went 4:25, and we haven't even gone over your shit yet. So your stuff, man. You got time? You want to keep?
Nobody knows how to take forever like I do.
Yeah, we have a good conversation. And this is the same basic conversation we had in goddamn Texas, sitting at the table for 3 hours. You know what I mean? It's just the same vibe.
Yeah.
You know, so I try to tell people, you got to be normal, you got to be regular, you got to be yourself. If you're not, people aren't going to believe you. You're not going to buy you. You're not going to buy any of your shit. You know, you just got to just fucking be yourself out there. Don't try to be fake and phony. But let me share this screen, because this is the screen I have to bring up here with all your stuff, man. Let me hide this chat overlay thingy here. There you go. So this is all your
just drive through.
Yeah. So what is you do your Lamentations store too? What do you want to show off your stuff on? What's the better platform?
LotFP.com, the EU and US web stores, I think.
Okay. All right.
Because drive through has stuff. There's stuff that I'm not allowed to have on there.
Oh, okay.
Some key things are missing.
Let me bring this over then. Here is, there you go. Close that out. Yeah. So here's the EU store. All right. So you want to
ship worldwide from there.
Yep. So
and we have just 2 copies at the time of this live broadcast. We have just 2 copies left of the slipcase edition of Disastrum. There were 300 made. We've sent a number ahead for North Texas RPG Con, but as far as from the EU web store, 2 copies is it.
What's the cost on that?
€275 plus shipping. And I know that's a lot, but trust me, I paid out the ass on my end for this shit too.
Yeah.
The slip case and the screen that's included. There was a lot of that was done by hand here in Finland for people getting paid Finnish wages, not some slave camp in China. So that's the big thing. And then, but then the U.S. web store, if you're not into that particular product, we've got pretty much everything. We're missing some stuff like Death, Frost, Doom, and Adventure Anthology Death aren't in the U.S. web store, but I've sent some stuff ahead for North Texas, so there will be a restock soon of some of this stuff, since I don't think it's all going to sell out at North Texas.
And there's so
U.S.
much
web store.
Here. There's so much stuff.
Well, we've published over we've been in business since July 2009, and we've published well over 100 titles. But if you're in the U.S., check the U.S. web store first, because the shipping is going to be a lot cheaper. And the reason, and we ship worldwide from the U.S. web store too. But if you're not in the U.S., shipping is going to be more expensive. More. But it's just, pick the store that's got the products you want that'll have the cheapest shipping. I mean, if you're in the U.S. and the stuff you want is in the EU web store and the U.S. web store, just do the U.S. web store, and you don't. The international shipping's not something I can do much about. Although from the EU web store, if you buy €475 worth of stuff, like a $500 order, basically, shipping is free. I'll eat the cost on that.
Okay.
Which I know that's a big chunk of change, but you'd be surprised how many people take advantage of that, and you get a whole lot of books for that. And again, we do all this stuff is physically constructed, top of the line as far as we can get it, as far as paper grade, as far as binding.
Yeah.
Now this is the part that sales, and I'm sitting here thinking I'm saying this stuff, and as I'm hearing it, this is like, I'm not good at the sales part. But
what do you want to pimp? What? Give me the 5 products you want to highlight right now. If you could say, all right, everybody go out and buy these 5 fucking products, including of course the rules book, right? But talk about.
I would
talk about
see
five.
my opinion is the rules book is the least important thing in the catalog,
Okay.
because you could use this as traditional OSR games. You can
Yes.
use old school essentials. You can use Osric. You can use Swords and Wizardry with any of these things. I mean, if you like my rules and the way I do things and the art and everything, awesome. But you can use this stuff with every other OSR game. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Uh, 5 things that I would pimp. I would pimp the Disastrum, and again, if you don't want
All
to
right.
spend $300 on a
That is
slipcase edition,
this
we
book
do
right
have the
here.
version that's we do have the version that's just the 3 books without
Okay.
all the extras. I am partial to Don't Fuck the Priest.
All right. Let's go back to fucking priests. Here it is.
Yeah, that's my
Right.
that's my
Booze.
personal latest.
Okay. And what is that about? Why would they want to buy that? Filth, rot, decay,
Okay.
and infection.
Yeah.
Why buy this? What's cool about it?
It's the dungeon is randomly generated using a deck of cards that comes in the box.
Okay.
But it's not simply a randomly generated dungeon. It's the dungeon itself in the game is recreating itself around the players as they're going through the dungeon. So the randomness is happening in game.
Okay.
And because it's recreating themselves, they can't go back. All the rooms that they've been in previously aren't there anymore as they leave those rooms.
That's cool. So it's like a crazy ass monster in a sense. The dungeon is the monster in a weird way.
Yes. But as the players, are going through the dungeon, they can start learning the patterns and how things work. So it's no longer completely random. They get more and more agency as they figure out what's going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's Don't Fuck the Priest.
I
think I've ever said those words together in once, but there we are.
Well, isn't that general good advice though?
It is. It is. All right. What's the next? What's their third product?
What's the third? See now, they're all my children. It's hard to choose. Just
can't pick your favorite child.
See now, I'm freaking blanking. I guess Better Than Any Man.
Okay, now where is this Better Than Any Man? Let me look this shit up. Better.
I don't think there's any in the U.S. web store right now.
All right,
there might be after North Texas, but it'll be in the EU web store.
EU, yeah. Better. Yeah, I can't spell better. Better than. I suck at typing, as you can see. Better Than Any Man. All right, print and PDF, $34. The Swedes are invading. Is this something that goes back to your whole dealing with the bullshit of the languages? Is this your
No, this is 30 Years War.
All right, okay.
The Swedes were a major force in that war, and they swept into Germany and really fucked shit up. And this is the characters messing around in Germany just before the Swedes are pulling through. Okay. I would say Adventure Anthology Fire. That's available in both web stores. That's an anthology of some of the early adventures. It's got Tower of the Stargazer, God That Crawls, Monolith from Beyond Space and Time, and Doom Cave of the Crystal-Headed Children.
Why get that?
Yeah, it's a pretty good price for all of that adventure in there, and it's a good starter primer for Lamentations of the Flame Princess as far as adventures go, because they're all weird fantasy, but they're not the really disgusting, gross grindhouse stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's a good bridge away from traditional fantasy, but not so far over the edge. Okay. Although if you want to go over the edge, Adventure Anthology Death is what you're looking for, and right now that's just the EU web store. But again, after North Texas, there should be some copies in the US web store.
Empathy 0. Everything you love is meaningless. Everyone you know is going to die. There we go. That sets the tone there.
Yeah, that one's got. We were talking about it earlier. It's got Death, Love, Doom. It's got Fuck for Satan. Yep. It's got the Magnificent Youp Van Ooms. And it should say in the description, is there another adventure? I think there's another adventure there. Okay, I just can't think off the top of my head.
I have the Adventure Anthology Fire. That's the one I have here in print. I had to go see which one I had in print here. Yeah. Okay, and let's see. There's no other description. I don't see here it is. Tales of a Scarecrow.
Tales of Scarecrow.
Van Ooms, Fuck for Satan, Death, Love, Doom. Okay. All right, cool. All right,
Yeah.
so one more product. We got 4 now. Give them the 5th product that they got to have of yours.
I would say go for Winnie the Shit. Kelvin Green is a wonderful designer. He's got a great sense of whimsy that's
Winnie?
hiding a real darkness underneath. And Winnie the Shit is should be in both web stores. WINNI. There it is.
Oh, it's hyphens. Yeah.
It's a mashup of Winnie the Pooh and the Isle of Dr. Moreau.
Okay. Winnie the Shit, the world's least favorite bear, an utter bastard of an Ursus, and his animal supremacist chums. Okay. Gathering an army of animal-human hybrids to supplement mass. Oh, my God. Okay. Also an imprisoned and untrustworthy, aren't they all, wizard, secret agent, invisible conceptual entity, and even opportunity for gladiatorial combat, like that sort of thing. Okay. That's good. All right. So then we have the 5 books out of James's catalog of, I think it's well over 100, right? Do you have everything?
Yeah,
still,
they're not all in print. Not everything is in print.
Not, okay, I was wondering what that is. There anything that, like, goddamn, I got to get this back in print again?
My mind's blanking. Probably.
No, yeah, I get it. It's been.
Yeah, Jeff Rains wants me to plug Broodmother Sky Fortress.
Oh, yes.
We got copies of that. I do believe it's in both web stores. But yeah, this is good shit. This is good shit here.
There it is. Broodmother Sky Fortress. And I own this one, I believe. I backed this. Remember that massive Kickstarter with all the multiple things. I couldn't afford everything, but I did want to get that one because Jeff's a cool dude. Let's see. I do. Where is it? I do have the adventure anthology Death as well. Look at that. So, all right, here we go. You got the Death one here. And I got the Broodmother Sky Fortress here. Yeah, it's a good book. So
read the description of Broodmother Sky Fortress. Read the back cover copy.
Oh, the back cover?
Yeah.
Since the invention of the adventure module, there have only been 5 adventures that were rated the most awesome, the most epic. Broodmother Sky Fortress leaves them all behind. It's got these creatures that are half shark, half elephant, all badass. They fly around in this cloud fortress, wrecking everything in the campaign until the players step up to stop them. It's all terribly exciting, and all brought to you by none other than the world-famous Archmage of old school, Jeff Rentz. Is it Rentz or Rience? I never quite knew how to pronounce his name. Rentz? I don't know. As an added bonus, we've included a greatest hits of the old Archmage's essays and game tools to build your campaign into the unstoppable juggernaut you've always wanted it to be. Your game won't suck anymore. Broodmother Sky Fortress. Buying any other adventure is just throwing your money away. So why can't you pitch like this with your voice? This is awesome, man. You got the best goddamn descriptions, man.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that's me doing a parody of back copy text, back cover copy text. I did the same thing with Eldritch Cock. It was just all dick jokes.
I mean, just got to do it. Just own it. Just get out there and own it. You got to stay with. You could say anything as long as you just fucking say it with a straight face. You just got to own that shit. That's all. Yeah, that's what I've seen.
The issue is actually being informative. Like the back cover copy of Don't Fuck the Priest, I just gave up. This is like an expensive box set thing. Yeah. And my sales copy is filth, rot, decay, infection, the smell of vomit, the goodwill of venereal disease, and the excitement of a terminal diagnosis. Is that fluid from a putrefying corpse or an orgasmic discharge? Taste it and find out. It's like that doesn't tell you anything about what the freaking thing is, but it gets the atmosphere across. But that's not it. Yeah, that's me doing sales.
That's perfect, dude. That's perfect. That goes back to what I was saying before about the ref manual. Just one last plug. But yeah, same thing. Got to get the vibe out there. Get your mind out there, man. That's cool. We've gone for 4 hours and 40 minutes, dude. This is a record. I don't think anybody will pass it. And just for future, was this a grind? Tell me, be honest. Was this a grind? Or is this like, holy fuck, I hate this?
No, this isn't even the longest podcast I've done.
Really?
I remember I don't remember whose it was. I was on there for 5 hours.
Well, I'm going to go take a piss and we'll come back for another fucking half an hour.
Okay, I was going to say, these are rookie numbers, man. These are rookie numbers.
No, I know it's late for you. It was 11:30 out there, 12:30.
Yeah, 11. Just tomorrow's Sunday. I don't have to be up for anything.
Yeah. You're not doing anything, right? You're off. It's a 3-day weekend out here. I mean, do you have that out? I'm sure you don't have the Memorial Day weekend out there, but yeah.
I'm self-employed and work from home. There's no such thing as a fucking holiday.
There's no such thing as a fucking holiday. All right. So
I'm lucky if I know what day it is, let alone, I mean, I sometimes leave my apartment and there will be, a flag up on the flagpole in the apartment building. It's like, well, it's some holiday. Fuck if I know what.
Yeah.
So I've got this thing now. I've got this thing where any holiday that does not exist in both Finland and the US, I don't acknowledge. Like Thanksgiving doesn't mean anything to me anymore. And all these friggin' holidays, I don't even know what they are in Finland, don't mean anything to me. It sucks if I try to go to a store on the wrong day and it's like, what's this holiday? What's this? I'm sure I heard of it last year, but it just goes out of my mouth. It's like
the ones I care about are the ones that give me a day off from work. That's the really only ones I care about at this point. Why don't we do this? I got to take a piss. I'm sure you got to go. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. And you guys have any questions? We'll end it with that. Anybody's any questions for James? Well, and because we've been talking and talking, and you guys been talking and talking. We've addressed some of them. But if there's anything you want to know, because we still got a shit ton of people here, so let's take a quick piss, and we'll be back in 2 minutes and address any of your questions. Okay.
Okay.
Right back.
The host is gone. I can say whatever I want.
The host is back, but you can still say whatever you want. I realized I left my fucking coffee maker on. There was some sludge at the bottom from 6 hours ago. This is going to be the strongest fucking coffee I've ever had. It's pure black. I poured it in here. It's the stuff of one of your fucking modules. But I figured the only way to dilute that pure blackness is to add some Baileys. So anyway, what do you guys have for questions? What do we have here? What is your favorite adventure of all time? Didn't we say that?
I think we might have a bit earlier, but from mine, I think it's Better Than Any Man. From Not Me, I think it's Death on the Reich.
Yep. Okay. Anybody have any questions for James? Anybody who's still awake? I bet there's probably people who logged in or just fell asleep a long time ago. Anybody out there who's still awake? Any questions for either of us? Anybody? This may not go 5 hours, dude.
How many people are watching right now?
We have 26 currently on your channel, 16 on my channel. There's somebody on Rumble. There's nobody on Facebook. I don't know why I transmit to Facebook anymore. And we have 41 people have at one time looked at it on Twitter X. Twitter just has an accumulation of how many people have viewed it. It doesn't tell you how many people are currently viewing it. So,
well, I want the alt-right Nazi on Rumble to ask us a question.
That'll be Raptor 7. He's the only guy who ever watches on Rumble. I don't think he's an alt-right dude, but we have 42 people, at least on YouTube right now. So, yeah. What is your favorite venture? You wrote. He did
Better
say
than
that.
Any Man.
Better than Any Man. Yep, he did say that. Yeah. So, any other questions there, guys? Other than OSR games, what is your favorite TTRPG system? Did we say that? You danced around it.
Yeah. What is favorites? It's hard to say favorite system. I think.
You said Traveler you want to play.
Yeah,
but
I've never played Traveler. I've
Yeah,
never
yeah, you
played
said you'd wanna
Traveler. It's
play
like
it.
I know what the system is, but I'd be a complete
Yeah.
novice at it, so I can't call it my
Yeah, yeah.
favorite. I think maybe GURPS. 'Cause I remember my first attempt at designing an RPG before going the OSR route was was like a GURPS-ish kind of point buy
Okay.
thing.
Okay. Good question there, Al. Al Ed, what is the next Raggi design module coming our way?
Hopefully it'll be out for Gen Con, but I have to actually get it finished up so it can go through the process and be to the printer on time.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got 2 things that hopefully will be out in time for Gen Con. If not, they'll be out just after Gen Con.
Okay.
Basically, those things, it's a 1-room dungeon, or basically something that's designed to be grafted onto whatever other dungeon you're running. It's going to be a 32-page book that's just 1 room and all the stuff in it.
How big is the fucking room? 10 by 10.
50, 60 feet across, but it's got lots of stuff in there. It's like a lich's tomb.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
And then the other book is going to be the Bard class for LotFP, and that's going to be based. The Bard is going to be based on the music of Eric Zahn by H.P. Lovecraft. It's not going to be a medieval minstrel.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
And then the other thing that will definitely be out by Gen Con, because it's done now, just need to get the files to the printer, and we've got enough time. Zach Smith's new one, Nebulith. It's over 300 pages.
What's it called?
Based Nebulith.
Nebulith?
Nebulith. Yeah, it's
okay. Like monolith, but nebu in front of it.
Nebu. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's the Japanese / Okinawan fantasy setting.
Okay. Oh, a whole setting book.
Oh,
that's cool. All right, a whole Japanese. All right. That's very
well,
cool.
It's not really a setting. It's basically an island that has, and the gimmick is that there was a volcano that exploded, and then somebody basically froze the smoke into rock. So there's this giant volcanic ash dungeon that hovers over the island.
Oh, all right. So there's smoke has tunnels in it and all that. It's like, I get you. Okay.
It's basically the smoke was petrified.
Okay, I get that. It's I've seen people where they poured, like, you ever seen those African ant nests that
they pour aluminum down in there,
in there, and they pull it out. It's like that thing, but in the air, essentially, with hollowness, essentially, right? Is that the gist of it? Ish, not aluminum, but smoke. I don't know. I'm trying to grasp mentally what it is.
But yeah, the thing's got rules for like martial arts dojos and all sorts of fun shit.
Cool. All right, that's cool. Okay.
So yeah, the 1-room dungeon is called Altar of Madness. Then the Bard book is going to be called The Music of Erica Zahn. The Bard class for Lamentations, The Flame Princess, and Nebulith. Nebulith definitely for Gen Con. The other two, I fucking hope so, but I got some more work to do on them and only a couple of weeks to get it done.
Okay. Any chance you will re-release Veins of the Earth?
Not up to me.
There was some
Scrap there. Don't seem to be in favor of that, so that would not happen.
Yeah, there was some drama there. I have that book here, and I got to say, James, this is the best book that I have that you put out, other than your base rules. I thought this was great. I thought just the different kinds of darkness. It was so creative. You know what I mean? There's so much in here that I never grab anything and run it wholesale ever. I don't think anybody our age does. We grab shit, we read it, we get inspired, we steal stuff from it, we put it into our own games. But there's so much stealable shit in here. You know, that's awesome. I thought it was very
Patrick
well done.
Really is like a mad scientist kind of creator. So
yeah. Okay, so Altar of Madness. Interesting Bard. Don't be surprised if 5e borrows the theme for a subclass. Yeah, yeah. Jeff Rentz, how can people contact you? Not with spam. Jeff Rentz. So yeah, that's how you say it, right? Rentz, he said. So Jeff could get into that. If you can, Jeff.
Telepathically, just think really hard.
Yeah. Makes it more
Hear
hard.
me.
Makes it more difficult. I played one of Jeff's games in the Floss in those days. It was fun. There were a couple of them. It was a good time. It was random. Like you say, he takes you out of the. It's not a rules based world. You know, like shit like that. Like the it's not like, well, you can't make that up. It's not in the rules. It's not like that kind of a game. You know, it's like the shit. Anything could fucking happen. And this was one of the more solid, adventures that he did. It was Jeff. If I remember right, it was something with like an old steam factory or something. It was a booby trapped entrance, and there was vats, and we got jumped, and I got backstabbed and killed, and it didn't last too long. And I remember that it was a glorious demise of my character really fast. But
the thing I like about Jeff's DMing style is that any stupid question you ask can result in it becoming part of the setting.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can see that. And I can see that with Jeff. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but carousing is all the rage in many games. I think, and Jeff is here, maybe you could answer it. Didn't you fucking create a carousing, Jeff? Wasn't that your baby? I don't think it existed before you did the table on your blog a million years ago, because Jeff was perhaps the OG OSR blogger. Him and Grognardia got bigger. I think Jeff was there first, if I remember right, by a year or two. He was the first big blogger. Everybody was like, loved it.
Jeff is definitely the oldest OSR blogger.
Not the oldest by age, but the oldest blog, I think, right? I don't know how old he is, but we're all around the same age, I think. But yeah, I think, Jeff, if you're still there, I believe that he created carousing and everybody stole it since. So I think that's the case. I stole many things in that book. All right. Anybody else here have any questions for us before we sort of wrap up or anything? Or James, anything you want to talk about we didn't talk about? I mean, we hit fucking a billion things, but
you tell me, what should we talk about? I can ramble on and monologue about many things, but I need a prompt.
Jeff says his table was
I will be your chat GPT. Ask me a question.
Oh, my chat GPT. Okay. All right. Let's see. I don't want to get into controversies. Do you? Do you want to get into any of that shit?
That's up to you.
No, it's just
no. Go ahead. Fuck it. Go ahead. Let's do it. Let's piss everyone off.
No, I don't want to piss everyone off. The reason I asked was that if your biggest regret before, I was wondering if you're going to get into that as your controversy.
No, that. Yeah, well,
you know what I'm talking about there.
We have. Which one?
No, I'll get into specifics, but
well,
I remember
I'm publishing Nebula by Zach Smith, this summer, so
Yeah. So yep, you're doing it.
So I guess I'm going to be talking. People are going to be asking me stuff, so
Yeah. Did you want to talk or to get do you want to get out a statement ahead of that? Do you want to practice your statements for what's going to come your way?
Well, I already published a new thing by him at Gen Con for the catalog that I pass out. Mm-hmm. It had a free Zach adventure in there, like a newly commissioned Zach adventure. So I've already published something by him last year. Yeah. And I had it timed that a YouTube statement that I'm going to publish him again. And that statement went live as Gen Con opened.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. And he had said something in there, if I remember right.
Yeah. And I think that if there's no specific question about it, like my thoughts about it are there.
Yeah. Okay. That's why. Yeah, that's the reason I brought it up, because I remember you said you regretted that, of having pulled back and all that stuff. That's why I was wondering if that was your biggest regret or anything. So
yeah. The ref book thing, I think, is a bigger debacle.
The what? The ref book? Yeah. No, I get it. All right. Are you guys still going? Yes, we are still going. There's a lot of caffeine going on here. That's what we're doing.
When you do a module, do you draw the maps first? No, that's not the absolute first thing. What I'll do is basically have like a list of like bullet points of what things do I want to be in this adventure. Mm-hmm. And that I will, and then if it's something that, like, if it's a dungeon thing, then I'll start trying to figure out where they should be in relation to each other, and then I start sketching out map ideas.
You said that before. I guess I wanted to get into it a little bit, but then I got distracted. That was now that you brought that up, there was one question I didn't write it down to ask you. You said the first thing you do in the creation of a thing that you're writing is you come up with the thing you want to have them feel, or whatever it was, right? You want to have a vibe or a feeling or some effect you want to create in the audience. What is that? What does that mean? What is that like?
Like, for example, in Death Frost Doom, the zombie apocalypse. Like doing that, it's like, okay, how I want
do I get
them there to be ground zero for the zombie apocalypse. How do we make that happen? How do you make an adventure where that makes sense? How do you build up to that? And everything comes from that.
Okay. So you start with the zombie apocalypse. That is the theme. That is the gist of it. And then how do you get? Okay. All right. How give another adventure that basically you could describe that you did it to. That makes sense. The death love chocolate, wherever the fuck it was. That one. What is that?
That wasn't mine though. I didn't write that. So
okay.
Define that. But that one's obviously a Willy Wonka parody kind of off thing.
Okay.
Right. Like for Monolith from Beyond Space and Time, I wanted to do a Lovecraftian adventure that didn't have any of the Lovecraftian stuff.
Okay.
So that was the basis of that. God the Crawls was all about the dungeon maze chase.
The what?
Dungeon maze chase.
Okay.
Doom Cave with the Crystal-Headed Children. It was like, okay, they, that one dipshit said that other adventure was all about killing children. I'm going to make an adventure that seems like it's all about killing children.
But it's not.
The cover of the adventure is combat, ripping into these kids. But then it turns into this weird thing where everything having to do with the kids is like in the first two rooms. And then there's this whole dungeon behind that you have absolutely no reason to go into. But what players do is, we have to explore the dungeon. And that,
and they do it anyway, of course, because they're players.
And they do it anyway, but it's got nothing to do with the problem at hand.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing to do with the crystal-headed children in the rest of the dungeon. It's just big, a bunch of weird shit back there. New one with the cards. Don't fuck the priest. The title came first on that. I had this idea for Don't Fuck the Priest. Okay, what would that mean? What is this priest? Well, what if the priest was a mushroom construct? Okay, then why would it be a mushroom construct? What's the deal? Okay, there's a fungal hive mind that's wanting to take over the world. Okay, well, how do you manifest that? Well, the fungal thing can simulate a dungeon, and then it would be shifting because it's intelligent. And that's the cards. The cards get jet. Okay, I've got a thing there. Yeah.
Okay. Pull back a little bit again, James. I think you're humming. You're bringing the hum. All right. We got a couple here. One, are you taking new submissions?
Send me an idea, and then do it or not. But yeah.
And another guy, Magic Wizard, says he's building a Caves of Quid style CRPG, and it must be a Raggi style of retro video game. When it's Danish, he'll be warned. Okay. Don't know what the hell that even means.
For video games, for video games, I like Civilization and Banished and SimCity kind of things. So.
Okay. All right. Will there ever be an actual description of the city of Carcosa for the Carcosa settings, says Griff Silverblade?
Apparently not, because the stuff that McKinney did, the supplemental things after that, still didn't go into the city. So, it's not.
Okay. There was stuff you put out for Carcosa after the original Carcosa?
No, he put out some other stuff.
Okay.
He originally, I don't know if I'm talking out of turn, but it's been years and years now.
Yeah.
He wanted, like, Carcosa, the book is like 1/4 of the total Carcosa territory. Like the map
Okay.
there is 1/4 of the thing. So he wanted to do a book that was another quarter, like
Oh,
another portion of the map equal in size.
yeah.
But the problem is that a lot of that was water, and he didn't want to detail the water hexes the same way as like the land hexes. Even though I think Carcosa Aqua Adventure is so many possibilities there, but he didn't want to do
Yeah.
that, and he didn't want to create new rituals or new ingredients or bits for the
Yeah.
rituals, which would have meant either reprinting a significant amount of material for the first book or having a new book that would have required having the old book in order to fully use. And I
Yeah.
wanted something that was self-contained, that if this is the quadrant we're doing, it's a self-contained book, just like the first quadrant was a self-contained book.
Okay.
So he just went ahead and made some, individual modules. I think he did 4 of them.
Okay.
That,
You know, it's
that, that
funny that
covered
TV
covered the
series
territory.
HBO, that True Detective series. Ever see that?
Yes,
Ever watched that one?
yes.
The first season they talk about Carcosa, right? And I'm
Yeah.
sitting there watching this. I'm like, Carcosa. The fuck is Carcosa? Why do I know fucking Carcosa? It drove me nuts. I had to like pause, stop, do Google searches. Oh, I got it on my shelf. It's one of those things, out of context, completely forgot, what the hell it was all about. Any horror movie ideas you'd like to see translated to an LOTFP book?
Oh God, now I got to start thinking about horror movies.
Are you never not thinking about horror movies? I mean,
Yeah, but thinking of like specific things to take from horror movies. I mean, like the first thing that comes to mind is like I'm getting Facebook ads for a new Return of the Living Dead RPG, and it's got this horrible cartoon punk zombie
uh-huh.
as the graphic, and I'm just like, oh, that doesn't look good. But I keep forgetting that after the first Return of the Living Dead movie, there are 4 more movies, and one of them just didn't have the budget, but like 3 of them are garbage. It's like,
Really?
yeah, and so I'm just, so it's like, okay, are they thinking of the whole series? And I'm just thinking that first one was so good, but
Yeah.
it's just like they're not going to go all the way with it. They're not going to go all the way. Just from how they're presenting it, it doesn't look like they're going to go all the way with it. Because if you're
All
really
right.
going to do Return of the Living Dead, there's going to be stuff that has to gross people out. There's got to be stuff that's disturbing, like the first one. It's like it's got the ex-Nazi guy that's the mortician. It's got
Mhm.
uh, and all these little detail, it's not the plot things, but it's just like what happens.
Yeah.
Like with are you gonna put? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to judge because the things I expect to be a problem were never a problem, and then something whacks me upside of the head as being a problem. But
Yeah.
I would think that the level of explicitness to really make it seem like Return of the Living Dead is something that not many publishers want to do. And if your first introduction in your advertisement is like this garishly colored cartoon zombie punk, it's like, okay.
Yeah. No. Tapping out. Did you make money from Hyena Child? It's a really great book.
No, I don't make any money directly because the third party license thing allows you to just publish stuff, and all I require is a copy of the book, build the license. But I did buy, and actually I still owe them some money. I got to put another payment in. But I did buy 200 copies from them, and assuming I sell, once I sell half of my stock in that, then I'm making the money from those sales.
Okay. Griff Silverblade, do you intend to produce other generic products like the Stafford Style TCW? John Williams was brilliant and so useful for a homebrew campaign.
That's the kind of thing that I don't know. It's like I like it when people pitch me ideas. Like I'd like to do that. It's like, okay, go do it. So I'm trying to think that what other generic products I could do. Like I had the idea of like presenting an early modern setting book that doesn't
What is that era?
necessarily.
What do you mean early modern?
Early modern. I consider early modern 1492 to 1687. I think it's from the discovery, Columbus landing in the Americas, to the siege of Vienna.
Okay.
It's what I consider the early modern period. I'm sure academics would have other ways of defining that. But yeah,
What do you
having like a
read history, James? Are you big into history? It seems like you know a lot about it. I didn't take you for a history buff, but you seem to have very specific
yeah,
historical knowledge.
I have the whole shelf over there of history books and academic press books
Yeah.
for that time period.
Okay.
And
Why do you like it so much?
concentrating because
Like
it
why?
really seems to me to be the absolute worst time to have been alive. So
Okay.
it's very good as a backdrop for a horror setting. And there's still, you can do lots of exploring D&D style, no matter what culture you're from, no matter where you want to set the base of your campaign,
Mhm.
there's still so much exploration to do in the world. So you can do the D&D things.
Okay.
And also, that problem we talked earlier about how Dungeons and Dragons dresses itself up as medieval fantasy, but it's not medieval fantasy.
Yeah.
Is this the conversation I had with
We
you?
did.
I mean,
We did talk a
okay.
little bit about that. Yeah.
Okay, it's been 5 hours. It's like, am I
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
something that
Yeah.
happened now? Uh, but yeah, and so all of the assumptions, like as far as commerce and capitalism and nation states, it's stuff that exists in the early modern period that didn't exist so much in like a medieval period. So all the
Okay.
assumptions that people bring to how they play the game and assumptions they make with setting is more applicable to the early modern setting than an earlier medieval. So
Okay.
it just seems to work. Plus, if you say France, people know what France is. Instead
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
creating a setting from scratch, this is Zornubia.
Yeah. 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 Which
Like,
is just
hey,
France.
we're in Zornubia. You know, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
France. Okay. Yeah.
Do you ever think you might just dive in and create your own setting?
No, I don't think I would do an original setting at this point because
No,
it's so much
not needed.
easier just to say this happens in Paris.
Yeah. 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 There it
Done.
is. Yep.
Um,
Okay.
yeah,
How many weird crushers are in the pipeline?
that is secret information.
What does the question mean? What does
Weird
what?
crushers. That's weird crushers are they're like a bonus thing I put in with orders from the EU web. So actually, that's a reason to order from the EU web store, not the US web store. Uh, I still have copies of all the current weird crushers. So if for every book you buy, you get a weird crusher, a free like little bonus thing. It's
Oh,
just an
okay.
A3 sheet folded, and then if you buy 4 more books, then you get the 5th one too.
Okay. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. When will we get a golden age of piracy campaign for LOTFP?
When someone writes it,
Wasn't
because the ideas that I have, it's more what's this really weird thing that I can concentrate on? What's this weird thing I can get to the essence of and build something around it? Like a
yeah.
golden age of piracy is something that's so much more general, and I don't think that's. I would be so concerned with all the minutia of actual maritime travel and all that sort of stuff
Yeah.
that I I would never be satisfied that I got my research right, and I would prioritize that over the gameplay stuff. That
Okay.
like the gameplay stuff will feel like it's complete bullshit if I don't have all the facts right underneath it.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't take you for a simulationist so much.
Yeah.
I know I certainly am. Rob Connolly, I know Alexander McCreasy you know what I mean? I didn't take you for a real strict simulationist though. I figured it all goes out the window when you're talking like babies dragging moms by the fucking umbilical cord. You know what I mean? But it's interesting.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why I concentrate on that kind of stuff in my own writing, so I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about getting the simulation stuff right.
Gotcha.
But like
All right.
Golden Age of
All right.
Piracy, I'd feel like there has to be a certain reality that holds up underneath that.
Yeah. All right. All right. I get that. That makes sense. That makes sense. The best book I ever had, John Miller, thank you. Holy cow, you guys are still going. This is like a marathon. Great stream. Probably the best Raggi interview to date. Good on both of you. Thank you very much. Thanks for James for sticking around this long. The good thing, James, is you could always now, since this is simulcast on your channel, it's always going to be there in recordings. You could always, anybody wants the history. No, if anybody wants the history of you, I don't think you've ever gone this in depth ever. Right. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember. I did some research before we did this just so I understand some of the points to talk about, but I didn't see anything like this. So you can always point them to that, guys. So, and by the way, I haven't said this, but if anybody's on my channel watching, join James's. It's youtube.com/LOTFP, I believe. Right. So yeah, join the channel. Hop over there.
Yeah, all sorts of nonsense on there. More nonsense to come.
It's good shit, man. Dude, you know what I couldn't find was your blog. You're where the hell is the blog now?
It should be LOTF. Yeah, I haven't updated it in ages and ages and ages and ages, but everything should still be there. LOTFP.blogspot.com.
All right. I did a quick search. I'm like, where the fuck is it? And I had to go live. So I'm like, ah, shit, where the hell is it? But just back to the other point. But the best pirate thing I've ever seen produced was Freeport by Green Ronin Games. Green Ronin, however you pronounce it. That was a good product. I've used that in multiple campaigns. It's generic enough that you can use anywhere because you buy the core book and it's pure fluff. And then they did a smart idea. They had a D20 version for the crunch, like Captain Ahab or whatever. He talks about it in the fluff book, and then the stats are in the D20 book or whatever, publication book they wanted. But you just take the fluff and leave the crunch, So yeah, is it all right? I can't pronounce whoever the hell said that, but I faintly remember something about you discussing the unlikely possibility of an art book. Is it something that could see the light of day?
We talked about it. Because the way the digital artwork is created, I wouldn't. Doing an A5 art book seems ridiculous, and I wouldn't be able to blow the art book up into.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What is the name of LOTFP 00026? What the fuck?
Yeah, I think I know what he's talking about, but I don't have my catalog listings here. Wait. Yes, I do. The Weird Crushers. I have the full catalog. Just give me a second.
I just put it in I just put it into your search engine for your web page. I don't see it popping up 00026.
Oh, I know what. Yeah, that's something that's not allowed to be talked about on the internet.
Oh, okay.
But it is
trap me into talking about something we can't talk about.
But it is included in Adventure Anthology Death as an unadvertised extra because I'm not going to talk about it, so I wouldn't advertise it. But it's in Death.
It is in there. Okay, I had that book. We're looking at it. All right. James once put a book in a bag, says Amy. I imagine it's Jeff's wife or relative.
Yeah, that was. Oh, yeah, that was. That was White Power, WIGHT.
Oh,
Power.
Yeah.
I kept that under wraps until release because I didn't want people trying to speculate what this was before they could see it for themselves. It's got an adventure with a white as a monster, one of the main enemies that takes place on the Isle of Wight, and it's it sounds like a nasty thing, so it's like a wordplay to make it sound worse than it is.
Yeah, a little controversy.
Yeah.
A little controversy never hurts sales, right? Or does
it? But I just had to make sure that was kept hidden before people could see it for themselves.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions here? We're into 5 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. And I think we sufficiently beat your record, which is all. And we beat Greg. Greg Christopher. Suck it. So, yes, we've beaten your record.
So do people get to come on?
What's that?
Does Greg Christopher get to come on and say, okay, I want to do 6 hours this time. Let's go. And then I'd have to be, okay, when's our, we got to come up with 7 hours of stuff now for
Part
the next
2. Raggi recreated.
To the point where the live stream is just a continuous 24-hour thing with people just coming on, filibustering. I've been on this channel longer than anyone else.
We're all groggy, drinking coffee to stay awake. Yeah. Let's see. We have Rob. I'm going to talk to Rob. If you want to do that thing with Traveler, he's been talking to me about Traveler. I'm like, I hate space games, Rob. I hate space games. But like I said, I try every system once. But if you want, I could ask him to run it if you want. Do you think you'd be up for it? Do you want to do it live or you want to do it off screen?
I think off screen, just because I don't really know the game or the system that well. So there's going to be a lot of boring. What's this? What does this mean? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I think that drives people nuts.
Why Finland was answered about 3 or 4 hours ago, Griff.
Yeah, I did a long thing about why Finland.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite metal band? Oh, I was surprised. I never actually asked you the question. What's your favorite fucking band? You know?
Favorite band. Let's see. My favorite bands, starting from Napalm Death got me into the underground metal scene, and then it was Cathedral. Then it was Opeth. Then it was Hammers of Misfortune. Then it was Reverend Bazaar. Then it was Jess and the Ancient Ones.
Oh, of course.
And I think now it's Five the Hierophant, and I got to see them at the beginning of the month in London. Five the Hierophant. They're like an instrumental, like jazz metal thing. Yeah.
All right. And John wants to see Rob Kindly GM Traveler. Consider streaming it maybe after the first session. I don't know that I'll make it to multiple sessions. I'm not, I'll do a couple shots, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I just wonder, because I don't know what Rob Conley's running style is, but my play style seems to be to create as much chaos as possible. I'm the guy that like presses all the buttons and pulls all the levers just to see. This will be more interesting than not pulling it,
Yeah. No, I'm the same way, and he's run. He knows obviously the Rob. He's the Wildlands High Fantasy, and he knows all that shit backwards and forwards. He ran a City State and Invincible Overlord campaign for us because I wanted to run a city game, and Tim was running us in one. He says everything I learned from playing at Rob's games for all those years. I'm like, well, I got to play in a game then, and he ran a good campaign for us. It was nice. It was fun, but yeah, I'm the guy who does all the fucking knocking, open that door and kick it down. He handled it okay. So yeah, but he's a very much a simulationist like me or Alexander McCreasy and all that. He likes the in-depth minutia of things, So, funniest PC death you've experienced as a ref or a player?
Oh, my left eye is tearing up for some reason. that's why.
Crying about the death.
Funniest, I'm sure. I'm trying to think, but nothing's coming to mind. I mean, there's been lots of stupid deaths. It's like there's a bomb. Oh, I pick it up and shake it. Boom. There's like plenty of stuff like that. But stupidest PC death, nothing is coming to mind.
I give you mine. It was a campaign I was running. My friend wanted to play the stereotypical blind old Chinese monk from Shaolin, from those Channel 5 Kung Fu movies, right? He wanted to play that guy. It's like, all right. And he's playing this fucking old bastard. He's walking around and I gave him a feat that he could blind sensing, whatever the hell. You just have him, he's playing this dude. Comes across a ghost. And the ghost fails to save. He ages him and he died from being aged. There's no way you're going to be 120 years old. You're dead. So he died from the ghost, right? So then we're like, he's like, he rolled up a new guy, this and that. And then I think my brother who's brought it up, he goes, wait, you have to see the ghost in order to be affected by it. And he's a blind monk. I'm like, hey, I think your guy's alive, man. I think you never died. We got to retcon the whole death. It's like, it makes sense. You don't retcon deaths usually, but that completely, it would bypass everybody's brain because we were so busy laughing our asses off at this ridiculous death. Now, you picked an old guy and you died by the age because you picked an old bastard, Yeah. I don't know what Barrows in Borderlands is, Zach. So I don't know what the hell that is now. Yeah. Listen, James's eye is starting to cry, so we should probably wrap this up here. He's starting to tear up. I think we're going too long. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, it's a new record for all of us, I think.
It's after midnight here now.
Is it really?
7 p.m.
What time is it? 12:07? So 12:18 rather?
Yeah.
7 hours? Yeah, 12:18. Yeah. So yeah, Jesus. Yes. So thank you, James. Where can they find all your stuff? I have links on the description below to the main webpage and to drive-through. If you click on those things, is there anything else you want to pimp and push or anything else that we missed?
LotFP.com. You can buy stuff from the EU or US web stores, whichever is most convenient. Both ship worldwide, but shipping costs are going to be very different between the two depending on where you are. You can also get stuff on Drive-Thru RPG. And yeah, YouTube channel. Was it youtube.com/LOTFP? Yeah, it's just buy anything. Start cheap. See what the flavor's like, and if you like it, just spend your life savings on it.
Absolutely.
I need more money for CDs and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and it will last forever too. These books, like I said, the shit's gonna last forever, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got one last mini question in there. With all the innovations in the OSR sphere, would you consider a new edition of LTFP with some additional rules, etc.?
I did try, like Eldritch Cock, when I released that in 2018 for Free RPG Day, did have some proposed new rules for a new edition, but I still think my saving throw rules were an improvement, but people didn't seem to like it, and the rule book still sells as is. And the thing is, with innovations in the OSR sphere, I think if you innovate too much, then it's no longer OSR. Because to me, an OSR game needs to be cross-compatible with other OSR games.
Yes.
And if it's not cross-compatible with other OSR games and old school D&D, then what is the point of calling it OSR?
No, OSR is not a vibe. It's not a feel. It's not a flavor. It's not a style. It's a fucking compatibility thing. I think that I agree with you. You said that in another podcast. And I was listening to you, trying to get ready. I'm like, yes, that's fucking right. Yes. That's exactly what it is. It's not a vibe.
I mean, the OSR is different than just being old school.
No, exactly. Old school is anything produced prior to 1999 or whatever. But OSR is a very specific thing. If I'm gonna buy a product that says OSR on it, I want to know that because of that, it better work with AD&D, with BX, with OSE, with Ozark. It better work with everything, with minimal fucking, fucking with it. There's always going to be fucking with it, right?
I do lots of stuff that adventure-wise and tone-wise and content-wise has absolutely nothing to do with like old Dungeons and Dragons.
Correct.
But mechanically, it fits. Mechanically,
yes.
The tone's different. That's it, and that's my contribution to the role-playing industry. Not that other things haven't, like Cult from Sweden, the original version in the 90s. I can't say I was the originator of really explicit role-playing stuff, but I think I'm the one that's stuck at it the longest.
Yeah, you're still here, and it's worked. I mean, you're still making money, you're still paying the bills. But I think Stephen King talked about
16 years in July. 16 years in July.
Mentioned, how do you know you're a successful author? Because you wrote something, it paid you, and you paid your bill with it. You're a successful author. That's all it is. So you've been doing it ever since. So yeah. All right, guys, listen, let's wrap this shizzle up here. 5 hours, 19 minutes, and 55 seconds, and we're still standing somehow. Old school saving throws are. Agree with that, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, James. Once I click the end, it takes a little bit, and then we're out. As soon as it says we're out of the stream, we're all off. Okay, so, and for some reason, when I clicked end last time on a long stream, it cut out the last minute or two. I don't know why. So anyway, I don't know why. But anyway, we'll talk to you all later. Oh, by the way, guys, next, oh God, just boogers. Next interview is this coming Wednesday with Rob Connolly. We're going deep into Rob. There will be many Rob reach arounds, I'm sure.
I want to go deep into Rob.
Yes, Rob. He's lost a lot of weight though, Rob. He's you're doing the Ozempic thing, I think you said, right, man? You're doing that? Or?
Yeah, I'm doing Ozempic, and I'm going to the gym 3 times a week.
Fuck yeah, dude. What do you lose? I mean, I saw you at North Texas 2 years ago. You down from that?
I don't know, because at the back end of last year, I gained a lot of weight back.
Yeah,
so
I've been losing,
I don't know where I am
30
compared to
for
2 years ago. But
yeah, I get it. It's rough. Anyway, hang in there. We made a pact next time we've seen each other. Come on, I think eventually we'll both be skinny and 6-packs. I don't know if we're going to keep that up, but we'll get there. We're going to try. So anyway, thanks guys. Thanks for listening this long. And click like and subscribe to James's channel, to my channel, and hope to see you soon. Rob Connolly coming up this